Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Is it live? No issues today. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday to Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But yes, it is Wild Out Wednesday. We're already waking up with a lot of activity. Netflix is pretty much sold off about, I want to say, guess like 6% maybe. A little bit from the highs. Again, they had earnings yesterday. The fact that it was better than feared, you're probably going to hear that phrase a lot. That had some impact. That's where a lot of the action is now, but also the euro, the dollar, and then Nord Stream. So we got an update from Vladimir Putin about the supply of Nord Stream when it comes back on tomorrow. It kind of threw into doubt some of what we got yesterday, and now all eyes are headed on the ECB tomorrow. What is young Putin going to do? And then how is everything with the currencies going to react? And then we still got a bunch of earnings. So going to be a little bit of a battle here to Euro close. We'll see if we get all the industries moving like yesterday. On top of that, the bond market is moving a lot, and people are noticing the curve, the yield curve is going back to a little bit more inverted. So we will see how all of that plays out. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready, and good morning. Oh, how are ya? Good morning, baby. What's up, Sean Germany? What's up, Marcudo? D. Bowen, top of the morning, Teddy. Hey, man, Angeles, good morning, baby. What's up, Zuraj? What up, James Cordero? El Chapado, Amari, shot by J-Mac, Rami. Oh, Carissa in the house. What's up, Carissa? Good morning, Usha. Good morning, Warfighter. Andrew Blake, Marlo, Nepal, King Easy, Mr. Collins, Adam Lowe. Jesus. Oh, Jesus, I saw that chart that you tweeted me too, man. That one was interesting. We're going to talk about the dollar today. Again, if you weren't here yesterday and you didn't check out the watch list, we got to talk about the dollar, baby. Good morning. What's up, Salesman? How you living? How about you living, Mr. McAllister? What's up, Melon Mayo? I got you, baby. Good morning. Good morning, Yashua. Andy Christensen. Oh, what up, Scotty Streams? Oh, what's up, Scotty Patriot? Good morning. Oh, good morning. I hope you got the hype today. Yes, good morning, Chad. Oh, I love this sea. Oh, it's beautiful. What a beautiful day. Y'all feel good? Defense. Defense. Oh, yes, they woke up in drive, baby. They know the vibes. Amen, amen. So get ready. Today's going to be fun. Still got a lot of earnings. Again, a lot more or less security as yesterday, but, I mean, we are still up near the highs and things are looking pretty good. So let's see what happens. But as far as the news, Vladimir Putin, he issued an ultimatum to resume gas shipments on Nord Stream. They will restart tomorrow, but he warned that gas flows will reach only 20% of capacity next week if a pipeline part caught up in sanctions is not returned to Russia. Flows through the pipeline were running out about 40% prior to maintenance, Gazprom said. Ursula von der Leyen said that the EU proposed a voluntary 15% cut in gas usage by member states over the next 8 months. European gas prices rose. Russia is also looking to tighten its hold on Ukraine by annexing more occupied territory this year. U.S. National Security official John Kirby said moves include installing proxy officials to call sham votes on joining Russia and forcing residents to apply for Russian citizenship. The New York Times reported the Paris Club said it will halt Ukraine's loan payment obligations. Treasuries advanced with the short end outperforming. That's why we got some yield curve inversion. Other market moves were relatively muted. Futures and European stocks slipped. Dollar edged up. Oil fell. And gold and Bitcoin edged higher. Stock markets are set to see full capitulation, raising the risk of more declines in the short term. Bernstein said outflows excluding Europe have only just begun. The broker's short-term indicator of investor sentiment is neutral, though the longer-term gauge is at extreme pessimistic levels, which suggests further short-term downside before tactical capitulation is reached. That sounds so aggressive. Oh, what? It's Carissa's birthday? Oh, you're kidding me. Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we could party too hard. Oh, good morning. Oh, happy birthday, Carissa. Oh, it's very lit. That's very exciting. Oh, one of the leaders of the morning gang, baby. Oh, good morning and happy birthday. I know that's what we do. That's what we sing at Apple Cult. We sing the happy birthday song and it ends with the horn. We got a free cupcake for you too. I don't know if you're interested in a coupon for a free long term. It's amazing, baby. We love it. Happy birthday, Carissa. Honestly, that's exciting. Very exciting news. You made it. Another year, baby. Another year. Woo! Amen. Happy birthday. Earnings. Netflix surged pre-market after a million customer loss avoided the worst case scenario. ASML halved its sales guidance for the years on testing delays. Biogen raised outlook and Baker Hughes plunged after a Russian-driven miss. Tesla reports after the bell with results under pressure from supply chain snags and China lockdowns. Also due United Air and Alcoa. iPhone shipments, they probably jumped in June in China, leading a rebound after lockdowns were lifted. Kathy Woods has shuttered an ETF for the first time. The ARC Transparency ETF, including Teladoc and Spotify, has been shut down. JP Morgan plans to move back 1,000 people from the office from London to Paris. Bank of America's co-head of investment for Asia Pacific, Alex Toe, has left, People Familiar said. Recent crypto turbulence has been a full-fledged credit crisis. Mike Novogratz told Bloomberg's Credit Summit he admitted he was wrong about the amount of leverage in the system, but Sam Bankman-Fried committed $1 billion to buying firms and propping up platforms during June's rout. Fed hiking cycle will continue well into next year, said Joseph Zettel. At Blackstone, rates may close to 5% as inflation requires bigger and longer response. Hosington Investment Management said the Fed must unwind a policy failure akin to the 1970s. JP Morgan Asset Manager said investors must break for an extended period of subtrend growth, signaling downside to risk to earnings. There's a clear and present danger of global recession, Citi said, while repeating it estimates a 50% probability of a slump. The firm now expects the world economy to grow 2.9 this year and 2.6 in 2023, slightly less than previously expected. That means global growth will be below trend, with the U.S. and Euro area expected to slip into mild recessions over the next 12 to 18 months. More price pressures on central banks. UK's inflation sped up to 9.4 in June, fastest pace since February 1982, heaping even more pressure on the B of E to deliver an aggressive rate hike next month. Canada's CPI quickened to 8.1 from 7.7, slower than consensus for an 8.4 pace, but still justifies the BOC's mega hike. The U.S. crude and gasoline stockpiles climbed last week, easing supply concerns. Oil inventories rose 1.86 million barrels, the API said to have reported. Total supplies would rise to the highest in more than 7 months, if confirmed by the EIA today. Distillate supplies declined 2.1. Egg supplies will probably remain tight even as one of the worst ever bird flu outbreaks shows signs of slowing. According to Cal-Maine Food, prices for large eggs in the U.S. have surged to a record of $3 a dozen. They were earlier at $1 a dozen after an outbreak that began in January, resulting in the death of over 30 million commercial and wild birds. That's crazy. Today, 10 a.m., U.S. June existing home sales, 10:30 EIA inventories, 11:30 30 billion of 119-day CMBS, 1 p.m. 14 billion of 20-year bonds, and then 2:45 Biden delivers remarks on tackling climate crisis. I think they're going to announce a climate emergency. Very interesting. Earnings include Tesla, CSX, Alcoa, Equifax, United Airlines, Kinder Morgan, Steel Dynamics, and Las Vegas Sands. Joe Biden will announce executive action to address climate change today, but won't move forward this week with a broader emergency declaration. The order he's mulling unlocks executive powers to propel clean energy construction, restrict oil drilling, and curb fossil fuel use, People Familiar said. The Senate voted to begin debate on a legislation to provide more than 52 billion in grants and incentives for the semiconductor industry. The 64-34 procedural vote met the criteria set by Chuck Schumer to add R&D initiatives to legislation, which may be passed by Senate next week. Jerome Powell is dusting off supply and demand curves every student learns about in economics to explain why the Fed is doing to bring inflation under control. Trouble is, his only story only presents a best-case scenario. Draghi's pledge told the Italian Senate that his fractious coalition can be rebuilt, tamping down concerns he'll quit and the government and throw Italy into a chaos. Stocks and bonds rallied after his comments. The ECB doesn't need a new tool to avoid a bond market crisis, as it would contravene its mandate. Jurgen Stark said intervening if spreads in one nation widen would be monetary state financing, the bank's former chief told Well. ECB is expected to unveil the new instrument tomorrow. The UK leadership battle whittles down to its final 2 days. Penny Mordaunt and Liz Truss will battle for a place alongside Rishi Sunak in the runoff. Australia announced terms of a wide-ranging review of the RBA. First since the 1990s, it will include a look at the continued appropriateness of the inflation targeting framework, said Treasurer Jim Chalmers. RBA came under fierce criticism after a U-turn 3 months ago when soaring inflation shredded its dovish policy stance. China's virus cases surged to almost 1,000, and social media posts showed residents in previously hard-hit areas climbing fences and running through the streets to escape renewed lockdowns. Infections rose to 935 yesterday from 699, highest daily tally since May 21. In Macau, casinos are set to reopen from Saturday as its worst outbreak eases. China banks kept their lending benchmark on hold after the PBOC didn't adjust medium-term lending facility. The one-year loan prime rate, the standard for corporate lending, stayed at 3.7, and the 5-year LPR for mortgages remained at 4.45. China's commodity appetite for cheap Russian oil is still reverberating. ESPO oil is betting offered at a discount of up to $12 a barrel, or about 10%, to rival varieties from Brazil. People familiar said the flow in Russian crude to China already forced Iran to discount some grades and crimped imports from West Africa. Oil fell after climbing more than 8% in the last 3 sessions as investors weighed API data today. Firm time spreads continue to suggest tightness, ING said. Base metals were mostly up while gold fell towards $1,700 an ounce. Wheat rose to the highest in 1 week. Soybean and corn extended losses. Enjoy hired bankers to advise on a possible sale. Wall Street Journal reported the deal may value the e-cigarette company of up to $5 billion. JP Morgan set up a unit to hold leverage loans on its balance sheet, Financial Times said. Miss Fresh may sell stakes of its intelligent fresh market business. People said the Tencent-backed firm is seeking a valuation of $100 million. Oaktree to mull bid for Reliance Capital. Volkswagen's affordable brands will become more similar under the hood as more parts and factories are shared to boost efficiency, Executive Thomas Schaefer said. Abbott beat and raised its profit guidance as new Omicron subvariants and a fresh wave of infections support COVID diagnostic sales. Bath & Body Works fell after cutting forecasts. Google and Oracle's London data centers are back online after they buckled yesterday amid a heat wave knocking some websites online. ZipMex, a crypto exchange operating in markets like Singapore and Thailand, said it halted withdrawals until further notice. That's another one. Farnborough International Air Show, Vietjet confirmed a deal of 200 Boeing 737 MAX jets. JP Morgan considers moving 1,000 staff to EU. Apple's China shipments surged in June after lockdowns were lifted. JP Morgan must face trial over former worker retaliation claims. JP Morgan can move 1,000 staff to Paris. Boeing scores again as Vietjet confirms 200 jets. JP Morgan plans to hold leverage loans on balance sheet. Apple Target trimmed down Morgan Stanley on Mac and service weaknesses. Big oil stock sell-off overdone. Chevron upgraded to buy at HSBC. JP Morgan seeks bid for $200 million first Mac deal, and then Merck's Keytruda fails head of neck cancer trial. Hot dog. The world's best passport belongs to Japan with hassle-free entry to 193 countries, according to Henley Passport Association. Singapore and South Korea share second spot. American League won its 9th All-Star game in a row on the back of home runs by Yankees' Giancarlo Stanton and the Twins' Byron Buxton, the AP reported. Super speed spoofs. Greg Smith clicked his computer mouse so rapidly to place and cancel bogus gold orders for Bear Stearns and later JP Morgan that colleagues would joke he needed to put ice on his fingers to cool them down, or that he must be double jointed. That's according to testimony from Smith's former protege at his fraud and racketeering trialing on spoof trading. New York City reopened the Rockaway beaches after they were closed following shark sightings in Massachusetts. Swimmers were ordered after the water after a great white shark was tracked in Cape Cod. That's crazy. Bus drivers are retiring or calling it quits for better paid private sector gigs in large numbers, creating a crisis for U.S. transit agencies seeking to rebuild after pandemic losses. Agencies need to ensure competitive salaries to cultivate a new generation of transit operators amid the silver tsunami. An advocacy group reported the pitch pitch hasn't been updated for the new generation. Up in flames, some 500 firefighters struggled to contain large wildfires outside of Athens today for a second day. And then on this day in history, men set foot on the moon for the first time in 1969. As the climax of the Apollo 11 mission, the lunar module Eagle touched down at 4:17 p.m. New York time, and Neil Armstrong became the first human on the surface 6.5 hours later. Buzz Aldrin joined him after 19 minutes. There had been arguments about who should go first, but one account says mission officials decided it should be calm, quiet person like Charles Lindbergh, and Armstrong fit the bill. Wow. We were on the moon. You say, Cap, Josh, how come we haven't been back? It's 2022. Are you kidding me? I could trade stocks in game-like fashion on my phone, and we have not been back to the moon? This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got a couple of plays to go over again. You're going to have a couple of earnings, but look at the time. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we just want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you. Thank you for your service, and shout out to the veterans, baby. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you, and thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, let's go. God bless America. God bless the Cult, baby. Yes, how you feel? You feel good? You feel blessed? Oh, it's great. You got the stock market. You got EU drama tomorrow. You got more earnings today. You got earnings continuation. Oh, Netflix is about to give up its first green, bro. Netflix is going to give up the first green since 2021. Oh, man. Oh, man. We just needed to open up green, I think. I don't know, but get ready, Chad. We got a lot on the plate. I got a couple of plays, actually not too many. Netflix, Qualcomm, Tesla, UNG. That's where I'm starting here now, and there's a couple of pre-market movers. Again, JBHT, they had some news there regarding beating estimates and earnings. VBLT Therapeutics, they are down 78%, so that one could be an interesting one. They had a biotech trial that was failed, and then VITL climbs up 9% after Morgan Stanley upgraded the egg seller. Yes, eggs are hot right now. Eggs are very hot. So Tesla, we can play both ways. That's pretty much what I'm going to look for. Really, I just need a premium crush, and that's all we do, man. 5 months at the kids' table? Really? Oh, my gosh. Twitch, we've been in the game, baby. Oh, I don't even know if I don't even think that we could call it the kids' table anymore at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's actually crazy. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it. Let's have a fun day. You got about 40 seconds before the bell. Need you to call out plays. We went positive, the negative, the positive on the day. Probably going to get a lot of volatility, and just get ready for some more earnings. Again, Tesla, Netflix. Watch out for the Netflix continuation as well, too. We'll see what happens with that one. I think our Iron Condor should work, though. So that's good. That one is very good. I have the price upgrade, so we could go over those in a little bit. Pretty much I have every single analyst that has came out on Netflix already. It's like 10 or 15 of them. So I have all of their comments. We could go over it in a little bit. So we'll see. Oh, yeah, we need our vote. There it is. Round 1. Fight. All right. So we're pretty much right at break even on the day. I'll check the industries in a second. NASDAQ is up only 0.1. Let's see what we got here. I'm checking the Netflix premium. So, again, remember what we were saying yesterday. Netflix premiums are literally smashed on both sides now. So I'm sure we're going to be up on our other one, but I think calls and puts both clapped. So we make money on the premium sells, and then any options that we bought, they are down. The put down, that finally dropped now. Only worth $40. And then where's the call? The call is down too, dude. They lost all their gains on that. Bears winning. Coin, that was brutal. Tesla's popping up again. If the Tesla premiums could go, that could be decent. I mean, they were selling off a little bit in the morning. Let's check the calls. They're like the same price as yesterday. Yeah, Netflix is clapped on both sides. And then watch EWG and any of the Europe plays. Again, that news in the morning was not good. Meta was doing good in the morning. They're leading 1.5 right now. Let's check industry-wise. Discretionaries are leading, and then everything's barely up, and then energy's negative, healthcare is negative, materials and tech. Only thing up is discretionaries by 0.5%, and then everything's only 0.5 from there. Airbnb is up. Netflix still selling off. Ooh, dude, Netflix is about to go negative. That is sad. Sad, sad day for the Netflix gang. Oh, the Shopify plays are up from yesterday, too. So that play's still working. I kind of like that one. Roblo, Snow. The Qualcomm, too. Oh, we really have to talk about Qualcomm. Let's see. Come on, film me on that. No, they're not filming me. Hold on. Netflix are bullish. Yeah, they are scamming. They're down. I mean, they're down 90%. Remember, the premiums were jacked yesterday. That's all we talked about. That's why we sold the premium. So it's unfortunate we lost on some of the other plays, but now it's like, yo, you could actually make a play on this one. That's at least the good part. Come on. I'm waiting. I'm trying to get filled on that. Let me check the Shopify's. Yeah, and the Shopify's, we had those yesterday. Those are starting to move up. Bro, is this going to fill me on anything? Okay, finally. All right, I was able to grab one. I grabbed a Netflix play. Honestly, the premiums are pretty low right now, but it's like it could be worse. I don't know how to describe it. Again, I just took that whole time trying to get filled. Tesla's up. I want the premiums to come down on those calls a little bit. But yeah, Tesla, you might get the pre-earnings move. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I went with calls on Netflix, so don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with a call for next week, and I spent about $68. So they already came down a little bit, again, when they were going up, the volatility's there, but there's a lot of volatility. Obviously, the plays are down like 90%. So pretty much next week calls on Netflix. If it could continue up, I mean, they already sold off, what, $20 from the morning here. So if that could actually start to turn up, that could be good. Netflix dump, I'm not too sure. Again, I'll go over the analyst stuff, but I mean, you weren't the only one who thought that, it was like good and bad, but mainly leaning towards bad. Again, it's like just the only thing that was good is that it wasn't as bad as it was initially feared, and that's your only bullish catalyst. So we'll see. And again, Netflix has had a very difficult 12 months, closing up green after earnings. So we'll see. Yeah, if it could hold 200, that's going to be a good sign. But again, Netflix has not had a green day following earnings since 2021. That was a SPY green. It was red earlier, but now it's green. I mean, NASDAQ's up a quarter. SPY's still battling. Dow is down. What's interesting about today is that you only have consumer discretionaries up, and now tech is only up 0.09, but everything is borderline struggling right here. So we'll see. It's actually surprising. I think it could be a little bit of the carryover from yesterday, but you still got the excess amount of bullishness. Could be all Tesla, too. That would make some sense. And then Shopify's going up there. Disney's up. Does earnings make you want to add more Netflix? I'm decent. I like the position we have because yesterday, I don't know if you realized on one account. On the small account, we were positive on our Netflix position right after earnings. So at 218, we have one position, and then my other position's at 230. So it's I like our positioning now. I like where the stock is at. I'm going to kind of let it do its thing before adding more to it. But, I mean, I wasn't necessarily too scared or too fearful from Netflix's earnings. The thing for me really just boils down to the dollar, again, because I think that dollar thing is very, very important. Snap's warning looms over battered online ad stocks. Disney's coming up. Dollar's coming down. That's good. Snap is up 5. Where's Meta? Meta's up 1.2. PayPal and Square, I think they'll get clapped. Honestly, I mean, I've been saying it for a year. I feel like they have to have a good earnings eventually, but I'm probably not going to play those ones. I think it'll be a little bit more difficult. So I think it's hard to say. I would just go look at their dollar impact, and you could get an idea. Mara, yeah, they're doing good today again. Another 9%. Coinbase up 7. All the Bitcoin stocks. I think Bitcoin is on another tear. Apple calls are even coming up. We're about to be in the money on that second one, but now we're down on the put if you remember. Qualcomm high. Bro, I don't know. Qualcomm, we misread it yesterday. I thought it was most of their money comes from America, but they have a real big dollar risk. So the question is, how did they already forecast that, though? Because people are looking at that for them. Tesla, they're coming down a little bit. Hopefully, if that brings if the premiums on the calls get a crush, I would like to take it. Otherwise, maybe wait till the last hour on Tesla, and it does what Netflix did yesterday. Crypto exchange FTX reportedly in talks to raise funding for themselves or what? Yeah, I still have the SAM play. That one's still down 27,000 or something. I don't know if they'll have a good earning. We'll find out, but we'll see. Phase holdings down 23%. Okay, welcome. Roblo on the high. Amazon's going. So big tech's starting to just wake up. It got off to a slow start, but that's your only leader here on the day now. It's right behind discretionaries, but discretionaries, communication, a little bit more risk on, but majority of industries are down here. So, the relative trend could flip pretty quick. Again, we had a pretty bumpy morning. Dollar issue someone keeps an eye on, or is that not something? It just, well, usually the dollar is relatively stable if you take a look at the chart. So it just all depends on the company and their procedure. And like that's why, with a company that gets 95% of their revenue overseas, I'm assuming that Qualcomm has more of a strategy than, let's say, Snapchat, right? They have like 70% or 60% of revenue in the United States. So it's like them specifically, I think they would have one, but really just depends on every company. So Netflix holding the 204. Very impressive. Very impressive. IBM, that's continuation from yesterday. Boeing's down on the jet order news. Real is on the high. Roblox is running. Airbnb's up at 1.6. Snapchat's up 6. And again, Meta. I got to see those plays. Meta, Tesla, Amazon, even Apple. All the big tech is just like it's starting to run right here. 520, so over. That's like what? Almost 300. Meta, very good Meta. Wow. Meta, key level of support here. NVIDIA waking up. Shop calls are up 60. Yeah, ours are up there too. I think we have over 50% on those. Shop's up another 5%. Still needs to break out a little bit. Oh, Meta with the red candle there. Yeah, I have the Shop. We bought them yesterday, remember? So they're doing good. 70 cents to like $1.05. Not anything too crazy, but still like 50%. Airbnb new highs. XLV is down. Again, consumer staples doing bad. Discretionaries are the one that are leading the way right here. Coin has moved 36% in 4 days. Again, Bitcoin, I think, has moved at least 20% or something like that. It's been a big news out of the crypto world just in terms of that little bounce there. The shop calls are pretty far out. At this point, I think I'm like $4 out the money now. But the last, I think it was like yesterday, they were $7 out the money, I think. So SPY coming down. Dollar starting to skyrocket. Dollar might go green on the day. So that's going to be the difference from yesterday. We'll see what happens. Please listen and buy Affirm shares. Why? Did you buy them? If you bought them, it's good, Habibi. Don't worry. We'll be okay. Mara puts Roblox up 5. Uber's up 3. That's good. Uber has not been doing good. Oh, where's CLX? Did that drop from yesterday? Damn. That's unfortunate. No Fed shit this week. Again, next week is going to be action-packed. That's what a lot of people are waiting for. All right, I sold the Shopify at 105. I'm going to just take the 50% just because I'm holding a lot of other ones, and then that's the next week. Dollar gas in, EWG down. Yeah, again, the Euro Gazprom news and pretty much 20% of capacity for Nord Stream 1. That's what Putin said this morning. That's why I have people tripping out. Netflix negative on the day. I forgot about Netflix already. He already came down. Come on, Netflix. You were doing so good. I was so proud of you. Snow is still going. Yeah, Snow's up 5.6 right now. Veru's on the high. Oracle. Seems like software stocks are doing good. Even Ason's up 8%. It's so weird. You would think we're just not moving a lot on the indexes, but there's still quite a few 4 or 5% moves here on the day. JP Morgan's down. Banks are not. Banks could go positive. They're only down 0.11. So we'll see. Roblo. Yeah, Roblo at 40. It needs to like break out from the 40 level. I remember last time we hit 45. Chart definitely looks good though. Roblo looks better than not. Definitely could be looking worse. So I like that. Airbnb 104. He's starting to move too. Dollar's climbing, so we'll see how this starts to factor in by the end of the day. Snap, yeah, Snap is up a lot. Snap is up another 6% too. But he needs to break out. He needs to get above like $16 to get him out of that zone. Spotify earnings, I do not have a play on that, no. Buy more coal stocks. Where is BTU and ARLP? 1.7. They're not down too much, though. Again, like even like ARLP still near the highs compared to a lot of other commodities. Qualcomm, weird. Existing home sales is in 15 minutes, yes. And that could have some sort of effect. Again, that's gonna be more related to the consumer. We've only been getting like new build data, and that's kind of more luxury. So we'll see how it plays out. Apple's hitting a high. Myrna's on the high as well. So is Microsoft. Microsoft getting a decent move here. Shopify still going. Netflix, come on Netflix, do it for the kids. Amazon's killing it, 1.1. I think they're probably the best. Yeah, I think they're the best out of all the tech right now. Because, yeah, everything's up only like 0.3, 0.5. TTD. TTD is starting to skyrocket there. That looks like a very aggressive move. Snaps warning, looms over. I don't see any news on there. TTD's running, 3 big candles. Kind of waking up. Remember, it was down since the Oracle stuff. Or actually ended up coming up after Microsoft and the Facebook news. DOJ, nationwide coordinated law firm, enforcement to combat telemedicine and clinical laboratory equipment. What? I don't know. Check Teladoc and anything related to medical. Teladoc's popping off of that. That's weird. But again, there's a Department of Justice nationwide coordinated law action to combat telemedicine, clinical laboratory, and durable medical equipment. No other context besides that. SPY coming out on VWAP. Spotify on the high. Airbnb selling off. Shopify's ripping. You got 120 on that Shopify now. So I took out at 105. Chipback, I don't know if it passed the Senate. There were some updates, though. So SPY just had a decent-sized candle back to open. Gold ETFs are starting to move. It looks like Netflix is going up on it. Interesting. I think Netflix wants the market to go down if it wants to go up. We'll find out. Disney, low-key flying. Yeah, I think even after Netflix earnings, too, people felt a little bit better. But they're actually still holding up. That's great. And again, Amazon's the leader on tech right now. AMC, GME, gassing. So be careful with those. Again, I think we've established that. But like, I feel like every day I've seen it in the morning, and then it kind of sells off depending on the day by the end of the day. So keep watch. Netflix starting to break out a little bit. Premiums are still willing to move up, which is good. Wheat dump, UNG dump. Yeah, UNG's still positive, but it is. Wheat still doing decent. So if the dollar goes up because people are literally buying and holding more dollars, the price it shows on the chart is literally the price of the dollar. Theoretically, yeah, it's pretty much giving you an idea. Well, pretty much the price of the dollar lets you know how strong you are relative to your other currencies. And again, it boils down to goods and services and what you could transact in the dollar and what it gets you. But the real key right now is really just about currency conversion. And again, that's how it's really affecting. It could either help or hurt companies a lot. Again, I think the part people are also missing is that if the dollar comes down in the next 6 months, that could actually be very, very good for a lot of growth stocks. The Iron Condor on the Netflix is doing great, I believe. I mean, take a look at the option chain. You'll see again, this is what we talked about yesterday. Remember I said your opportunity cost was if Netflix didn't move 15%. So remember we were saying that's why we did the play. And in general, we were saying, just be careful on the FOMO demon or the YOLO demon, because it's like, hey, the premiums yesterday were so jacked. If you just waited today, calls and puts on Netflix are both down 80%. So everything is down on Netflix. If it expires in the next week or so, all of those premiums are just totally slashed. So that means as long as, again, Netflix stays above 140 and below 280 for me, we're going to win on that Iron Condor. So dollar goes higher, it's stronger, yes. YOLO Demon wants to buy puts. Do it. Do it. Now's a better time. You see, that's why, again, I bought the call today. I'd even be down for a put, too. Again, I don't, because I think 200 will be an interesting level, but we'll see. But the whole idea is that now your YOLO Demon will get reward if you're going to go buy a 2-week play, because now you're getting a 90% discount to yesterday. Like, you're literally getting 90% off. So any idea you had that you wanted to gamble on far as earnings, you have a way better play and you have information to go off of. How does UUP correlate with the dollar? UUP goes up. What does that mean? UUP is kind of like the wheat ETF. So remember, shout out to Sal, baby. We talked about the wheat ETF, and, Sal explained how the idea of the ETF is to track the price of the commodity. So UUP is just a ETF that holds dollars. So they're pretty much designed to hold dollars. They have a bunch of cash on hand, so dollar goes up in value. They should benefit off of it, but they're also taking actions, through other corporate paper and other stuff to make sure you can find the what's it called, so that they can make sure it represents the value of the dollar. So they hold majority dollars, but then they'll use other assets to balance it out, and if the dollar goes up or down, they will adjust accordingly. All right, question. You bought a call credit spread, Coinbase 50-60. My buy leg is 65, up 500. In your opinion, do you think I should take that and roll over the short? So are you down on the 50 then, though? So if you have a call credit spread, I'm assuming you shorted the 50 call and bought the 65. So the 65 is up, but that means you should be down on the other one, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. If that's the case, I mean, you could take the risk of covering the short and hopefully it runs. But now, if you go down on that play, then you're going to get double clapped. Netflix is starting to rip here a little bit, coming back to the highs of the day. The plays did not go up on that, though. They're cucking the premium on the call side. That was not enough. So it's just the risk there. I would be careful with it. So what you can do is roll over to another contract. So maybe with the premium up, what you could do is roll over to one with more time so you could get the same premium back. But then you can go and hopefully get further out the money. So then that way you could get back up on the premium sell. And then if you really want to go bullish on it, buy more than one call to insure. But I think in that case, I would roll over. But if you try to cover the short and then hold the long play, it could work out for it's a game of chicken pretty much. So it's going to work until the Coinbase comes down. And if Coinbase comes down, you lose on both. So just keep that in mind. But depending on the time you have, remember with credit spreads, you could use a lot to your advantage with time. Push it to the wall, and then you could always roll over out of it. Goldman going up. If banks could come to life, that could be good for the market. Pinduoduo on the low. JD, Baba, China plays selling off pretty big right here. They're not down that much. They're just going negative. Twitter, they're at the low, but China plays are moving now. JD, Baba. And then banks are break even. Banks could go positive right here. Yeah, Tesla's flipping. So start looking at the calls if the calls go down. But we need the calls cheaper than 2 days ago. Let's see. Yeah, see, so this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a basic one. Again, you could go down all the list, but I need the calls cheaper than yesterday. Otherwise, you're still paying some earnings premium. Dollar pin, Netflix getting bonked. It's doing a little bit better here, so we'll see. But the premiums were not playing along on those bigger candles. Scammers. Dollar wants to climb again. Costco's on the low. Microsoft from highs. They're still barely green. Apple just went negative now on the day, surprisingly. They looked like they were stronger, but they really just didn't have that much cushion. Pot stocks are rocketing. Von der Leyen, full cut of Russia gas. So von der Leyen, the comments out of the EU is that pretty much they said before Putin even said anything, they said they're going to try to cut energy usage by 18%, aka rationing. And then Putin came out with that 20% capacity news. Volume, let's check, my friend. Let's check. We've only been here for about 30 minutes. 7 million, it's decent, honestly. It's a little bit above average, but the question is if it maintains throughout the day. So lately we've been seeing good volume come in, but by the end of the day, the volume drops off. Watch out, Tesla selling off more. Couple of big tech names. You're even getting Mara and some of the coin stocks coming down. Tesla's now red. Apple's now red. They're break even. Microsoft still has cushion. Again, Amazon was the leader, still up over 1%. Yeah, Tesla just went red. Netflix pretty much holding right where it opened up at. Let's see, TLT. Again, a lot of yield curve activity today. So it came back to normal, but earlier in the morning, it was almost about 0.25% inverted. Something's happened. I just think it's kind of the dollar this time around. You know, it's like even though the dollar doesn't look like it's moving much, we're just not down on the dollar today. So we'll see. GME's on the high. Halliburton and Schlumberger, energy names starting to move. Oil names are coming back up here to the high. Housing data, 4 minutes. Housing data matters, but it's not like the most. It's not going to be the biggest or the worst, but don't underestimate this market. Whereas, you know, people are going to use that data to extrapolate information about the consumer and the health of things. I mean, just imagine, like, come on. If real estate data is really bad, what do you think everyone's going to say? And then if real estate data is really good, what do you think all the real estate bulls are going to say? So it's like, again, it's a big portion of the consumer to a degree. So it is important, but I think it really depends on the level of miss or surprise that we get here. You said 0.21 is normal? No. It's unchanged. So it came back to normal on the day, I guess, or unchanged, not moving. Oil, I like it still. I mean, it broke my low end, which surprised me, but then quickly came back up. But, I mean, I think with this whole Europe situation, we're going to get a lot more, but it's just a matter of time, I think. We got to see what the Fed is going to do and if demand destruction and deflation is really taking place or not. My interpretation on what? The yield curve, dollar. The interpretation on the yield curve today is that short-term rates rocketed more than long-term. So the long-term rates came down a little bit, but then the short-term rates absolutely surged. So it just inverted the yield curve again. Literally, TLT green means long-term rates came down, and then SHI should be going down. SHI should actually be in the red. So, but you can see that TLT is down 0.89, where SHI is only 0.09, but short end has moved a lot higher than the long end this morning. And again, it was off of the comments off of the EU, I would assume. I did not grab Qualcomm besides the one that I have. I don't even have the strangle. I don't even have calls on Qualcomm yet, just the puts. Honestly, I might be down to even grab a couple more. It sucks because I think, let me see where the prices are at. Yeah, those are already down 50%. Scammers. Check. Big money rub pull. What happened off screen? Or is it everything looks red? Things selling off. Tesla's solar installment news. Hot dog. Yeah, UNG bounced up. Oil starting to make a move. Netflix coming down. I do like the Qualcomms. Again, I've been waiting for calls. I'm at 100 on 100 strike. And those are cheap now. Those are 28 cents. I bought them at 50. When is the earnings? Again, the thing about Qualcomm I said yesterday, you have time, though. In the sense that usually their earnings come in a little bit later in the season. I guess they're July 27th. 7 days? Okay. I made another Qualcomm play. I'll take it right now. Call it a day. So I added to the puts, but I still want calls. I just don't have them yet. Housing data just came in. 5.12 million. Estimate was 5.3. So it didn't come in that much lower, actually. And there wasn't a big drop. ABT Iron Condor would have hit as well. I'm sure a lot of Iron Condors, again, with the premium. I think if we notice when the premiums are like really, really jacked, you could get some decent ones. Tesla to 725. If that bounces, check the calls, though. Again, I still think they're kind of expensive. It's at 733 still. We're at the low of the day. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I added average down on the Qualcomm. I spent a little bit more. I spent over 150 for one contract on the put side. And then I still have the other ones. They're down 50%. Remember, they came back up to break even 2 days, and then they're just very volatile. So be careful with that. But that's what I have. Then Tesla puts are still up, if you remember that one from a couple days ago. So that's moving a little bit. SPY just hit a new low on the day. We're down. No way. 0.72, but it's only 1.7. And then NASDAQ still green. Do you really trust the Qualcomm put? Well, I mean, I just like the strong impact of the dollar. I mean, if anything, I think it's more tilted in my favor than not, but anything could happen with it. And again, I mean, if I've said it many times, out of any of the chip makers, I think Qualcomm is my favorite. But granted, too, you remember the AMD put and what we talked about there. So it's like, I know chip makers are getting pressure and all of that, but now too with the dollar, unless that was forecasted in, which they could have given their dollar impact. I just think that's more in the favor than not. So existing home sales dropped. That's weird. They dropped 5.4%. Estimate was 1.1%, but it was 5.12 million units versus 5.35. And then prior was 5.4 for existing home sales. So it's back to the same amount of home sales in June and March of 2020. FX headwinds for big tech. Again, the bull case is saying that Qualcomm already priced in the dollar. Why? Because they get 90% plus of their revenue on on the dollar, or non-dollar. So I'm assuming they forecasted for it or that they could have adjusted, but the whole point is just the dollar has moved crazy. So maybe that was just a little bit extra, and then any other stuff we're seeing with chip demand. EU approves ban on Russian gold and other sanction tweaks. GLD dropping on that. Wheat and dollar. Well, the wheat and dollar, I mean, just commodities in general. There's no like specific like wheat dollar correlation, if that makes sense. So just kind of the broader effect of commodities or the dollar on commodities. And sometimes it's elusive in the sense that, I mean, you're seeing it. There's periods where you watch the reaction, and then once it is in place, there's kind of a delay between the two. And then things go on, and then eventually behavior changes, and then things start to readjust again. UUP, so SPY trying to bounce a little bit. ASML on the high. They were negative in the morning. APLD on the high. Applied blockchain up 30. That could probably be a hype runner for the day. Tesla, Apple, how you feeling, better? Feeling good, baby. Good to be alive and in the game, and we got artists. So is Netflix supposed to move big now since they priced in? Well, they already did the earnings. People expected it to move big after the earnings. Earnings came out people's expectations change, contract prices come back to relatively normal. So now the contracts are cheaper. That's why I said yesterday, just wait. If you already missed the 400% move on the calls, and then now the puts were still kind of juiced, we said it's like you could have YOLO'd before earnings, but if you just waited, you could have walked away with an 80% discount on both sides. Yeah, existing home sales, they dropped. It was 4%. It didn't seem that big on the 5.1 versus 5.3, but the percentage is pretty large. They dropped 5% on existing home sales month over month. Last month it dropped 3%, and then the expectation was a drop of 1.1. It might get revised, but overall not too positive. Drunken semiconductors, yes, ASML. Yeah, it's not too good. It didn't seem that big, but that 5% number is, again, from the last 2 months. I'll show you the chart. It's crashing. It depends how you define crash, but it's coming down in terms of the crazy activity. So, that's where we're at right here. Expectations were supposed to be up here. But like I'm saying, you draw this line through it. We're just back at the same sales at one point was the high of 2013, even 2018, 2019. So it's it's coming back there, but we'll see. Definitely negative data comparatively. The question is now, how does it get revised, either worse or better? Looking at Phase IPO. Yeah, but weren't they a SPAC beforehand? I don't know. I don't know if that is going to... Bad timing, I feel like, in the market. Didn't it go down already? Yeah, it's already down 26% since opening bell. Save the kids coin. Netflix. Microsoft's coming down. Apple in the middle. Amazon still the leader. Amazon looking really good. AMD. UNH on the low. Healthcare. It looks like UNH is printing. Down 3%. Damn. Roblox right back to open. Where is UNH? NVIDIA popping. Chips are probably going to go crazy. AMAT, ASML. Maybe bad timing there on the Qualcomm put. The chips are starting to lead. Again, they're killing it right now. NVIDIA gas in. ASML, yeah, all of them are moving. Dizzle. Oh, AMD big candles. NVIDIA popping as well, too. All of the semis. Intel's the only one down, I'm assuming, from yesterday's bad news. WG, CCL on the high. Yeah, Netflix clapped both sides. Even the calls I got on that little move today, they're down. They're not down too much, but they're still down. They're not making the move. Nancy husband bill. Remember, yesterday there was bad news on it, but if that comes in, I didn't think it would move the markets like that big. I thought most of it was priced in. I'm surprised. Because remember, we reacted to a chip bill a year ago. That's why I was like, I didn't think people would, I didn't think Intel would be that crazy about it, and then all the chips, but it could just be some of the earnings hype too. Tesla bouncing a little bit. Chips are leading the way on the high ticker right now. AMAT, NVIDIA, AMD, ASML, and ASML was red on the day. The news on the chips is that they were having trouble actually getting the chip bill passed, and then they pushed another chip bill, and now they're renegotiating it, and that's pretty much it. Amazonian, new high. Dollar staying elevated, but not too much, and then we're barely down on SPY and Dow. Dow's down a little bit more, and then NASDAQ's up 0.41. And then all you have today, dude, only tech and discretionaries are green. So literally, there's only 2 industries in the green right now. We'll see if this is enough to keep the market up. Otherwise, today's going to be a big breadth issue if it gets a little worse. The bull is still on table. I thought it was falling through. There were just delays. I think it was Manchin said he's not going to vote for it, and then McConnell yesterday said he wasn't going to vote for it, and then now they're just keep negotiating back and forth. I thought chip bill went through on 64.34. I read that. We read that in the morning, but I don't know if that meant that it passed. I thought they were saying they have like the votes for it, or they're looking for something. Good news for Tesla. I'm not too sure. I mean, Tesla, I'm probably even going to sell any of the plays. I was trying to get a call here, but the calls are a little expensive. I'm going to wait till end of the day, but I still have that put that's up. I might just even sell out the plays before close. I just don't know. We'll see. I want to see the premiums if they get juice kind of like Netflix, because Tesla could be one that might be decent for premium, so we'll see. And then SPY back to VWAP. We'll see if it gets above there. Netflix making another one of these moves, man. It's actually kind of moving quite erratic. 207. AMD chips again. Should have waited a little bit on the Qualcomm. AMD's really rocketing, though. How does phase generate revenue? I think they just report in terms of clout. So like, Netflix has subscribers, they just have clout, and then you just become cool for owning it, and like you get clout points, and then they even give you like Twitch points. That's totally a joke. I think they make a lot of money from just like advertising revenue, games, a lot of this stuff they do. Tesla pricing, earnings drop. Amazon keeps going. Well, let's see what Tesla. We can get an earnings preview for Tesla here. Feel like everyone's going to ask about this one. So, Tesla, Deutsche Bank analyst commentary, they say they have a buy price target 11.25. Tesla's strong pricing strength and likelihood of a considerable volume ramp in second half make the stock attractive despite recent dip, according to analyst Emmanuel Rosner. He expects management to reiterate its full-year delivery growth of 50% versus 2021. Bloomberg says Tesla's second quarter drop in deliveries makes it look more like an automaker than a tech company. Gross margin expected to slide 500 basis points to 24%, but Tesla should have an easy path to upside surprise as consensus is typically a low bar. Strong June delivery growth could indicate momentum in the second half. There's 26 buys, 12 holds, and 11 sells. Average price target is $870, 20% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 7.1%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 10 of the last 12 earnings quarters, and then shares are up 12% in the past year, while the S&P is down 8.3%. So, looks like it's only pricing in 7% right now, which is not too big if you think about it. AMD again. Then Netflix, new high. I don't know if the premiums are playing along. Premiums are like right under break even now, even though it's hitting a new high. So literally, we bought one of those calls at the bottom, and it expires next week. And even then, the premium's not even like juicing off of I guess it's only a $5 move, but still. Airbnb new high. AMD chip makers are really leading the way right here. CTV, that's popping on the high ticker. CTV, I think it's a big pop. It's just not loading. EWG, Airbnb highs. Oh, wow. That's a nice move off the bot. Airbnb moving like it's good old days. There you go, man. Remember when you were at like 200, bro? It's okay. I don't want to bring it up, but it's just you got it in you, bro. Just some words of encouragement, man. Just some words of encouragement. And Tesla priced in with previous delivery numbers. So that said it was 7%. Looks about 40 bucks. Yeah, $70 would be 10 cents, 10%. Yeah, it's pricing in about like 5% now. So Tesla's like not even pricing in a lot. So in a weird way, I think the premiums are a little bit cheaper than not. So big red candle across the board, it looks like. I think Apple, Microsoft, Netflix, everybody took one. I'd see if the chip makers did, yeah. Car leases weren't a thing last recession. Well, kind of not really. I mean, there was cash for clunkers in 2008, and a lot of auto companies went bankrupt in 2008. So it depends on how you want to look at it. I mean, at least in 2018, when some things were kind of slowing down a little bit, people weren't too worried about auto numbers and auto leases. But, I mean, last great recession, there was something big. Goldman continues to work with energy companies, Solomon says. Are banks right at break even? They're down a quarter. Jeez. Again, only tech is up 0.41, and then discretionaries are up 0.72, and then communication is down 0.02, and then every other industry is red on the day. I'm excited for houses to reduce even further. I actually had this talk yesterday. I mean, I've been getting a lot of crazy offers lately, and I'm kind of excited too. I think it's just going to depend on when Papa Powell stops raising rates and then the impact on the yield curve. But people are starting to make deals. I don't know. Does anybody want this deal? It's a little expensive. That's the reason why I don't want it, because I'm like, I don't know. There's some risk, but I found a lady at a new build. So there's a new build in San Diego. Lady bought this house and she doesn't want it anymore. She bought it for her kids, and her kids don't want the house, ironically. But this is what happened. She is willing to sell it at the same price that she bought it from the builder. And there's already a couple of neighbors who are trying to list it about 300,000 higher than what it was for. So it'll rent at a decent amount, but the problem is she'll sell it to me at 1.3, and they're selling for about 1.5, 1.6 right now. And she'll include all of the furniture in the house. So I was like, interesting. It's a good deal. It's a good deal, but it's just if the value, again, if interest rates go higher and if it's not selling at 1.5, she can't sell it. It's been about a month, I think she's been trying to sell it. But pretty much if it goes any you can quick flip it if you think it'll be there, but again, it hasn't sold. No, it's a brand new house. You don't need any rent. The house is beautiful. I'm telling you. She just wants to break even. That's it. Yeah. Like, I talked to her 2 weeks ago, and she was trying to sell it to me for only $100,000 above what she paid. And then yesterday she came. She's like, "Listen, I'll just sell it at break even. You give me what I pay for it. I'll give you the furniture too, and then that's it." So the high of the houses of that sold is 1.5, 1.6. Actually, no, I think 1.8. I think there's even one house that sold at 1.8, a little bit bigger. So she's willing to sell it at break even. I don't know though, but it's a little bit more expensive. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, she bought it about like a year ago or like 7 months ago. She put in the order. She was in the first phase. She got it. So I have this deal. I don't know. I might take it, but I don't know if I want it because I'm just like, I'll just wait a little bit, because it's not like it's in the middle. It's like it's a good house, but it's like not the best. It's not the worst. And then she hasn't been able to sell it at 1.5 for over 30 days. So I'm just like, we'll see. It is fully furnished. It's a nice part of San Diego. I mean, email me if you want it, and if you're in the market, I could get you that deal. I mean, literally, you just get to swap spaces with somebody who had a build order in a year ago, pretty much. Makes no sense. She can't sell it. Why do you think you can? Because I'd be getting a $200,000 discount. So then at the very least, assuming things hold up, you would have a little bit more equity cushion. But then that's where I'm worried, because if rates go up even higher, I don't think that house is going to, I think you'll break even at 1.3 pretty much. But you can't sell it at the lower price. She's not marketing it at a lower price. She just we put in the first offer, and I put in a lowball cash offer, and we got her talking. And then now, she's just been going back and forth with us because she knows. I said I'll close in 3 days. I could literally get her the money in 3 days, and we could close this out, call it a day. Yeah, that one wouldn't be a quick flip, exactly. It would be more of a, you buy it, rent it, hold it for a year or two, wait till things chill out, and then hopefully the equity gives you more of an advantage. Could you take over her loan? I don't know if she has a loan on it. I would have to double check. Qualcomm's starting to drop now, so watch out. Chip makers had their little run. So, but what I'm saying is I'm getting excited, though, because I'm like, dude, the amount of people I've every low ball offer that I've done, oh my gosh, it's crazy. I was able to get a counter on like 5 different low balls. How do you close in 3 days? You just waive a lot of the, like, no inspection, no nothing. It's a brand new house. So usually in this case, it's like everything's pretty much already figured out and done for. There's not anything we're going to have to look at. We're just waiving everything. And, pretty much if I could get her this offer on a Monday, we could close out by pretty much Thursday, Wednesday technically, but then Thursday. They'll get it done. They could do it in 3 days. Like, if everything is set and both people are on cash, like if I'm pretty sure she is on cash too, where she doesn't have a loan, it should be able to be done pretty quickly. But you could do 3-day closings. It just all depends on where we land on the calendar. Microsoft popping now, a couple of other names, Airbnb leading. Yeah, they're hitting me up after low balls, 100%. That's what I'm saying, though. So hopefully in the next couple of months, depending on how things go, if we could get better deals. But that's what I'm sitting on the fence on. But I don't know I think if there's a Chad who wants to move to San Diego, or you already live in San Diego and you would want a new build house at a decent price and you could afford it, I would take it. That makes more sense. Because like I said, otherwise it'd be one you pretty much buy, rent out for a little bit, and then the equity will compound for you. Yeah, you lowball cash offers used to hit really good. Hell yeah, because when people have to wait average 30 days to sell a home and you're like, I could buy it in a week. No open houses. None of this. People used to, it used to be great. And then then all of a sudden everybody had cash in 2020. How are people so pessimistic at this time? No, I feel you. The house would be $1.3 million. It's an expensive house. It's not cheap. Like again, with these interest rates too, $1.3 million is a pretty penny on that monthly payment. The house in Ohio, I'm getting ready for remodels so we could get it ready for Airbnb. What do you offer? It was at she listed it at like 1.6. I said, I'll give you 1.2. And then she said, no, I'll do 1.4. And then we were like, nah, we're good. And then she kept in touch with us and then hit us up yesterday, or the last 2 days. It's been like a 2-day thing. And then yesterday she finally was like, listen, I'll give it to you for what I paid for it. If you guys could cover the agent fees, since you guys could represent it and do all this or whatever it may be, then she's like, we'll give it to you at what we paid for it. And she said she doesn't want the furniture either. She didn't throw in the furniture. She just said she doesn't want it. And we were like, okay, you could just leave it. Coinbase going again. Oh, Coinbase. Oh, dude, it did this yesterday too. What's a good way to word a low ball? I don't think it's about wording the low ball. I think it's more about putting in the offer, and then that's about it. Like, if you have show proof of funds, put in a formal offer, and like it shows that you're ready to go, like that could communicate a lot more. So you have to think, it's like pretty much on all of these low balls, I'm going through a real estate agent, I'm sending in a signed, somewhat binding offer, and then I'm sending over a bank statement with a bunch of cash to show that we could actually execute on it. And that's it. So it's like, it doesn't matter what you say to someone, but that's what starts the dialogue. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, yeah, I like the house. I'm like, hey, here's a formal offer at this price. If you're willing, I would love to do this deal. And then usually they'll either, like 6 months ago, they would ignore me. 6 months ago, they wouldn't say anything back. And they would say, sorry, it's a hot market. We have a lot of offers. We don't need to do this. They weren't playing around a couple months ago. And then now, most of the time, I'm getting a response. Or lately, we've been getting a lot of responses. 393 test. Yeah, market S&P looks like Coinbase. Honestly, very fascinating day because now I guess communications went positive and so did industrials, but majority of the market is still in the red. So the breadth is skewed. Pretty much a lot is dropping. It's not dropping as much, but the stuff that's running is really leading the way. Microsoft, Oracle, unveil deeper cloud integration. Oracle, Microsoft, where's Apple? Shop and Pop still going. Pot stocks running. Yeah, 10% on Tilray. Amazon is going crazy. Apple is being a little hesitant, but the rest of them are all starting to run. Even Google's still in the red too, and then Facebook was leading the way. Netflix up 3.4. Boeing ripping now. Again, they had orders in the morning, but they were negative. Yeah, I read an article. If Biden declares a climate emergency, he could choose to halt oil exports and offshore drilling. Yes, I don't know if it'd be a black swan, but it's definitely it's just wild in general. I think the bigger risk is that he does something, if they say there's an emergency and they get emergency powers, and I would be more worried about something else that would stop the fight on inflation, more or less. That's the problem. Got to be careful. I mean, this goes back to the phrase, I don't know if you've heard it. That's why they said if you let politicians break laws when there's an emergency, they will make emergencies so they could break laws. Shout out to, I think it was Simpsons. Something like that. Square new high. PayPal too. URI, United Rentals, that one's running too. Tesla's only pricing in about 5 to 7%. It's honestly not pricing in a lot. Apple, there you go. Apple's waking up a little bit. What's going on? I mean, honestly, today with the dollar up, this makes less sense than yesterday. Granted, it's not up too much, but again, today's a little bit harder to explain. Today doesn't really fall in line with any of our theses. Like yesterday, I mean, at least yesterday the dollar was down huge. Stuff made a little bit more sense. You had earnings. We did have a couple of decent earnings here today, but for the most part, today is kind of seeming to be in just like equities are in their own little world right now, getting ready for earnings, doing their thing. Bear market rally. This one. I mean, again, this could even just be some of the positiveness running from yesterday. At least oil is holding up. That's the part about yesterday. I guess oil started to come down here though. The part about yesterday though was like everything was up. So like yesterday wasn't about lopsidedness. There wasn't any like it wasn't like one industry this, one industry that. It was everything. So very interesting in that case. But today it just seems like big moves from a small portion of the market, but it's enough to outweigh any downside. And then the dollar's up, but not enough. Again, we were responding to news. You have bad Europe news this morning, kind of poured cold water on the good news yesterday, but then people getting a little bit more antsy for the ECB tomorrow. Ohio, it's next to Cleveland, I think. I'm not too familiar. I haven't blown up the spot yet on that one, so just in Ohio. I don't like to share those locations too much. Apple. No news on Amazon. No news, just leading the way. San Diego. Email me if you're interested in it. Like, again, if you want that property and you have the budget, I mean, email me and send me how you're going to fund it, whether or not you have a pre-approval, whether or not that. And, like, if you're serious about it, I could hook you up with it. But if not, no point in talking about it. So, like, even the area, all that. It's a nice area. It's again, it's about, I don't know the size of it, but it's a decent sized house, but it's pretty relatively expensive. So, but it's a good area. I like it. Crude inventory, negative 445 barrels, 748 expected. Is that from the API report? TLT dump. So TLT dumping is going to help out the yield curve again. But, dude, the yield curve's pretty bad today. Even in the morning, this was also kind of the C. Okay, it just came back to 20, but still. My homie had 15K down payment assistance, so she tried to leverage it or find a rental. Whatever. I mean, whatever the goal is. I mean, I think at this point, finding a good price and then something that you could put in a budget where you could hold it through, I think you're not going to get mad with that type of action. I think it's 3 or 4 bedrooms. Overstock. Apple's ripping. So now Apple Call is in the money. So we're down now. We're going to be down, what, $50 on the other put. We spent 60 on this. If we walk away, we'll lose 50. You'll pretty much make $50. Yeah, the 2 commercial 12-unit building I work out of. Trying to get into buying is something you'd be interested in. Yeah, depending on the plan with it in the area. Yeah, Apple calls now are back to the level of before the drop. So your weeklies have now overcame here. But that started to move. Yeah, gas, did oil go up on that? No, oil went down. A bigger draw? Or no, you're saying it increased 3.5 million? No, I see draw of 446 versus build of 1.35. Natural gas stockpiles rose. That was last week. Yeah, they said crude was 445,000 barrel draw. Median estimate was 200,000 barrel, or 2 million barrel increase. But then they see 8.9 million barrels a day in July, then 9 million barrels a day in August. Very interesting. There's the Apple. Apple, dude, SPY just went crazy. Where are we at right now? 394. So get ready. I mean, because now from here, next question is going to be 397 to like 404, 405, and then 410, 415 is where we need to get to. Facebook new high. I need to check the premiums on that. Netflix coming down after that. Any big earnings this morning? There's ASML. And then one more. Well, the Facebook premiums aren't going up too high. And then Apple is just like launching again. We just went crazy there on the SPY. It's holding up. A lot of things went on a rally there. Question is if it's going to hold up here. Even Amazon is going straight vertical. Jeez. What a day. Even Microsoft's climbing up here. Stock sell calls are up. Google not playing around. Squeeze, geez Louise. 394.27. I'm watching these Apple calls now. Again, those are up there and we have it. Expires just 410 by FOMC. We'll see. And remember that 410, 415 level, that's where the Fed said things are a little expensive. So keep that in mind. Okay. I sold out of the Apple call at 185. It just shot up to 190 there. So I had the in the money one, pretty much made like $80 off of the Apple stuff from the other day. I think this SPY movement's justified. I mean, I could justify anything. And what I mean by that is just like until, like I said, until we get back up to like 410, 415, I don't even think there's anything we're justifying. That's all. It's just like you're making all of this action, you're stringing together, big weekly moves, and all of this stuff is happening. But all it is we're still in the shithole. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Like anything could be justified in the sense that, you're working so hard to make these moves and the market's going up like this, but it doesn't really change, really what's happened over the last quarter alone. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there is some pent-up energy for sure. And you watch that there and, again, like yesterday, felt really, really good with some of the factors and things are could be a little bit better or at least not as worse as initially feared. But point is, like, no matter what we're seeing is just we're still very low. This doesn't really change much. The SPY could go up 5% today. Doesn't change anything about the Fed. Doesn't change anything about the story and what we're reacting to. How much lower we go? SPY 310, 250. I don't think we go down to. I don't think the SPY goes below 300 at all. I don't think you're going to witness that. But it's just a matter of timing. I mean, I'm waiting on the macro. That's it. I'm waiting on Powell. I'm waiting on the yield curve. Whatever happens with commodities and energies overseas and the impact on us, like those are the things that is going to move us. Like, again, even earnings. That's the crazy part. You're getting all these reactions and your biggest companies haven't even reported yet. You have double the market cap reporting next week. And then next week you also have Powell. So it's like, you see what I'm saying? So it's like we have a lot. We got a lot we have to deal with. We have a lot that we have to deal with. So again, these moves are great. I like it because it gives me cushion on the long term. And then again, we're able to get some pre-earnings plays. We got a couple of calls here. It's great to have, but this doesn't change my view on anything. Like I said, we can move up 5% tomorrow, today, and it just doesn't change that Powell next week could fuck up everything. And then all it takes is one bad earnings from Apple, Google. Again, if Facebook goes below 160, my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like you saw what happened. Even Snapchat somehow found the ability to bring the market down last week or last earnings season. So we'll see. But point is, I wouldn't get too excited or too sad about any of these moves until we see this story kind of push on. 100 basis point rate hike, 10%. Yeah, that's dropping considerably. Why the market is green? Well, The dollar is at the lowest point. I mean, in the last couple of days. I mean, we've brought this up. The only paradox to this is that the dollar is still higher than where it was when we started 2 weeks ago. But this is the lowest we've been in a while. And again, anytime we've seen the dollar drop, I mean, we've seen the market find a way to go up a little bit. But it's not only the dollar. I think it's the news that's impacting the dollar, which is related to Europe. And that's why tomorrow, too, is still going to be an event in and of itself. But I think that mixed in with earnings not shocking people to the downside, plus some better, more optimistic news out of Euro, currency stabling because of that and chilling out. I think that's what's kind of giving us a little bit of our bullishness here on the week. And Fed futures and rate hike odds dropping. Mm. TTF, natural gas down a little, not moving. Are they in shock? They're just, nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. That's it. It's just like yesterday, there was such good news. Dollar spiking a little bit. But like yesterday, there was good news about it. And people are like, yeah, Nord Stream 1 is going to be good. And then this morning, with what Putin said about 20% capacity, it's like, okay, it's coming back on. Putin said he won't stop it, but now there's just going to be questions of supply. And then what they were saying about rationing energy, the ECB is already coming up with a plan, or the Europe governors are coming up with a plan to already ration energy coming into the summer months. I read that years ending in 2 always end positive. I'm not too sure about that. That's an interesting fun fact, though. I'll look into that. Come on, Netflixonian. This guy. Tesla's coming back up. Oh my goodness. Tesla is just sporadic today. Yeah, and then Jimmy, for that house, if you want to go and get it, honestly, let me see if I could forward you to either lending tips, but I think find any lender and see if you could qualify for a normal loan on that house. Otherwise, just get a what's it called? You could just get a hard money loan. It's cheap. If she's gonna sell you that house for 30,000, I would do the hard money loan. You could get it for like what? 30 grand times 20%, $6,000 if it's hard money. But then if you could somehow get a normal loan, you could get it a lot cheaper. But that one would be a very, very good one. So the next step would just be finding a loan. Like go even check out Rocket Mortgage. See, I don't know, again, your situation. I would just try to get a normal loan first. Otherwise, you just go for the hard money on that one. But again, if she's gonna give it to you 30,000 or lower, I like that house. Again, it's like kind of far out if you know the area. Like you have to know that area a little bit better. That's the only problem. And then obviously, it might need some work. So I think the house is worth like 100 grand conservatively. So give or take. So that's why pretty much you can't spend more than 30 grand to repair it if you spend 30 for the house. A lot of lenders don't lend under 60K. I mean, you'd be surprised. I think that's why I say just go try it and see what's up. depending on, again, because the area, these are a little cheaper. Yeah, you might even be able to pull this off with a personal loan. I give out hard money loans. I'd be down for it if it's the right property and the right price. And again, but I would not do it for less than 20% down on anything. I told you I did one the other day. Some guy wanted and the house is in escrow now. He wanted to flip his house, but he wanted to put in work, so he needed a $60,000 loan, and then he just paid me back like 20% or something. I forgot what it was, but that case I didn't require any money down because he had equity in the property. So we do stuff like that. It just depends on the time frame, but that one's already going to get paid back. If the right collateral is there, it's easy. I got Qualcomm puts. Another risk off day. Kind of risk on. We're coming. Again, the dollar is even starting to climb a little bit, but the equities are ignoring stuff today. Again, I think it's more... now the the industries are balancing out, but today is definitely more equity land, and I think they're just reacting to earnings more or less, because most of the stuff we've been tracking the last couple of weeks, it's not hitting today. I mean, the dollar is slightly up. The news flow is very, very weird. Again, you have good and bad news, majorly leaning negative, but earnings haven't surprised, and then you're watching big single-hand moves from a lot of companies. What was the shop one? Was the shop a weekly? No, that was next week. Damn, the shops went up to 150. Oof. I sold that at 50%. You could have got 100. Netflix moved up on garbage. Netflix one was weird, man. That's it. Like, Netflix was just... yeah, you guys want to read the estimates or the analysts? I have them all, so here it is. Need him. They have Netflix after the earnings at a hold. They said most Netflix competitors have lower price points, more library hours, more bundling options, and sister subsidies to subsidize higher content spending. Global subscribers at 222 million may turn out to be the peak subscribers for Netflix. Wedbush, they have outperformed price target 280. They said Netflix is responding to macro headwinds by lowering costs and focusing on free cash flow, remains skeptical that the company can someday return to hyper revenue in the future, and doesn't believe that the stock will approach 2021 levels for many, many years. Goldman Sachs sell price target 186. Looking at the longer term, if the company executives executes on two major strategic initiatives, it might help the company reverse its recent past of stock underperformance. However, there is low visibility into the timing and the level of success and the manner in which those initiatives will build momentum. Stifel, they raised to buy from hold, price target 250 from 240. They said the prospect of prolonged period of subscriber losses is becoming unlikely as signs of stabilization in subscribers are emerging. Now investors can shift focus on the viability of Netflix growth initiatives, monetizing password sharing and the ad-supported tiers. Yeah, SPY ripping now. You're about to hit 395, ladies and gentlemen. Next level is 397. I'm reading the analyst, all of the analyst actions on Netflix this morning. So again, Stifel, they raised it, and then JP Morgan, they go neutral, price target to 240 from 230. They said Netflix will spend $17 billion on content this year, and management expects cash spending to remain in this range over the next few years. Even with lower profits, free cash flow is a bright spot as Netflix displays cost discipline in other areas and pulls back somewhat on content spending. The ad tier and paid sharing rollouts next year are critical to re-accelerating revenue growth. Cohen, they gave an outperform on Netflix, price target 325. They said Netflix posted better than expected subscriber losses despite early churn impact from recent price increase. There's a solid breadth of content in second quarter in addition to Stranger Things that supported better than expected net adds, including returning seasons of global hits. Piper Sandler, their neutral, price target 215 from 210. Third quarter net adds is mixed. It will take time to re-accelerate the top line. Forex remains a significant headwind, with just the company forecasting third quarter revenue just above 5%. BMO Capital's outperform price target 365. Both second quarter and third quarter guidance is good enough. The quarter and company delivered a much better explanation of new areas, including advertising and password sharing. Wells Fargo equal weight price target 300. Netflix has found a bottom, assuming sub growth doesn't hit any new cliffs. The quarter will mark the beginning of a new GARPy Netflix taking stage. GARP stands for growth at a reasonable price. Guggenheim buy price target 265. Third quarter guidance was soft on net ads and financial estimates in the face of intensifying forex headwinds. Pivotal Research sell price target 175 from 235. They say ad supported is likely not to increase subscriber growth in core markets and can push down average revenue per user. Say Meta. Oh, they're going up now. I need those premiums though. Yeah, if those premiums hit 6, I'm gonna like that one. They said concisely, unlike rivals Apple, Amazon, Google, Disney, Netflix does not have alternative high-margin businesses that can monetize streaming efforts. Citi price target 275. And they said while the company's third quarter outlook was below street, we believe the buy side was expecting a guide below sell side. As such, the outlook may have come in better than feared. And then Truist hold price target 210. They said subscribers were slightly better than expected and commentary on free cash flow was positive. So there it is. That's like, 10, 15 analysts? And that was all today, all from the last day or so since the earnings came out. So, again, a lot of people negative towards Netflix, but some people, they're looking for the positive and they're saying, what they saw is good. Apple ripping again. Netflix coming back up to 210. We need this thing at like 217, though. 217, 218, that's where it gets exciting. So Meta's going 556. Buy pre-market high. Damn, bro, those shops are everything's gone. Any of the weeklies I sold out of already. I mean, I've got good profits, 50 to 100% on some, but it's still they're running right now. Again, bro, this is if you thought this last couple days was crazier, this just makes it that much nuttier. Again, 372 to 395. You're at almost 395.50. BA. Dollar came down a little bit, almost back to unchanged on the day. Apple still climbing. Microsoft. I don't know if Microsoft premiums came back, though. Oh, they did. Oh, you scammers. Microsoft premiums are up now. Scammers. Spot daily. Boeing is popping. Microsoft is going again. And now the dollar's moving down a little bit lower. Amazon's killing it. If Meta gets it, I like it. I think I might take out at 200% on the call because I have 2 of them. Let's see, I might even put in the order now. Put in at $6 because we paid $2 for it. Let's make sure that's the right one because they like this scam. We'll keep 1. It's at 560. We'll go 6. There you go. Otherwise, we hold. I'm fine holding. BA 396. Bear, some of y'all are good people. Don't come back after lunch. I gotta be like that, man. Come on. Come on, man. That's pretty funny, though. Microsoft, yeah, they're going Airbnb 107. Damn, bro, I'm really mad I didn't get that 90 now, but let's see for earnings. Bro, this is definitely creating a lot of cushion on the market for both earnings and the other one. Yeah, I did see. Where was that house? I looked at it this morning, Evan. What was it? Colorado, right? So I think they should list it at 440. Again, I would need it a lot lower on that. Not a lot lower, but looking at the comps, I mean, I think they could get a little more than 4. I think 440 is still a good price, but I think just tell them to list it, especially if you have it as a listing for someone. I mean, my offer would be probably like 400 flat or a little bit lower. So I think unless they'd be willing to consider that, I think just take it to market for them, and they might get pleasantly surprised. Why is it rocketing? Today seems to be all equity United States optimism, more or less. I mean, I don't know how the other countries did. Let's take a look. Like Europe is kind of unchanged, and then China did good, but it just seems like, again, even this morning, now the industries are coming back up, but you were led a lot by single stock names this morning, and then the dollar is just unchanged right now. It's slightly up, but now it's back there. So it's like it's a weird day, especially as far as the metrics. Like if anything, it just looks like a little bit more optimism, earnings cushion, risk on in that sense. Cost position. Oh no, I'm down on those. I'm down like I think I'm down like $7,000 on that short because my insurance expired. But I'm waiting to get either cheaper insurance or getting near the next earnings to cut out of it. But I'm getting washed on that one. Great time to move to pesos. He said he'd be willing to go as low as 400. Let me take another look. Let me take another look. Let me take another double check on that. This is your real bear market. Well, this is a fat rally. That's the one thing I would say out of all of this, though, is like this is a large rally over the last couple days. How's the condition of the property, Evan? If you have any pictures of it, let me know if it'll need any repairs. Cloudflare running. A lot of software names. Like Snowflake's been killing it. Ason, they've been killing it. What's the other one? There's one more big software name. Google, Abivide terminates early stage study of MAB's antibody, another clinical setback. Hot dog. Which one's that? Let me see. I don't see that as new news on the day. I know that Abivide announced what's it called? A strategic alliance with somebody. I'm not seeing that Abivide news yet. How much cash on the sideline? The Twitter post from Oracle. All right, we'll see if that comes in. Be on the lookout for it. See if Abivide reacts, but I'm not seeing anything yet. The proof of funds. I need name in every. I need like it has to be an official one, man. So like again, if we don't know the insights to it, I don't like. I'm sure with that amount that you sent, I don't know if you've done it before, but it's like it needs to be a real one. Again, it's a real deal with the lady on it. I'm down to give it to somebody on there, but I can't go to somebody and say, hey, I'm willing to do it, or I have somebody willing to do it, and then it's not like confirmed. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, that's what we did to even get the deal. And then I don't want to disclose the deal if, again, just so somebody doesn't go out and take it. MSTR is insane. Dude, MSTR, all of them, all the crypto ones have gone nuts. All your crypto plays probably have done 1,000% in the last couple, if you held from the beginning. Amazon on the high. Jeez, still going another high, 395. Bro, you're about to go to 397. I don't think we've ever stayed at 396, so I honestly think we're going to go straight to 397. Snap. Bro, this is a massive rally day, bro. This is crazy. Shop, we just sold out of calls, but this is like the first time they're getting a real big move here. Airbnb, Chicle with a lot of other things. Dude, this is disgusting. It's like good disgusting. I don't know how to describe this. You have a lot, bro. These are the days they talk about with like timing the market because it's just, bro, 9% across the board on a lot of names. 9%, 5%. Even the whole week is up like 7 now or something. My average on DraftKings 32. Would you keep average it down or hold it by other stuff? 54 shares. That in UWMC. Maybe get something that's going to like not as much going for deep value, more or less. But it's like I think 32 is a decent price for DraftKings. Like you could wait a little bit and add with other stuff. But try to, again, at this moment, try to take advantage of some of the cheaper blue chip names and higher quality that exists. Truce faces Sunak in UK Tory runoff to succeed Boris Johnson. Eyeing for the next long term. It sucks. I want an Airbnb. I mean, Airbnb is still dirt cheap, but I mean, bro, we were just talking about that $90 right there. But I'm waiting. I'm fine holding cash. Again, like any of these moves, if you have a long term, I mean, this is going to hook you up. So it's like, it's great. It's like if we could keep stringing together upside, I'm not going to be mad holding one deposit. I mean, we do get another deposit in a week, so we'll see. LNTH. Lantheus Holdings up 4%, $70 stock, actually going pretty big. LNTH, Lantheus record high. Not seeing any news on it. Should I blame Biden for this rocketing day? Because often read it's his fault. It's down. I mean, yeah, if you're going to give him credit for the other 100 points we're off from the highs, hell yeah. Feel free to. Feel free to. Again, up or down right now, whether you're bullish, bearish, want to blame Trump or want to blame Biden, it doesn't matter. Just because right now everything is still like this is a big rally and it has a lot of implications. But at the end of the day, we're not like everything's still bad. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not as if things have gotten to the point of and I wouldn't say bad. I mean, at least it's worse. It's not as worse than feared, but I mean, we're still below 400. So I think 410, 415, if the market could get up to there even after the Fed, now we're talking about a bottom. Now we're talking about, you know, things chilling out. You see what I'm saying? But up until that, it's just like we're barely getting out of no man's land, more or less. Like if you look at the last month or so, remember, this was a big low at one point and then we bounced off of it. We've been below that for the last like 45 days or so. So it's like we're just right back up to here. And that's good. It's better than being worse. But it's just I feel like everybody, I think people are trying to jump towards bullish or bearish too quick, credit or blame too quick, same thing. So it's just like until we see Powell and everything else, you know, it's anybody's game. Yeah, one long term down like 15% yesterday. How do I get the 12%? Not bad. 7% on the, honestly, I mean, fuck, you give us another good week. You get us a good week and good earnings, this shit will go positive. Actually quite wild. Well, we'll find out. I'm saying the rally help. It gives a lot of cushion. It gives a lot of cushion. Snap coming into earnings. I mean, remember, they had the bad guide down that hurt a lot of people. So they don't have too much to go after. When is the Fed? Fed is next week. So Fed is on Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday, the 27th. Tuesday, Wednesday, 26, 27. I think, or is it 25, 26? '26, 27. So Wednesday. And then you're also going to get Apple earnings, Google, Facebook, a bunch of, I don't know if Facebook might be the next week. So you get Google on the same day as Powell. You get Apple 2 days after Powell. You get Facebook the day after Powell, or the day of Powell, excuse me. What else is there? Google, Facebook. What about Microsoft? You get that the day before Powell. So just keep all of that in mind. That's why it's like whatever you are seeing today, it is either we are going to rip even more by next week after it's all said and done, or you're going to go right back to 370. Again, you just are filled with catalysts next week. So, and they are the big ones, right? It's Powell and then the giant market cap of earnings. How do you pull up positions? What do you mean? Like on a chart, you just open up a chart, and then if you go to an option chain, so like this is on my other screen, I keep an option chain and I link it to the chart. So then that way, if I click on an option, it goes straight to my chart. And then you could do that, and then that's it. If you want to look up your orders, there's just like the alert button in the bottom, and this will show you any of the plays that you made recently, or any alerts, confirmations, all of that. Powell is next Wednesday. So literally literally next Wednesday. I thought today was Thursday or Friday. Meta, LNTH is doing its thing. Meta calmed down for a little bit. Next week is my birthday. Happy birthday, baby. On Powell earnings week, that's exciting. New York government holding monkeypox briefing right now. Dollar climbing up a little bit. VWAP's been climbing too. We're holding 395, and then VWAP's at just above 393. Now, I know ServiceNow can move a lot, but I don't know really how I feel about them in the long term. Or no, I think I'm thinking of someone else. But no, they've moved a lot. But they can move a lot. It's a good company, I think, to trade. Abivai Padufa, honestly, I'm very surprised. We haven't heard anything on that. I think maybe they confused the Padufa with the announcement for the EU application. But other than that, we have not heard from it. Jacob Fontaine, Mr. Fontaine. What a name. Mr. Fontaine. God bless you and welcome. Microsoftian. Where's Netflixonian? Bro, I would love Netflix at 220. But man, I can't, bro. I hit 222 yesterday. We've hit good earnings plays on now. Yeah, it's good. It's good for earnings and even like post-earnings continuation. Again, the thing just moves a lot. How do you feel about real estate business partners being the journey with the team house hacking, attending meetings, being present to slowly only being financially involved, non-present? I mean, that's kind of normal. I mean, I think you should do that on your scale. Like I'm saying, eventually you're going to want to walk away from doing too many partner deals on real estate It's in your best interest if you could accomplish it on your own. So I kind of feel like that's normal, more or less. But it really just all depends, I guess, on the situation. I don't know if I'm fully understanding. Bears ain't a threat. Bro, we went from 372 to 395. Like, what? Yeah, Snapchat earnings tomorrow could change a lot. You got scared Netflix would go over 240 yesterday. No, I wasn't. I mean, I would like it. I mean, I remember I still had a call. So, like, I would have lost $800 on the Iron Condor, but I would have probably made more on the call. And then again, our long-term positions on the small long-term, our Netflix is at 218. And then the big account, my Netflix position is at 230. So it's like the reason I like it, I'm like, even looking at the long-term, we are one rally away from going positive on Netflix. So if some people think it's bottomed and then some upside, like it's crazy. Pretty much if Netflix just returns to the level of last earnings, we would be up about 10-15% on our position. Considering puts, I had a put at the other one, or I had a put the day before. Other than that, I don't know about the puts yet. Just in the sense, I think Netflix has already been clobbered in the fact that the earnings wasn't worse. I mean, I don't think it's going to drop it much below 160. So that's kind of the key. So it's like I'm not really on the put side as much. Very negative on Netflix, but I thought of playing the continuation. That saved your ass. It did. If you chose to go for the continuation, you saved a very pretty penny. Just in the last 24 hours, like we talked about. Yeah, Pelosi made bank on the video. She did it again. Qualcomm's moving up. Let's go Meta. Netflix wasn't worse, but it was still bad. Yeah, I mean, we read those like 15 analysts, and most of them sounded bad. I mean, if anybody was positive, they were positive on free cash flow, and then things not getting worse, really. Those were the only good things. And then some people doubted the opportunity to make more money with ads and password sharing, and then the vice versa. Some people, like Goldman, I think they were bullish on it. So it's right there. So it's a very interesting one. That's why it's like over the next, I think now Netflix, it just didn't get worse. It's probably going to respond a little bit with the market and everything else. And then we'll see what kind of range the market trades in and where, how do people value growth. At the very least, though, again, earnings didn't drop too much in the sense that it's not as if, you've already priced down, down 60%. That PE has changed a lot. So you're saying NVIDIA is priced in. I'm talking about Netflix. NVIDIA, I don't know about NVIDIA and earnings. Their earnings is going to happen a little bit later. But, I mean, yesterday was a good lesson on watching the premiums. Like, you saw it. You saw Netflix pricing in 15%. You saw us make 400% on the calls on the way up. You saw the puts only go down 50% when the calls were up 400%. So we got to talk it over, and you got to see what, being overpriced kind of look like. So just take that into the next earnings as we get closer to them. But pretty much anything pricing above 10%, unless this company really moves a lot, it's probably going to be a high-priced earnings, more or less. Don't you mean Pelosi's husband? Well, yeah, but I call him by his last name. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some people are like, yo, answers. I just, Pelosi. Is he not a Pelosi? He's Pelosi. That's it. They're the same. Pelosi. I don't know who it is, but they got the same last name. That's good enough for me. We're honing in on it. Oh, yeah. Coin in every Bitcoin play is absolutely ripped faces off. That would be on his jersey. Yes. Dude, Coin, MSTR, Beto, all of them. Sadly, Beto is still lower than when we shorted the Beto, which is crazy to me. Because then I'm like, damn, what is happening? That's what sucks. It's just like all of these moves are so big, but then it's like we're just right at the level before things got a little wacky. And then oil trying to come up a little bit. I think SPY is about to drop. I mean, the dollar, I have my eye on it, but I honestly think today, I think we can come down, but I just think stock market is in equity land. Like, that's it. Like, the stocks are ignoring everything. Stocks are only looking at, I think, momentum, the earnings, and some of that, whatever that they could grasp on that's good news, and the fact that things haven't gotten worse. 100 basis points is chilling out. I just think right now stocks are just in their own little world, and they're not really, it's like it's earnings mode, and I just don't think they're responding to everything else. FTX is targeting to raise funds at the same valuation as January that valued them at $32 billion. Stocks are ignoring everything that screams retail. Screams retail, positioning for earnings, or even then, I see your retail and I raise you buybacks. You're the only one ever teach you to read premiums, compare prices on puts and calls. I appreciate the insight. I'm glad it helps, man. Again, it's something it could go a long, long way. A long, long way. What would Peter Schiff say about today? My gold. All I know is I was watching a YouTube video, and I click on the video, and then it's a Grant Cardone ad, and then it's Grant Cardone just talking shit. He's like, look at your S&P. He said, look at your gold. What did the gold do? The gold did nothing. That's why y'all need to get into real estate. I was like, oh, I said gold. I was like, oh, man. And I'm just waiting for the Peter Schiff ad to come on next. But I was like, oh, he clowning gold, bro. He clowning gold. But I don't know what I think Peter Schiff would just say, oh, my gold. Like, like the Life Alert commercials. I feel like that'd be like Peter Schiff, but with gold. He'd be like, my gold, it slipped, and I need more gold. New gold alerts brought to you by Tesla. So it's like, I don't know. Ah, my gold. I don't even know if gold is up or down, to be honest with you. It's down? Okay, yeah. Buybacks is interesting. They buy at highs anyway, see the data. Well, I know some buybacks are opening up. So that's why literally buybacks could be factoring into this rally. I wouldn't overlook that one, and especially as we get after the earnings, you should see buybacks have a bigger effect. And now with stocks so cheap, and if you got $1 billion in cash and your stock is down 60%, I mean, you could get a lot more buyback pressure. How did you stop last night's video without your hand? I don't know. It happened so fast. IRTC, Google, dollar getting volume and climbing up here. And now market's kind of chilled out. We got 15 minutes till Euro close. So let's see. I trade on Google. I usually trade Google instead of GOOG. Any event besides earnings? Next week is Powell. You got Powell and bigger earnings. So if you think this earnings was big, it's nothing compared to next week. Next week, you're going to get double the market cap. And so that plus Powell, that is literally, and the ECB's tomorrow. So ECB is just tomorrow. That's the next one this week. And then Snap earnings on Thursday, which is tomorrow. That also could have a big implication as well. Again, I don't know why Snap moved the market fucking 4% last time, but it could happen. So watch out for that. Michael Kors aims to increase accessory business to $3 billion. CPRI. They're giving guidance on some retail stuff. Google hitting the highs right now. SPY might go up with the dollar getting volume. Let's see what happens here. Let's go equity land. Yeah, Apple strong demand in China. That was a headline this morning. Former Twitter CEO on CNBC, Jack Dorsey.
To win the coin toss.
Yeah. I mean, like most people, I think I learned the word chancery about 48 hours ago. So I'm by no means an expert in Delaware Chancery Court. But seems to be in Twitter's favor. Hard to know. Although there are a bunch of hedge funds that have taken a long position here. One of the previous guests from Pentwater that seem to believe, based on their knowledge of Chancery Court that Twitter's got the best case here.
Right. What is your sense about whether Twitter is being well advised at this point and how the board has reacted, going all the way back to the initial offer?
I mean, you know, the board has to do what's in the best fiduciary interest of the company. So the fact that they're pursuing this legal strategy doesn't surprise me at all. And I think Brett Taylor's been, well, the chairman of the board's been pretty level-headed and great. And Brett's a great human being, so I wouldn't expect anything else from him. It sort of seems like the likely outcome.
I don't believe it. So we'll see. Dick Costello. Wall Street is treacherous. Am I long or short? Are we talking about like life or like I'm 5'6", but and then like I have a long term, so I'm always long. You know what I'm saying? But I do have some short plays. But I mean, I definitely have upside. I have upside on Microsoft, Facebook, all that. Berkshire Hills. Oh, I thought it was Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hills. What a catfish. Today's equity flow weaker than yesterday. Yesterday volume was pretty active. We're at 20 million by the second hour. It's pretty average. So we'll just see if it keeps continuing. You talk like I'm 7'1". Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm kind of confused, but I feel. I've had that happen. People say that. I literally, most people, the first time like I ever encounter them, they're like, I thought you were taller. I said, why? They're like, you have a deep voice. So I was like, that doesn't make, what? Like you were disappointed? Like, even my girlfriend told me that. She was like, you all definitely sound a lot taller than you are. I said, excuse me? She was like, yeah. She's like, you sound like you're like 6'10", but then you're like 2'4". I'm like, what? Come on, man. Berkshire is a pig of black breed, now rarely kept commercially. It's a pig? How can you hear height? I don't know. People could hear height. People could hear color. But they don't believe in God. It's amazing. It's amazing. CCCCC pop. 4 C's. C4 Therapeutics. C4. I get it. 4 C's. Netflix going up in the market. It's been doing that all day, but we're coming down here now. That dollar pressure could come up here a little bit, but we'll find out. But that sound like magic to me. Amen. Amen. What is Apple pricing in? Let's look next week because right now you could get pricing, but again, it just moves a lot. So like Apple's moved 5% in the last day or so, so that would affect the pricing. So it's kind of like, 4% up, 4% down, but it looks to be next week. Right now it's about $8, which is about half, 5%. EWI been dying all day. I think EWG too. They held up a little bit. EWI a little bit weaker, but Draghi, people were bullish on what he said today. Personally, I wouldn't take the disrespect. Are you saying in reference to my girl or what? I don't know. I've been working on not really getting disrespected lately. It's been something with like Epictetus and like even just like the Biblioteca, but like because the other day somebody like said something to me, and then I was like, why are they saying that? And then like I started like I was talking shit about them in my head, and like I was about to like clap back, but then I was like, wait a minute, because I was like, this is just like a random guy on the internet talking about me, and like I'm a random guy on the internet, like he don't know me. And then my line of logic, it was like I was thinking Epictetus is like if they really knew you, they would say a lot more than what they say now. But then I was like, wait a minute. And then I was like, I don't even know him. So then if I start talking shit to him and I don't even know him, you see what I'm saying? And then I'm like, I'm doing the same thing I'm doing as him. And I'm like, maybe me and him have more in common than I thought. And then I was like, maybe we could be friends. And then I was like, then it just started going. But then by the end of it, I was like, yeah, well, I guess I ain't even getting disrespected. You know what I'm saying? That's I was like, all right, we chill then. We chill. Like, I'm totally chill then. For real. I need that lesson. It'll work. You got to do it a couple of times. Trust me. But nah, but it's serious because I'm like, I don't even know him. Like, so like, I have nothing to say. I don't really know. Like, if I knew him, I could probably talk a lot better shit. But then it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't even know him. So it's like, he don't know me, which is my line of logic. But then I'm like, damn, we in the same boat, man. This is crazy. So it's all love. In the end, he pressed the black button. Yeah. This one wasn't even like on stream. This was just like, you know, people just getting motivated to contact me outside of the stream. You said maybe you should get to know him, then play the long game so you could really be mean. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You see the fake AOC arrest? Well, I don't know what that. Whoa, but I know the peach. I know the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Holy crap. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. The market's rallying up, and the peach is showing up for every minute of it, baby. Horn Peach Nation, stand up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I can't believe we made it this far. Bradley Frizzle, God bless you. Bradley Frizzle, how do you feel about the rally? Can you give us some insights on behalf of the Peach News Network? How do you feel, sir? Do you have any comments? Any comments or quote? How do you feel about this massive 7% rally in the last couple of days? How do you feel with the Peach by your side with that? I would love to see how Bradley Frizzle feels about the rally. Oh man. Oh man. The public needs to know. On behalf of the Peach, we would love to know. It's peachy, Bradley Frizzle. He didn't say that, but I could see that as a quote. The man, the legend, the Peach, bro. That's crazy. Peach Nation, please rise. You made it. Coinbase on the high again. Upstart. Again, dollar climbed up a little bit. We chilling out. We'll see what happens. Oh, my gosh. Peach Nation. You could blame the Peach for the rally. I mean, it's quite possible. Quite possible. Wow, that's beautiful. We got it, baby. I feel like it's a great example of why we make small, good decisions. We play the long game out here in Peach Nation. Oh, my God. Man, talk about a quote. That's enough. Horn. Wow, that's a great quote. I don't know. They don't feel you, bro. I feel you. Oh, man. Peach Nation knows exactly what you're talking about. Oh, my gosh. That's amazing. SGD, baby. SGD, Peach Nation. You know what it is. You know, this is why we hold the long term. Are there any hedges to inflation? Yes, there is, but not right now. And, you know, there is some that are kind of developing, but the point is inflation comes in waves, and it's going to come in these little spikes. But the real big point about it is at different times. So, like, literally, when we were talking about buying assets for inflation a year or two ago, that was the time to do it. But then later stage now, it starts to come back down. Like, honestly, if commodities come down, it might start to push towards commodities again. Again, real estate has been the ultimate hedge. Why? Because it's still up, and that's the thing that's the biggest difference. But there is definitely hedges, but your hedges for inflation correlate very high with timing. The right hedge at the wrong time when inflation is kind of on one of the back ends of the spikes is going to hurt you, and then vice versa. If you could take advantage of the dollar being strong and get in the right place and you're expecting higher prices, it could also take you a long way. The right hedge at the right time is mind-blowing, and it will save your life. Need the party. We do need the party. I need to just go order it off Amazon right now. I need to stop delaying. Volume coming in. Is that? No, it's Google on the high. I thought it was Netflix, but Netflix is climbing. Coinbase as well. Mm-hmm. 8:30. 8:30, baby. It's time. Hold on. Let me order these party horns. I have to order the party horns off Amazon first. Ooh, this one has little tassels on it. Okay, one day, we're going to get it. Okay, boom. Charlie, it's done. It's done. I got it. It's on the way. I got a pack of 12. 12-pack on the way. 12-pack on the way. Kind of expensive. $8.99. Kind of expensive. That's just under $1 a unit. Still kind of expensive. Tesla, I'm going to wait till end of the day. I've not gotten a call yet on it. I wanted it, but just the premiums did not get crushed at all. So I'm waiting, and then the put is still holding value. So we're going to see what we do from there. Still got a free dollar. It's good. It's good. I hope so. I hope so. Euro is closed. Again, Europe didn't really do much, and we had bad news for the most part out of Europe today, and you had good news this morning or yesterday, so we'll see what happens. General Dynamics, they got a $272 million contract. They're not moving at all. SPY coming back up again. Netflix and Meta towards the highs, and ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. 119-day bond auction coming in. That's probably why TLT's moving. Check out Shy 2. Netflix hitting a new high. There it is. But get those push-ups in. Relax the shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. Oh, you looking good, man. You looking strong like the dollar, bro. I'm just saying, a couple weeks ago, you were looking weak like the euro, and now you looking like the dollar, man. It's crazy how the floated exchange rates work, but you got a floated spine, I guess, because you just looking good, that chest to the sun, bro. I'm just saying, it's looking good, man. Keep it up. Like I said, if you got a program for sale, I'm in the market to purchase, because I see a lot of progress on you, my friend. Man, that's beautiful. You look amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wow, it's beautiful. So legs in front of you, though. Okay, not right behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Okay, there's another portion of you who is kicking your nutsack with your left legs. Please stop that. Okay, stop mangling your spine. You're leaning towards your mouse. Come on, chest to the sun. Legs in front of you. Okay? And then we say stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax the pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Bling, 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 bling. Oh, it's good. Oh, wow, that feels great, doesn't it? Uh-huh. Oh, man. Wow, that's great. Then relax the shoulders, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Ah, wow. I woke up drowsy this morning, and then I didn't want to do my push-ups. I put on 2020 election and did an extra 10 reps. Wow, brought to you by Uncle, baby. Google is on the high. Push-ups in full effect. The market is doing its push-ups. Market woke up non-drowsy today. Market woke jacked up today. He was ready to go. Markets woke up like it was I don't even know. I wake up every day early for the stock market, so I don't know what other people wake up for, but still. Let's go get those resistance. Oh yeah, this is great. Great day. I told you I went to the gym. I didn't go yesterday. I went the day before that. Still, recovering a little bit, but man, it's good. These resistances feel good. Plan for Tesla earnings. I have a put that's holding value. My plan is probably get rid of it by the end of the day, but if that play gets clapped, I'll end up holding it. And then if leading into the last 2 hours of the day, if that call premium hasn't moved and we might be able to get a pre-earnings run there, I might go for those. But for the most part, staying there. Premiums are pretty low on Tesla, so I don't think I'm going to sound what's it called? I don't think I'm going to make a premium play. And that's about it. ABB to spin off list Accelerion turbocharging business. And then General Dynamics, they get a contract. What is this? A lot of news coming in. Geez. ABBNW. No, it's foreign. Oh, wow. Big tech extends recent rally. NASDAQ 100 back above key level. Major U.S. tech stocks and internet stocks are rallying on Wednesday, with the group extending a recent advance. They're up 1.5, building on a gain of more than 3% in Tuesday's action. Tech-heavy index is now up 12% off a June low. On Tuesday, it closed above its 50-day moving average for the first time since April. Wow. So here is the chart, my friends. That was the real estate data. NASDAQ above the 50-day moving average. Up 12% since the June lows. Last time it was above here, was right here. Man, early April. Would you look at that? What the hell is that? Whoa, why did it do that? What just happened? That's crazy. Well. Market's done shedding, back to bulking. You're painting it? I didn't mean to paint it. Yeah, ABB to spin off Accelerion. It's foreign, so you can't make a play on it. NASDAQ surge across the board beat. Shares are up 6.6. Oh, NDAC, the company. NASDAQ, the company. I was like, what? What are they saying? Man, Shopify, too. We sold out of that early. Apple's still holding. I need the metas to go up. I would love 200% on that. You can trade it. Can you? Is it the same one? Because when I clicked it, it said a foreign ticker. Oh, I guess you can. Wow. ABB is the stock related to that. Nice. That's weird. When I looked it up, it said no. I know I sold the shop calls at 50%, but they should be up over 100% now. But I like it. You still have the shop. That's a good one, baby. That's a good one. I still have the big put on Meta. That's till January, so that's why I have the calls. My calls are up just under 200% there. I'm going to sell them, make one for free, and then hold a free call, and then hold that big put position, and then we'll see. Guess what? You got to guess. You're a licensed real estate agent. Am I right? Am I close? You bought a house. You sold a house. You got more for the long term. You're a child of the Lord and Savior. Yes, it's real estate. Hard, and you are a child of the Lord and Savior. Amen. Hard. Let's go, baby. Wow. Wow, you did it, man. Let's go. I'm excited for you, bro. Dude, wow. You got licensed. Finally. Oh, this man was already making calls before. You already got a head start, so let's get it, baby. Holy shit. Mr. Market in the game, baby. Welcome. Welcome. You got a new career, and I know you're going to do good at it, especially as now is the best. Bro, I'm telling you, now it's like agents even are panicking, and that's good. And why I say that, because I'm telling you, man, if you are in the agent space and you are willing to work hard and you have knowledge and you could advise clients a little bit better in this marketplace, it goes a long way. Again, all these gatekeeping agents, the gatekeeper agents who just didn't do anything, that era might be coming to an end. So keep getting out there and working and understand the volatility in this market. It really provides an opportunity to solidify your real estate career at this point. It's not the opposite. After months of background investigations, you can get a license with old felonies. Really? No way. I didn't know that. I thought they were very, very strict with it. So you pulled it off? Dang, I didn't even know Mr. Market had a charge, bro. That's crazy. This is good. Then you could still get licensed in California. That's crazy. It's case by case. I didn't know that. I thought they were usually just genuinely just like strict about it, where they were like, nah, you can't do it. Bro, that's very hype, man. Congratulations. Yeah, it's very inspiring too now. That's actually very great news. That's very great news for a lot of people. Honestly, if you think about it. Sounded like no downside to a felony. I mean, I used to, it was like, yeah, you couldn't do real estate to a degree, but apparently that's old news now. Only in Cali. Man, Airbnb up 5. Yeah, dude, that's hype, man. That is very, very hype. Yesterday, have you traded? No, I have not. I'm not gone. Maybe end of today, we'll see. Because now would be a better time to even grab any of the daily puts. Like I said, I wanted to wait, but I mean, we have big news out of ECB tomorrow that could have a big effect. So that could be one, but then even coming into next week. But I'm kind of focusing more on earnings a little bit too. But so far, no daily SPY plays. We did them last week, but I've not touched any this week. I'm excited, baby. Love you. Thank you for the inspiration. We love you, man. God, thank you for the inspiration. I think you might have just set off a light bulb for a lot of people who just realized what's possible. When an ECB technically clap dollar, at least till we raise rates? Yeah. But if whatever they say with their bond buying in Italy, that could cause a problem. And then depending on Nord Stream, so they might balance out, but you're totally correct. ECB is expected to raise rates. If they do it more aggressively, then they'll be pretty much strengthening the euro, which could weaken the dollar. Schumer says he will fire Cloutier on narrow chip bills today to potentially tee up a procedural vote next week and end debate and go to final passage. So is that bullish for the chip stocks? So it looks like it is going through. I'm so confused with that. FXY and FXF just had weird candles. A little bit of volume coming in. The yen hasn't moved too much, but we'll see again. I think the yen moved big with the dollar the other day, but that's about it. What if the EU doesn't raise rates? Oh, they have to. They have to. I don't think they won't. If they don't, I think the dollar would skyrocket and the market would go down. EWI and EWG tomorrow, they rely on both the ECB as well as the what's it called? The ECB as well as the Nord Stream 1 news. So it's going to be a little bit more interesting. Day trade SPY at VWAP. Yeah, Netflix is on that. It's coming back up. It's actually, again, 215 I think is the big level. I think you get past 215 and can hold, things start to look a little bit crazier. Again, you can see it here. It gets back up to that 211 was the low on the first ever candle. So if that could rise, you're going to start opening up the window there. But sadly, the plays are back up to the same price. Oh no, I'm up now I'm up on the play from earlier in the morning, but literally for a pre-earning or for a post-earnings continuation, we got it early and it has time for next week. You would think it would have gone up more, but it didn't. But it never went too low. I guess it went down to 40. Here's the play. So I got it at like 65 cents. And then I guess it dropped here for a little bit to 40. Kind of hung out around 53. Dropped back to 44, and now it's at 71. So the premiums are still a little wonky. Michael Kors cuts full-year revenue for 2023 to $4 billion, 4.08, 4.03 from 4.08. Euro closed too. That was, what, 15 minutes ago? We're holding up the same levels. Again, Euro is pretty neutral today. Again, a mix of majorly bad news. Let's see. Let's get a market wrap in here. I like the market wraps on the updates here. They give us a little insight as to what people are reacting to. Yeah, everyone's talking S&P and NASDAQ today are above the 50-day moving averages. So tech lead stocks back into the green. U.S. stocks rose as rally and tech shares gathered strength, and the latest corporate results helped shore up investor confidence. S&P rose 0.7, reversing losses as much as 0.4. Tech-heavy NASDAQ gained as much as 1%. Mega caps Amazon, Microsoft rose. Netflix jumped after reported better-than-feared earnings, underpinning rallies in streaming peers Walt Disney and Paramount Global. Stocks are advancing for a third day in 4 amid optimism over the earnings season and growing speculation markets may have bottomed out. While that debate continues, with Sanford C. Bernstein strategists saying markets have yet to see full capitulation. Rates may have discarded bets the Federal Reserve will hike rates by a full percentage points next week, bolstering optimism. The central bank will take a more measured approach to policy tightening. Treasuries advanced as growing concerns that the Europe may lose access to Russian gas added to recession fears. Risk sentiment took a hit on news of European Union preparing for a scenario where Russia halts gas exports to retaliate against sanctions. The EU proposed that the bloc cut natural gas consumption by 15% over the next 8 months to ensure that any full Russian cutoff won't disrupt industries over the winter. Markets are starting to come to a realization that the tail risk of a sustained meaningful drop in European gas imports is rapidly becoming the core risk, said Seema Shah, chief global strategist at Principal Global. Global markets have largely assumed they will be immune to European pain. However, Europe is a key trade partner for several major economies, and spillover effects are almost unavoidable. West Texas Intermediate crude slipped below 103. Bitcoin hovered above 23,000 after climbing out of a 1-month-old trading range. And that's the day. So pretty much they're just saying earnings, optimism, and tech. And then Fed and people not worried as much about the Fed. 214 on Netflix. There he is. He's coming to life. The plays are going up now. They're almost up 50% on the ask, but the spread is super wide. You open up your text alerts. You cancel your stock mode looking for something to replace. Unless you're in Canada. I mean, we're U.S. only. So if you're in Canada, you're out of luck. Or the U.K. I don't know why. We might be able to get it for the foreign people. I'm sorry. We love you guys, but I don't know why we've delayed so heavy on you guys. I don't know. Maybe it's the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. I don't know what it is. So I'm sorry. When in doubt, the most it could definitely keep running. Hard to say. Well, at this point, I mean, I think we're going to 397, and then the next test is going to be like 404, 405, and then we could really talk about bottoming out once we get back to 415. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Because, again, I'm just kind of going in blocks, pretty much. Like, this was a block, this was a block, this was a block. You see what I'm saying? So it's like every single moment you've had like an area where you hit a low, bounce up, test the low again, and then you stay there for like a month doing the dance. Then we bounce back up. And then again, this is another block. This is another block. So that's kind of how I'm viewing it for there. The ruble hasn't been strengthening. I think the ruble is like the strongest currency in Europe right now. Yeah, the ruble is just strengthened, dude. It's wild. Should I buy stocks for the long term now, or is this another short squeeze? So I know we talked about that, but that's the whole point, little by little. So usually on the days where we're up like 7-8% on this, I would probably wait till the first like big red day or like a decent red day. But little by little, no matter what, even if you buy a little today, buy a little over the next couple weeks, it'll average out to a good price. So that's kind of the key with all of it. But definitely be cautious and make sure you're not buying into the tippy top of a very green day. Just like we say, a lot of people, it's funny that that's the question, but because a couple weeks ago, the question was, Josh, should I sell out right now? I need to sell out. How am I going to sell out? And, the number one tip of advice I would give people, you do not sell out on a red day. Pretty much you sell out on these rally days if you want to sell. So vice versa when trying to buy something too. It's like you could at least wait a little bit till some of the prices come down more or less to start the rally or to start the averaging in. Oh, I'm good, baby. I sold out of everything today. Well, you have gotten a nice 12% from the bottom if you were on mostly NASDAQ companies. Yeah, Airbnb gas, and I'm back. You better be. I was waiting for you, man. I was like, where's my boy at? I was like, Airbnb just went from 92 to 108, and I've only seen like one Airbnb gassing comment. And I looked at where the premium for the word yesterday, insane crush, great grab at the bottom. I mean, that's what we waited for. I mean, it's funny. Again, I don't know if you guys realized it. Like yesterday, I talked myself into a credit spread, if you don't realize it. Because, like, we just kept talking about it so much where I was just like, yo, the premium's jacked. The premium is jacked. The premium is crazy. The calls are up 400%. The puts are only down 50%. So, literally, that's why I made it. So, this is exactly what we were waiting for on it. Like I said, as long as you didn't move 15%, you were going to win today if you wanted to make your play. You see what I'm saying? So, that was just opportunity cost. And that was the big factor. And sure enough, it moved less than 15%. You woke up this morning, calls or puts both got slashed in half. So that was great. And then now the other earnings I bought today, the play we bought today was good, but I'm only up 50%. And I've caught a $15 move. So there was a little extra premium in the morning. Yeah, Iron Condor. We did good. The Iron Condor, we're going to win on it. I mean, it's not going to go there. So, like, I don't know if you could, like, read it as well. So, it's like, here, remember, I had one of the puts for 230. This was the one that was down 50% yesterday, so I took a loss on that. And then where's the call? Then I had the call. That one's down. It's kind of coming up, but there's only $30 left. So then all of these, it says you're losing, and then you make money on there. But overall, after losing $300 here, I'm still only down 200. So remember, we took profits already, but we are going to win on the Iron Condor. We should. Oh, Meta's at 590. There you go. Oh shit, am I in the money on that? Oh no, I'm at 200. I thought it was 180. I think my play should get executed any second. Come on. Click credit. Lulu is great. I almost read your full comment. SPY new highs. It's crazy how much is flown into the market. I mean, volume's still not like crazy, but I mean, if you string together the last couple days, it's wow. There it is. Facebook. 200% realized on Facebook. I got one more left. So again, this was another earnings run-up play a couple days ago. I bought two of them for 400, and I just sold out one of them for 600. So that's another. And then again, I have the old puts that are still up. So now we're both ways on Facebook for free. Oh, I put Facebook, not Meta. Tesla. Meta reports next week, I think day before the Fed. So again, sold out of the Meta play. $2 in a 6. Not bad. And then I have one more for free. Facebook, not Meta. Boomer, I know. I am a boomer. Costco, don't tell me Costco's going up. That thing is wrecking me. Where your long term? Long term's good. We looked at it today. I mean, we're down 12% on the big long term, which isn't too bad. Then the small long term, we're down 7%. And then Colt Sister is down 25%. So not too bad. And then again, we're still sitting on a deposit, but quite frankly, I think we're about 1 week. We're one positive week away from going green on the long term. I could pretty much say that with confidence. If we continue anything like this, if after the earnings and Fed, nobody panics, those long term should all go positive by next week, maybe except for Colt Sister. No ETFs, not as of yet. Only ones would be technically the what's it called? The REITs. All this pumping can make Powell consider 100. No, not at this point. Powell's going to respond to the Fed futures. I mean, Powell's next week, unless any of the earnings are bad or there's any other data that could shock things. But I think 100 basis points was like a 24-hour freakout thing. And then once they poured cold water on it through those Fed speeches, I think we're chill. Again, the odds are 10% now, but even then, you don't need to even like think about it too much. And just in the sense that Powell is going to do what the Fed futures say, and the Fed futures have definitely calmed down. You see what I'm saying? So I think that part's over pretty much. Where I just think now, as long as the Fed futures aren't moving there, I don't even think there's a worry about what's going on. Single trade, July, Tesla, 600 put, 8,000 contracts worth $2 million. Damn, son. Is this the run up before the inverted yield curve takes effect? It could be. Honestly, it could be a blessing. If we want to play anything, if the yield curve does what we want to do and we want to go from there, it could actually end up being good. What's your feeling on MySpace calls? We'll see. Yeah, the Tesla Q. Yeah, they're about to get a bunch more. So pretty much this wave of like single stock ETFs, it's actually like sweeping Wall Street in a weird way. Like you're pretty much, there's like a couple more already priced in. And those Microsofts are almost up 50%. Remember, those ones are weird. A run-up happens, yield curve snitches, more room, make money on the way down. In this case, yeah. I mean, in 2001, like, that's the thing. Like, and this is why I really hope y'all could follow along if you really do care, you know, because we were talking about this the other day, but it's just like there's the real question now is the features of an economic slowdown that we're going to see. So it's like it's not about, oh, when's the recession? It's the real question is what kind of recession is it? Does it last a long time? Does it affect certain industries? Does it affect everybody? What's the contagion? How far does it spread? Again, does it impact currencies? All of that. We want to know what type of recession and how long. But that's kind of the worry here with the yield curve, because at different times when you read the yield curve, there's some instances where the market has ran down 20% and then the yield curve triggered, so you were already down by the time you got your signal, right? Same thing kind of even in March 2020. And then like 2007, so look at the first time it inverts, what happened? First, it was a little bit of volatile early 2006 when the yield curve was like, this was the first inversion and the market was kind of being a little bit lower. Then it was able to rally, but then it wasn't like it was inverted flat right here. But then they started cutting rates, and actually the market rallied a little bit, and then it started to come down. So in a weird way, if this could give us cushion, because now we are inverted, but it's like if it bounces up a little bit, it might be a blessing. But like look at 2001, the yield curve was inverted, right? But like you were already down 10, 20% from the highs. And then when they adjusted it, that's when you got the real big drop. So that's why no matter what happens, I mean, I'm just digesting all of this. I don't pretty much I see any up and downs could be good, pretty much to the way I'm looking at it. It could either create an opportunity or we're going to find out more about the features of what we're going to be dealing with here in the future. So this is not the bottom. This is not a bear market rally. So even though people have been talking about a bottom, I'm not in the market of believing that right now. I still think it's too early. You know what I'm saying? It's like, tell me, like, who's going to be the next president of the United States? It's just way too early to tell right now, right? You got a couple more months till the midterms, a couple more years till the election. I think talks of a bottom are just way too premature. Doesn't mean we can't bounce. Doesn't mean we can't go up. Doesn't mean that the market can't hold a 400 level, which I think would be reasonable. But I don't think this is the bottom until we move the macro puck. Everything we need to see more about it. That's just all it comes down to. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for, and that's why the yield curve, thankfully, when it's all said and done, bro, like the market's moved a lot, but your yield curve has just stayed dog shit for the last couple of days. Again, it's still bad today at a whole basis point, a quarter basis point priced in, or not priced in, excuse me, but inverted. That already says that there's a problem right there. So Snap, Netflix go in. Netflix plays are now coming up. You're just about 50% on those. Snapchat going up. Tomorrow, huge red blast. ASON, software stocks on the high. I totally sold the Shopify way too early. Just long Bitcoin with 50K. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Is that 108? Wow. Airbnb, you're a good guy, man. Good guy. Bro, everything is going ape shit today. Very nice to see. I missed Airbnb. I did too. I mean, we had our deposit. It hit a very low price. Just hesitated for one day because I was like, I kind of want a little bit more cash. Maybe it gets cheaper, but either way, I mean, this is just great overall around the board. You know, Snapchat's hooking up to long term. Airbnb, I mean, the cushion literally but we're falling below 12% now. Like I was saying, just a couple more of these moves here, and then depending on how we finish earnings season, this one's going to be very interesting. Defense is getting slaughtered by offense. Oh, no, not at all. Again, I mean, I think you could play defense up and down. Well, the whole idea is no matter what the market does, we want to be in a position to succeed. So if you're losing on any short plays, any downside, hopefully you got some earnings on the upside. Or if you were really playing defensive on here, even if you were just controlling your budget over the last couple of weeks, you may have missed out on some upside. But as long as you didn't get suckered in to anything that could have cost you on the reverse, I mean, in a weird way, you're defended very good, especially with, again, the long-term cushion right now. That defense is working. Oh, Milo, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Oh, then you said Lulu earlier. They're running a little bit. They're doing good. Airbnb 108. So that broke Airbnb out of this trend. It brings Airbnb back to the May levels. But even then, we had a big sell-off in May. That's crazy. So we were positive on Airbnb for a good amount of time. Literally, like we didn't really go negative on Airbnb up until recently. That's good to know. Uber, I think they're above the price where we bought it last. They're coming back to that point. Same exact point, getting back to May levels. A lot of things. Again, tech is above its 50-day moving average, and people are excited about that. Oh, Henry Kissinger talking about the Europe cut. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you.
But that it's a permanent assignment.
Okay, this is a wild interview. Okay.
That can be.
This is Henry Kissinger.
Achieved by endless confrontations.
So you heard more about endless confrontations between the United States and China. Are we engaged in endless confrontation? Have we gone too far in the confrontation? Is there another way?
Well, I would hope that we could achieve an important balance with China by, number one, making very clear that there are lines that that China cannot cross, and that the United States will do everything necessary, working with our allies, to prevent them from further aggression in South China Sea, in Taiwan, and in other areas. But at the same time, once we've defined where those lines are, I think there's an opportunity here to engage in diplomacy and dialogue with China. I think that is important. But you have to do it from a position of strength. You cannot do it from a position of weakness. And that's the difference here. If the United States and our allies make clear where the lines are, then I think it can open up opportunities for dialogue.
Is there a path that you can see from all your vast experience to avoid this being a zero-sum game? Because I think sometimes President Xi thinks that the United States basically has as its strategy in China to hold it back, to hold China back. So a lot of people in the United States think that for China to win, the United States has to lose. Is there a way that both sides can win?
Yeah, I believe that can be the case. China is a strong economy. We're part of a global world. I think that this world has plenty of room for competition between China and the United States and others as well. That is really the kind of globalism we ought to be seeking, which is one of having strong competition with China and others as far as trade is concerned, and yet maintaining a relationship.
All righty. Bro, that Henry Kissinger thing was scary. That was wild. But we're making another move. 396.25. You're going to 397, ladies and gentlemen. You're up 1.9 on the NASDAQ, 0.92 on the SPY, and only 0.3 on the Dow, which I think is wild, adding to all of this. Even Apple making another move. My goodness. Then where's Netflix? Your calls are up now. Those are 50% from the morning, 60 cents to $1 something. I did not get the Affirm. No, I didn't. I forgot. I was going for the Netflix plays then. SPY popping off. Oh, Braxton. Showing some love, baby. Oh, there you go. He's competing. I got so many kids in the chat. So many. I'm sending them. I'm doing chores. I thought the stream was hacked. Yeah, that was wild. Smart to hold weeklies. It depends. I mean, I sold any weeklies a little too early because I was worried like any sort of shift would get clapped. I mean, I've been writing some of the earnings plays. Again, our Microsoft earnings plays are doing good. I just took the Netflix or the Facebook out at 200%, and then we're waiting. We're waiting. But bro, this is a wicked one, man. I'm already even seeing it. Like people already got memes now about buying the dip. Like this one. I feel like over the last cut, like this is bigger than the Fed minutes one in a weird way because we're rallying from much lower. But like people haven't gotten this excited in a while now where I think you literally have people contemplating, is this the bottom? Was this the dip? This is definitely an exciting day for retail and just a lot of people who are looking for, any sort of consecutive upside. We just haven't seen this in a long time, and it's big. It's not like it's small, which makes it all the more interesting at this point. This is the bull trap of the year. I think it might be, but I mean, because this was the first time, like every other time people were more like, oh, it's a bull trap, but we were moving more. But this time, it's just like people kind of capitulated. and we're accepting it. Remember, I think this was a real capitulation week, and then now it's like it's flipping. But this momentum, I mean, it's starting to, it's not V-shaped because we went so much down, but that's a nice rally off the bottom for now. Caught bottom on lift for the Roth. Picked up shares 1206, 6 cents off the low. Good work, baby. J Powell enters in the room. In 2-3 weeks, it'll be tested in the lows again. Unfortunately, I think that's a possibility. And I say that like we've been saying, because just like, dude, next week you have so much as far as earnings are concerned, and then you got Powell. So we'll see what happens. But anything is possible, but you got to give credit to the bulls on this one. This has been an actual, like, big move. Again, just like consecutively, and now it's 12% on the NASDAQ, a little bit more from here, and then even like another, like probably 8% from here, but it's just like, that's big gains. That's very, very big gains, especially, or it at least gave you some big cushion if you were down pretty bad the last couple of weeks. Go EV pop in. Where's Tesla? Tesla. In September, the worst month for the market. Yeah, August could be bad too. But again, I mean, we're getting into the end of the summer there. And that is going to be a very pivotal time. Like I said, just keep that moment on watch. That is yet to disappear from my radar. Tesla, I do not know. I really, again, and the premium is lower. Like, that's the only problem. I would like to make more plays on Tesla, but the calls didn't get crushed this morning, and it's only pricing in about 5%. So it's very different than Netflix yesterday. Netflix good though, very, very good. Have your thoughts on short oil changed at all since the last time? Well, since then, I mean, I was expecting a pullback. This pullback was a little bit more aggressive with some of the worries of recession and deflation. But I still think there's a possibility for oil to go up and test another high. We just got to see what happens with this Europe stuff. But definitely had me sweating for a little bit once it broke 92. Option flow, it's bearish, 84% puts. I can look it up on TD Ameritrade, but let me see if I'm gonna check my scanner and just see if any unusual options came up. Let's see. A lot of spy. Oh my gosh, the amount of spy calls is disgusting. Oh my gosh, so many spy calls for tomorrow were purchased that just were not purchased before. Chipotle, surprisingly, I'm not seeing any Teslas come up. So they were probably all active. Thank you for what? Thank you. God bless you, my friend. DIA. Nah, dude, just a lot of spy plays today. Like big spy plays. HYG got a big call. They're up 1%. Yeah, HYG is kind of breaking out a little bit. Let me check these. Come on, yalla. No way. That HYG wasn't even like a special trade. Ugh, but they're up 70% on the day. Lunch tapering. Yeah, a lot of stuff broke out. See, that's the next risk from here. You realize the risk is just buying any calls from here, and then if anything goes down, because now a lot of call premiums are breaking out. That's what sucks. Like, you got to realize too, everyone's like, yeah, this move is great, but do you realize all of the earnings plays are now up 50 to 200%, if not higher? That's the problem now. So this definitely is more of the earnings run, but because I'm looking at this, I'm like, damn, even on like a HYG, it's like you can make plays, but anything that's broken down or broken out right now, and you buy them, like it goes nuts. I don't even want to look at the Shopify's. Actually, I do. What was your 39.50s? 70 cents. They're at $2 now. I sold out at $1, $1.10 from 75. Those are great. Airlines, I'm not really thinking playing them just yet. Big red, kind of not really, just higher volume. And then the first red after the last, couple hours. I think Airbnb earnings, they will. I mean, they have some pressure from the dollar, but I mean, with Airbnb, I think with Airbnb's price, it sucks that the price kind of went up a little bit. One, we wanted to buy it, but then the other thing that you got to factor in is that with that price was low, if the earnings came in higher, that would have looked very good for the price to earnings. But overall, I think Airbnb is going to be good. I mean, all trends are pointing towards it. Nothing bad has developed recently. If anything, seems like travel and what the airline said, everything still looks decent on that front. Tesla. Is this the summer bear rally everyone's been on the lookout for? If it comes down, then yes. But we're going to find out. I think just depending on these earnings. Right now, this is just jacking up earnings premium. We're all getting ready to get into the earnings season. So assuming what these companies do, I mean, we'll really find out from there. If the rally doesn't hold, the rest of the year could be ugly. Yeah, well, that's why I said get us back to 415. That's when we're really going to see what's up. Because even from 415, like, you can move back down again, but you still get cushion. And then if you want to really believe in any upside, it's like 415. I think we minimum have to go there. So it's quite interesting. Did you pick the random comment from Sunday? Yeah, it was a gap play. Yeah, we got a call on gap. Meta's going up even more. That one actually did pretty good. TBLT. Tough Built Industries up 52%. Rallying $4 stock. Again, even Netflix and Meta on the high. Meta's starting to run. Again, you got 50% back on the Microsoft calls too. I grabbed another Qualcomm put. The Qualcomm put's been getting wrecked. But that one I think will at least earnings. The call I got today went down 30 cents, but then the plays from the other day that were like fighting with break even and like would come up and down, those are down 50% now. Tough Built reverse split. It's moving. I don't know what that is. TBLT though. That's up. Again, some of the other names are still running like Meta, Netflix. There's Roblox up. Roblox is chilling. Airbnb. Weird bookings down. Amazon's hitting a new high. Google's even starting to climb. Where's Apollonian? They're holding up at the top. Can we look at the long term? Yeah, we already had it up. We went over it a couple times. We got a lot of gains. We're down 12% on the big account, 7% on the YouTube account, and then Colt Sister down 25%. But very nice. It's just been a very nice bounce, like we said. If we could string together Pretty much if by the end of this earnings season, if the market stays in this attitude, just another week after those big earnings, if those are all good, I wouldn't be surprised to see the long term go positive on the year. Again, we just had a lot more cushion on our long term, so I think at most we were down like 17%. So it's not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, Airbnb's doing very, very well. Almost borderline everything. Again, we started off a little bit weak. Now the only industries that are down is utilities, consumer staples, and healthcare. So literally any defensive industry is clobbered right now, while risk on and growth is now they've snowballed all day. Sorted coin. I know a lot of people, at this point, going after Bitcoin or any of the other ones might be good. If anything, maybe wait until it like calms down a little bit. Because like when we made the play, it was just like pinned. And I think that's a good way for when the premiums chill out. But let me check the Beto options. So pretty much the options on Coinbase or like Beto, same price for the puts as they were when we made our play in June. So technically the premiums came down, but now all the premiums have about 1 month left of time left, or one less month of time. So they're still kind of at a premium. So it's interesting. You could go for it, but it's like there's going to be a little bit more volatility. Conoco, I like. Our Conoco plays are actually up. You see Workhorse. Yeah, even Workhorse. Dude, everything went up today. I'm telling you. Like, even the Robinhood, a lot of just random shares just all went up. Again, Snapchat up like 8% today, leading into earning 9%, bro. Like, you just got a big bag across the board. That's why I'm like, this is a little different. We haven't really seen this. Dollar General selling off. It's a consumer staple play. Again, consumer staples are one of the only ones red now. Who's buying big money algos? Again, I brought this up earlier today, and I don't think I've heard it mentioned, and I think a lot of people are missing it because there's no buyback blackout period right now. But I think a good portion of this could be attributed to buybacks. Oh, that's not Dollar General. That's DQ, not DG. Oh, my bad. That's DQ. That's DAQUAO. I thought it was Dollar General, man. They got me with my eyes and the G and the Q. But like I'm saying, I think this is buybacks, more or less, added to retail optimism, the dollar kind of calming down, and people trying to, get acclimated to things not getting worse. I think that's a benefit. And even what we said with earnings and that, getting there. But that's the one thing I could say right now, too, is that literally your earnings are being priced in right now. So it's like everybody's getting excited, but like, what are you excited for? All of your earnings plays are now going to cost you 4 times as much money. Literally. Your Microsoft, though that play was dead, now it's back up 50% again. Facebook options, all up over 200%. Netflix, you saw it hit as high as 400%. Apple, Amazon, both of those are up at least 200 to 400%. So all this did was get us back to a higher, lower level. But now every single option play is super expensive. And then now there's going to be a weird premium on the puts since we moved up from so much. Even if you buy a put and we drop a lot, unless that put gets in the money, that put might not even move. Yeah, if you weren't early on it, you didn't benefit as much. Like, again, I had some good plays, but I sold them out at 50, 100% because I was like, all right, that's good enough. They're weeklies, but then now they went crazy. So really kind of depends how you look at it. But just in general, though, this is the things I'm observing is that just earnings are getting more expensive now. So just be careful on that one. But buybacks could also be a big factor fueling this because it's like, bro, this is a very big move all across the board, and a lot of names have moved very big. So I would argue buybacks with things being at low prices could cause this. Will it hold? It depends on if the earnings are good and no big earnings surprises, it could hold. If Powell comes out, does 50 basis points, 75, and the market doesn't get mad at that and they like what they're seeing, it could hold up until the next important data set or external event related to commodities, energy in Europe or Europe. Dollar is weird. It's barely up today. It's at 0.09, still decent, but still lower as far as the last couple weeks. How early should you start playing? Well, I took the risk. I said it. I was a little bit earlier, but pretty much right when the bank earnings start, you could kind of start getting in there, and then usually like 2 weeks at a time. And I think we were about 2 weeks at a time when we started playing it right with the bank earnings. But remember, we were like when we made our earnings plays on Netflix and all that, the market was down though too. That's the ironic part about all this. We were responding to other stuff. So we got some early. I didn't get all of them, and some of them, little by little. But I remember that one. Remember the one day I went crazy buying Netflix and Microsoft. Everyone was like, "What are you doing, Josh?" Like the market was really, really bad, but it just things flipped dramatically quick in this instance. Yeah, we are at the 50-day moving average. That's what a lot of people are calling out. That's like some of the advantage they're saying. They're saying we're up 50-day moving average first time. All the education. God bless you. God bless you, my friend. I saw FaZe Clan stock. It dropped. I don't know if it came up on today's day. Yeah, this one people were not feeling the risk on sentiment. But I saw it. I thought they already had a stock from their SPAC. So I don't know. I think this was just kind of like an event, more or less. Market cap on FaZe, I have no idea. Single order, Tesla, 550, 4,000 contracts, 588. I think those are the ones we have. We have the 550s. Or we got a 555. Those are break even now. Remember, they went up just under 100%, and then they came down. But today of earnings, they're even, and then the calls are slightly jacked up. German energy regulator Gazprom renominated gas flows seen at 30% capacity on July 21st. Some hedge funds are betting that Tesla could drop 25%. Ay, ay, ay. It sucks, though. I wish the premium was higher. There's our first red candle here. Dollar staying there. I wouldn't say first red candle, but you're watching it slip a little bit. We did this earlier in the day. Surprisingly, we didn't hit 397. So I remember 396 was a little stubborn, but I remember 397. That level should sound familiar with how many times we've called it out over the last couple months. Up 30% on the coin puts. Nice. The Betos already went up 10%. You could build butterflies for almost nothing. Yeah, but usually, I mean, those would be executed at the same time. So if you want to check if it's a butterfly, try to see when the orders can't come in, because most people do not do butterflies like scaled in at different times. EWI plays dead? Not at all. No. I would say the exact opposite. You're waiting, even tomorrow, they could come back. I mean, imagine the volatility with EWI, and they're still the same price from here. I think it kind of highlights in a weird way, the plays are more expensive. Pretty much the stock went from 21 to 24 almost, and the premiums are break even, and the same price we bought them at, they're actually more expensive. So it's, again, they move a little bit weird, and we'll see, but depending on what happens tomorrow and then next week through everything else, then we'll find out what's going on with Germany and all of that. You picked up a 23 yesterday, up 20% now. Good work. What's the time frame? Qualcomm, I grabbed August 18th or 19th, the middle contract. I have EWI puts. Those are the ones I'm talking about. They're at the same price for September. I'm new. Please explain your whole day trading process. Really, I just get the long term, and then we wait for news and events, and then try to find cheap contracts. And then during earnings season, we try to get ahead, get the earnings run up, and then play them afterwards too. That's like the simple version without spending too much time. Long term, baby. Today is one of the days why you have the long term. Again, it just gives us cushion. I mean, it's not up yet, but it's very, very nice. Very, very nice. I'm just shocked at 12%. 12% on the NASDAQ in 4 days. Or at least, and not 4 days. I guess that's on the month. But still, yeah, EWI is selling off right now. I don't know where EWG is. And then we already had Euro close. Which Divi stock, good quality ones. I was looking at Coca-Cola the other day. Honestly, Altria is a very good value. I mean, I have them. I'm down on it. But, like, I would be down to buy Altria if I drop more than 10%. So pretty much if my Altria drops more than the dividend, I'd be willing to pick it up. But other than that, it's like that's a decent one. That's a high dividend, but a little bit more risk. Otherwise, I like Abivai, but Abivai is still kind of expensive. So if you'd be willing to wait till Abivai gets into maybe 130 levels or lower, I'd be willing to buy Abivai to pay the premium for that price. But I like Abivai a lot. Coca-Cola, some real estate stocks, some REITs could be good. Just make sure they don't have too big of payout ratios. Walgreens is a good one, too. That one, we're still slightly up on it, but that would be a good one. Altria got clapped because the Juul band stuff hurt some of it, some of their future plans. I'm not buying FaZe stock, no. You know what happens when stock run up quick? What's next? Yeah, what's next is people asking what's next. That's usually what happens. And then everyone's like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? What's going on next? Is it going to be, it's a bottom? It's not the bottom. It's a bear trap, bull trap, bear trap, bull trap. And then that's usually what happens next. And then the market happens. And then whatever happens, half of the market says, this is bullshit. This is manipulating. I can't believe this is happening. This makes no sense. How is the dollar doing this? And then anything that like we taught from the past, like you're going to bring it up if it doesn't happen for like a 6-hour period. You're going to be like, why is the dollar? I thought the dollar was supposed to, I thought inflation was inflating and prices were inflation. And how is inflation 9.1 in the stock market? That makes no sense. I don't get it. I thought the bond, if the yield curve is still inverted, how is the market going up? And then the other half is like, I told you this was going to happen. You see that, bears, you should go home, bears. Oh, this is what you get. Buy the dip. It's clear that it was a bottom. We couldn't sell off for this long, man. Everything's good. There's not a recession. So you're going to go back and forth on that. Did you know your Miss Cleo for folks? I don't know. I feel like y'all could have found a better Miss Cleo. Like, I feel like you could have found a more, like, dude, there is not a lack of Miss Cleos in the stock market. Like, I feel like if you wanted a Miss Cleo, you're not going to go for the guy who, like, goes after, like, macroeconomic analysis and then, like, explains the bullish and bearish side every single day and, like, has a long term but still grabs mad puts. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all could have found, like, you could have found a Miss Cleo easily. Like if someone say, this has to happen. Everybody loves to do that, man. You know me? I'm more banking on the yield curve, and then I'm more like Miss Cleo with the long term, you know what I'm saying? Because I just know how it works, you know? I just know how it works, man. They playing with me, but other than that, I don't know. This is Miss Cleo, man. How you doing, huh? Will Nigel be here for Tesla? It all depends on the timing. All depends on the timing. All depends on the timing. Would you or have you bought more Snap at these levels? As much as I would love to, no, because I'm up on Snapchat still, believe it or not. After today, I'm up on it like 10% now. But I want to wait till the earnings clear out. I mean, I still believe in Snapchat. The only thing I believe about Snapchat, though, is that the game plan has just got delayed by 6 months to a year after that last guidance report. So we're going to see, but until I go like really negative on it, I don't think I would be in the market to purchase it right now, just because I think there's way better deals that you could get. And again, still being positive on it, but I have not bought. And even then, like people were trying to shit on me for Snapchat and whatever ever since the drop, but I didn't buy any more Snapchat in 2021. So like my last purchase on Snapchat was in the year 2020. So I haven't bought since. We've been riding the wave. We have a good position. And remember, the whole idea with Snapchat, we stacked up on it early. We added to it, we let it run, and it did its thing. But in the meantime, instead of buying Snapchat, I used the money to buy everything else. So some stuff went down, some stuff went up. But again, I mean, we still got some gainers, and we've been collecting dividends. That's one thing I was looking at. Like long term is down 12%, but don't forget this portfolio has been yielding 5% every single year. So in a weird way, we've been getting our dividends back and all that too. But pretty much, I'm waiting on Snapchat, and when Snapchat is not at a super attractive price, I use that opportunity to build out the rest of the portfolio. So depending on where your portfolio is at with growth and dividends and everything else, I would just take a gander and really see, because Snapchat, you're going to have some time. It's going to be a little volatile, but it's still at a point where it's not the cheapest it's been. Hence, we're still up on it, but it's definitely heavily discounted from the highs. There's some penny stocks still down. Well, again, I mean, I've been saying it for months. This is your moment to buy quality for cheap. Cheaper. Again, cheap is a relative concept, but at the end of the day, it's like this was the moment where you should be buying your good name companies that you haven't seen at levels in years, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Like that, and like dividends, growth, whatever it is. So that's what I've been going for. Or the names you really believe in with like high conviction, like Airbnb. That value came down, but it's still a little expensive. But I've always been on that. Again, Uber hitting one of the lowest prices, but then there's other names out there like Netflix. I really do like for that reason. I don't think people again, there's worries about growth and everything else, but just at the end of the day, there's not too many stocks you were able to pick up at 2017 prices. And that's something I like at these moments, because if it does end up bouncing and things end up turning around, you're going to want those good quality names there. Google pausing hiring, not 100% confirmed. So be careful, because I think last week they had a pausing hiring news also. So I don't think Google slowing down on hiring is new. Oh my gosh, come on. Not seeing it come across the wire just yet. Grain export survey, wheat sales before USDA report. I shout out my email from I might have. What was it? But we following up now from last week. What happened? Google tried to spin it as being more entrepreneurial, was losing last night. A lot of people have. Again, even Netflix. That's what some analysts were taking. They're like, well, freeing up free cash flow is good. Again, it's like when people get worried about the uncertainty, they're going to start trying to cut costs and free up cash flow. So it's like you could spin that news however you want, but I would expect to see a lot more of that too, honestly. Yeah, we just need to get lean and mean, just cost-cutting measures, free up cash flow. You know, we're looking good about it, and that's the thing that we see doing good right now. Crazy thing is most I've heard of the chat talking about buying stock has been since the market turned green. Market red, people think about selling. Oh, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, even when I just don't forget, when I made those earnings plays last week, we were in the thick of it. Right, and the market was going down. It wasn't looking good at all. I wanted earnings, but I didn't expect it to just do this. But definitely, that's why people are talking about buying the dip now a lot more today than I've seen in the last at least quarter. I would say the last 3 months today has more people feeling more bullish than not and talking about buying when 90 days ago, not everybody was really on that. Dollar is climbing a little bit, so watch out now. You had that little Google news. I don't know how it's impacting just yet. Again, I'm not seeing the Google news on the wire, but dollar's going up, and now you're getting a little bit more of a cheek lay. Do you think we still have a lot of downside to come, even though the short term we could potentially have some upside? Well, yeah, anything is possible. And yeah, I do. I mean, even by the end of Powell, nothing is set in stone until Powell opens his mouth next Wednesday. And then until we hear Google, Amazon, Facebook, and then everybody else in between. SPY's picking up a couple more reds now. Looks like we're topping out around 396 on the day, 396 and some change. And now you got two bigger candles. We haven't really seen that all day. VWAP's still climbing. Dollar's hitting a high of the day. But a couple of different names are selling off. And again, there's some unconfirmed Google news about slowing hiring circling around. But the point is, right now, it's like the puck is moved now to moving up a little bit. But it's just like you just got to watch out for it. Like just in general, like what I would say with what's going on is that it's just everybody is just so quick to flip-flop right now. And all I'm saying is, like, imagine being out at sea and we are in the middle of, like, you could see the land, but we're still far as hell from the land. And that's the point. The wind is blowing very aggressively and it looks like we're going towards the land, but it's like, dude, we're still in the middle of the ocean. You're nowhere near recession and you're nowhere near safety. You see what I'm saying? You're not in the deep, deep waters of recession, and you are not actually on the land just yet. So that's where it's like the juxtaposition or I guess there's no text, but that's like the counter arguments going back and forth right now. And that's where people are responding to the wind and we're saying, do we have downside in this and that? But like imagine we were on a boat in the middle of the ocean right now and you still could see land, but you could also still see us getting a lot deeper. So asking me that question at this point, it's like, either or, we could see where the wind is blowing, but if that wind changes by next week, the sales are going right back towards recession. So we got to really see what's happening right now, and that's why the events are key, but we're just going to take it as it is, and that's why we have the strategy we have. Today we could celebrate the long term, but then we'll see what happens with the earnings and any other downside plays as well too. So big candles now, your first real big candles back to VWAP. Google's starting to drop. That news has not been confirmed yet, but we're kind of moving since then. And now the dollar's coming up. That's the source, the information. Says it'll pause hiring 7 minutes ago. Say for 2 weeks after saying last week it would slow the pace of hiring. So it's just an update. So I think most of it's priced in a little bit, but we'll find out here. I mean, that was the only thing that dropped at that moment, and then the dollar started going up, so it could be there. What was the news? There's just unconfirmed Google news. Or there, we have one source on it right now, but it just seems to be an update from their hiring news, and then everything else is moving. EWI is down 4% now. So that just gave up all of it from yesterday. EWG is still coming down, but like literally, like what? I'm down 20 cents on that short now. And then dollar's starting to go. EWI is starting to move up here too. And then Tesla puts came up here too now. Netflix sold off. Baba's on the low again. China stocks weren't doing too hot right now. Can't break down. We could break it down a little bit. I mean, you're still up a decent amount. 1.2 on the NASDAQ. Dow is red now. But let's see. I don't know if this is reacting to the dollar or more so that news. Very wild. Merck, huge buy order. China bank run news. People were talking about that in boycotts. They talked about boycotts, mortgages on Bloomberg this morning. It seems like the dollar, but it correlates more with the news. Again, we ignored that dollar all day until it hit a quarter percent. I guess it just moved about a 0.1% right there in the last couple minutes. So yeah, we're dropping now. That's switch gears. So anybody bottom? Anybody bottom? No. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. Looking like when the app it does kind of feel like that. It's getting bigger, but Google's having a smaller reaction. Remember, Apple's first candle was gigantic. So maybe it's because of the post split, but we'll find out. Even Apple's coming back to the earlier level. The volume is higher again, even on the day, though. It's kind of chilled out. We're at 30 million, and we're just above hour number 3. We're getting back now to the earlier levels. You are below VWAP. Dollar keeps going up. Bro, this is criminal. I know. I'm sorry. I know it's fried, bro. We were just having a discussion on how everybody's like, I want to buy. And then now all of a sudden, one piece of news, the light positioning, it's totally flipping right now. It could be the Google news. It seems more like that. And again, I would love to blame the dollar today, but we ignored the dollar for the last 90% of the day. So let's see. From buy to bye-bye. For real, though, actually. So let's see, though. Let's see if it could defend VWAP. I mean, it could be a bigger pullback. At least this brought some volume in. Again, either way, I mean, there's not anything too crazy. Bop. They did this with Apple, or literally, if it would have to keep selling off. But let's see, could have just been a nice VWAP thing, temper some emotions there, make sure keep everybody in check. Definitely fucked up the premiums. Again, we were just talking about how the call premiums are all jacked up. So now they're still probably higher, but then they're just gonna be in a weird position. Yeah, like the Metas are still around the same price. Where is Meta? And then Google bouncing a little bit. We'll see if we get back above VWAP. I mean, VWAP was climbing on that. Google news, it was unconfirmed that they're stopping hiring. Last week they announced that they're slowing it down. So there's a report about 10, 12 minutes ago saying that they are going to be fully stopping it for a couple of weeks. Man, the sex bots, they've already updated. Now they stop hitting y'all with aggressive stuff. They figured out the chat is like romantics. They said, all right, we're not getting conversion on the aggressive ones. They're like, help us, let our AI help you find your perfect match. That's it. They know you guys are hopeless romantics. They're like, they like technology. And they're like, give it to watch. We're going to get a higher breakthrough on that one. Yeah, the other ones didn't work. The other ones did not work. That move messed up the play. I went from 200 to break even. It depends on the time frame, like the meta play. Remember, I sold out at 6. Now it's at 550. So, but that one has a little bit more time. So I think it really just depends on that. I'm doing good, man. God bless you. I'm feeling good. Good day. A lot to digest today. Makes earnings season that much more crazy. I'm kind of bothered that the premiums are going to be expensive now. It's good that we got a couple already, but damn. So sad. Yeah, UNG is climbing back up, and we're still in the money on those plays. So, again, that should be holding a pretty good relative value. What happened? This drop, we couldn't really explain too much on it. There was a little bit of news that correlated, and the dollar went a little higher, but the market wasn't responding. There it is, hitting the wire now. Google News is confirmed. Google says it will pause hiring for 2 weeks. So it's starting to circulate now, but I think Google kind of already bounced a little bit. And again, the difference between them and Apple, one, the reaction is small, but it's still like they had an update on it the day before. Yeah, we got that very early. Good work, Troy. Go work. Confirmation bounce. 2 weeks isn't that bad. Well, get ready next week. Next week, baby. Next week, you got PAL, you got Apple, you got Amazon, you got Google, you got Facebook, you got Snapchat tomorrow. I think you're going to get more social media. Bro, so many earnings next week. Should I start reading them to you? Let's see. Weekly. Week starting the 25th. Oh, man. So Monday, you're going to get NEM and CDS. Tuesday, GE, Whirlpool, State Street, RTX, UPS, General Motors, Coca-Cola, GLW, McDonald's, 3M, True, WSO, GPK, Texas Instruments, Chipotle, Enphase Energy, Visa, Google, Boyd Gaming, Juniper, and Microsoft. That's all on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, you're going to get Bungie, Bristol Myers, Waste Management, General Dynamics, T-Mobile, then Hilton After Hours, Telecom, Boeing, Ford, O'Reilly, Teladoc, AWK Water, Qualcomm, Uri Rentals, Qscaler, Etsy, EQT, Flex, Nova, HP. This is all on Wednesday. What is that? Vici, Ahmed, Musa, Meta, Tylenol, ServiceNow, Align Technology, Thursday, Virtue, Lazy Boy, MAS, Nova, Siri, Hertz, Hershey's, Baxter, NOC, Altria, Hog, MasterCard. Where's the rest? BTU, Pfizer, VLO, Citibank, URI again. Wait, URI? No, that's in the morning. DXM, Twitter, Intel, Apple, Amazon, DEC, First Solar, Southwest. Oh my gosh. Then the Friday you even have 30 earnings, man. So yeah, that's all there. I said Tyler, is it Tylenol or TYL? I think it's Tyler Technologies. I call them Tylenol. Yeah, TYL. They're a pretty big stock. They're killing it, too, today. But, yeah. There you go. So many. That's all of that, and then Powell, middle of the week. So, in between all of those earnings, you get Jerome Powell. And you mean to tell me anything matters today? Come on. Come on. These guys, they're trying to tell you. Simple. Powell, I told you he's a numbnuts. He's going to mess it up. That's why I told you in 2018. You remember Powell? He keeps wanting to raise rates. Who is this guy? Lower it. Bring it lower. Help the people. So I'm just saying it's going to be crazy. So what you're saying is there's a few earnings coming up. Yeah, just a few. Just a few. A couple. Austin says U.S. to announce additional weapons for Ukraine this week. It's cool, man. We're giving them guns. It's nice. Michael Burry tweet. Well, do you think he planned the tweet or did he wait until we had this drop after being up? I don't know. Oh, thank you for getting me the tweet. Boyle, UNG, something's going crazy there. UNG and Boyle going nuts right now. Huge pop. So he says, what markets are going through is something they haven't had to deal with in over 4 decades. Yet today, all these chartists and analysts point out how great this strategy or that strategy worked the last 2 decades. Meet the new boss, same as very old boss. What is he talking about? OW equities versus bonds. Bro, you cut off the fucking chart. What's wrong with this asshole? Last 2 times, bonds were overweighted. Stocks enjoyed big rallies. Oh, 2009. That would be nice. Bro, how are you going to cut off the chart? Like, bro, how are you going to stop me at 2021? Like, I guess, is this the beginning or end? Like, come on, dude. Like, you're already cryptic enough. Nah, I'm Burry. Come on, Burry. Meet the new boss. Like, what? If they got the LNG terminal. I don't know. I could double check right here. European proposes 15% gas cut. That's about it. Uh, 1256. Europe's actions. I'm not seeing anything on it. But UNG is popping big. Bro, 26 now? Wait, what's our contract at? We have to be, like, running it up. Just saying. What did I sell a lot? I think I sold out. It's at 560. I think we sold out at 5 last time. But 23, so $3 in the money on that. I'll take it. But it's popping hard. That's like a very, very big move. PM downside watch. Watch Altria as well, too. Altria is selling off. Yeah, Philip Morris. What's going on with them? I mean, remember, Philip Morris is more international. But they are, Philip Morris and Altria are both going down. There might be something. So there's just a forecasted for their earnings. Isn't Philip earnings in the morning? So PM dropping big. UNG, huge pop. Literally $1 pop on natural gas. Ghetto spread, the UNG are waiting. Yeah, if you have more than one, you could always sell some. I'm not seeing anything on Philip Morris. And then I just tweeted out a video somebody sent me. They do have tanks in front of the banks in China. So here's the video. I retweeted it, but apparently they did put tanks in front of the banks there yesterday. Holy shit. Or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. This is crazy. Oxy's going up now. Watch oil. Devon Enter. Dude, Philip Morris, do we got anything on that one? I don't think we do. Yeah, nothing. Not seeing anything on that one. Very interesting. Keep watch on that one. And again, you could look out for Altria. Again, the earnings is coming up. Tanks and Pro. I know. I've seen this exact Tenement Square, bro. Watch out. I don't even think we can say it. Philip Morris and Altria on the lows now. They both just sold off a quick 1% out of nowhere. Boyle Preems. Boyle is, dude, if we got the Boyle, we would have made even more. That part was tripping me out. Because usually I don't like going for those levered ETFs, but man. But even then, bro, $6 on this play. $1.50 to $6. So I think at like what? $7.50, we have 500%. And then you still have the UNG for till October. Yeah, been a pretty wild 20 minutes here. Been a pretty wild 20 minutes. My Twitter, Real Cult News. Say what's up, man. You can say what's up. Why are Boyle? Because it's levered and it's already, it's already went up a lot. Again, we're up just under 500% on our play from like 2 weeks ago. So it's like UNG has made a wicked move from the bottom. Like this is where we bought it right around here. But you literally have almost doubled up. $18 to just under 30 or 26. It's pretty big. And then SPY's chilling out. So is the dollar. Philip Morris still dropping. Don't know why UNG's going crazy. It's still going nuts. TLT. Oh, big pop on TLT. Interesting. I wonder. Just watch the yield curve, though, even though the bonds have moved pretty big, that yield curve still staying inverted around that quarter basis point. Someone say nuts. We did, baby. Good morning. There was a couple. I feel like we sent out the back call for you a couple times. We didn't hear you, man. That's it. We were like, clarity this, clarity that. I was expecting it. 20-year-old high yield 3.4 when issued 3.447, 2.7 basis point stop through. So rates might climb a little bit. Again, if TLT goes green, the more it goes green, the more it's likely to invert the yield curve. Las Vegas, Sam. Well, you had good China news with the Win thing, but I don't know. Again, I think just any Vegas stocks, especially if they have a big presence in China, they're just going to get flung back and forth. Speaking of flung, FLNG, they're up right now. Flex LNG, they just had a pop, but it's not showing up here. Energy running and tech cool off until Monday. We will see. Because again, energy's cooled off big on any of these days. We haven't had a huge energy move, more or less. When you ask a question, oh, you're complaining? All right, bye. We love you. If you have a question, you can feel free to ask it, though. But if not, I understand your frustration. We all have to make our personal decisions to find what's best for us. So do your thing, baby boy. We still love you. We still love you. Yeah, I thought it was a question. It read like a question, and then I read it all. And then I just said, we'll just cut our losses pretty early. I love you. I love you, Facebook Get Money. Let's go. Facebook Get Money. That's a fun name to say. Facebook Get Money. How do we look at Facebook previous chart that shows earnings date and TOS? I think you just put it up, right? I think you just go to the chart and put Facebook in. And then go to a daily chart. Oh shit, that's because I put in Facebook. Here's Meta. Actually, I think it doesn't exist for Meta because they switched tickers. I think that's why. So it doesn't show the last earnings date. I mean, you could look at the chart and I'm sure you could figure it out. I'm a wild guess. This was the last earnings. Another wild guess. This was another earnings. You know, it's like, so it's pretty obvious there, but I know what you're saying. On other companies, it should show up. Like Amazon, it shows this. So I think because this stock switched, it's not showing up. These wild start gassing just to go to reverse. You say EWG or EWI? Let me see. Blame, dude, Snapchat, man. What if Snapchat brings the market down 5% again? I'll be like, this is weird. When did Snapchat get so much power? Yeah, Airbnb's killing it. Analyze tab. They said Analyze tab should have it. Netflix still holding up. Weekly strangles work. Good work. The skew is really distorted. I mean, it gets even more. It gets even more weird. I'm just telling you. What's it called? The option prices. How this move right here just made earnings that much more expensive. No one Snapchat had all that power. You talking about Snap last year? No, Snap's last earnings. So if you don't remember, Snapchat guided down and they missed really big on their last earnings. You remember this? This was May 20th, May 23rd. Just, where is it? Just take a look at the market. So leading into it, I think it was like we were already down, but then it brought us down. We came up a little bit, but then we were tripped out for a couple days up until I think it was Fed minutes. I believe that saved us, but then we came right back down, and for those next couple weeks, remember, everybody was worried about consumer. They were worried about ad companies. Again, it even brought down Meta and Google. Where was it? Right here? Yeah. So here is the day after Snapchat. It made Facebook gap down back to lows. And then I think Google was like that too. Literally, they took out like 4 or 5 different companies 10 times the size of it. Even Google gapped down because of it. It was nuts. Coin puts are up big. Good work. It's good. Let me check the betos. I like it. Yeah, the betos went up 20%, man. That was good timing. You said it literally at the right time. Snap snitched on the rest. They really did, but it was just like it really, yeah, the implications were very, very large, and then people panicked. Things got a little better with economic data or the minutes, and then it came right back down. Remember, we had a good amount of time freaking out about the consumer. Did you ever play IRNT? I did not. I think we may have traded it, but it doesn't sound familiar, and for sure never add it to the long term. The mortgage boycott, I think, is fake. I don't think, no, it's real. I mean, they're talking about it, but that's it. So SPY's coming back down again. You had that bond auction. Rates are trying to climb a little bit lower, and then dollar is still right back at highs, but things are slipping again. Round 2, Philip Morris was still selling off. Again, Tesla put premium has came back now. We're back to a gain on that one. And then oil plays are doing good. Premium's coming back. I think it just depends where it's at and like what you got on it, but it's at the very least, the premiums are very expensive now on certain plays if they've had a run the last couple days. Explain what's happening right now. Well, now that the market's coming back down, I can't explain this downside to you because we ignored the dollar, but all day I was saying everything was getting ignored and equities were just in their own world. Really a big reaction, and even the market recap or the market wrap that we went over, people are saying it's earnings hype. People feeling optimistic about that. Fed futures are dropping. They're not really worried too much about that aggressive one. And then you had certain news in Europe, kind of good, kind of bad, but then in general, just positive earnings and getting ready for it. But today has been wacky. Like, it's been very, very wacky. The dollar, now that the market's coming down, maybe the dollar might assert its dominance. But it was just very, very weird all day today. Honestly, kind of hard for me to even explain myself. And what I mean by that is just like this is just all equities. This was equities kind of doing their own thing and then ignoring the rest of the market. Yeah, EWG is coming back down right now. Google News today will have the same effect as Apple. It's possible. Again, that did come in. The difference was, though, Apple's was new. So Google announced lack of or slowing down hiring news last week. So that gets factored into it. But a lot of the downside did start when that news came out. So we're not hitting all-time highs next week. Well, I don't think we're going to get asked that question as much around here. But no, I don't think so. It was looking decent, though. Jazz Pharmaceuticals on the low. UVXY climbing. NASDAQ still up 0.7. SPY is about to go negative. You're only up 0.02 on the S&P. Dow down 0.4. Tech is the only thing holding up. We are entering a lower level. Wow. Yeah, TLT made a big... Even Microsoft sold off. TLT, the bond auction, indicated slightly higher rates, so it's moving there. And then dollar. And then UNG had a crazy pop, too. That's something we got to factor into this, too. Dollars ruining company earnings. It's still climbing. Well, that's why today was weird, though. The dollar was up most of the day, but we didn't react until we broke 28.50 pretty much. So it's just, but today seems, I mean, I'm still standing by earnings, though, where I think a lot of that is still factoring in most of what we had today, or at least any optimism. I think earnings got some people excited. I gambled all my channel points in the SPY staying green. I feel you, man. It happens. UK nat gas up 25? No. Isn't it TTF? Oh, we'll see nat gas. Nat gas back to 970 or 770. That could be part of it too. Again, you saw a big, as we were dropping big, you saw a massive natural gas move. Italy's government is on the verge of collapsing as parties refuse to back Italy's Draghi. Good old Italy. Again, Italy's now dropped back 4%. Like we were literally, it came right back down now. Remember when we were looking at this, so I was saying the premiums were expensive, but here's the ironic part. The premiums didn't move up when it went down. You see, this is the problem with these stupid fucking, excuse me, with these stupid like ETFs related to the countries. That's what they've been doing. It's like it'll rip up and then the premiums won't go down, but then when it comes back down, the premiums won't go up. You see what I'm saying? So it's like my EWG short, that's a little bit better, but man. You say, whoa. I'm just saying, it just came out. It just came out. I'm just a stupid beep. You know what I'm saying, man? That's the first. I know it's the first time ever I've used the cuss word, so forgive me. I know you guys you hold me to a high standard because you know what? My bad. I know you're not used to hearing it. You're an adult. You could talk like one. That's so sad that you said that because my first thought right when you said that was, look what I can do. Look what I can do. Look what I can do. So yeah, I don't know, but I am an adult for sure, for sure. Like I run businesses and shit. It's honestly wild. It's wild. But that was my first thought. I'm not gonna. I would be dishonest if I wasn't my first thought. Look what I can do. EWI going down a little bit more. Shout out to premium scammers. They've been scamming since 1999. Good for them. Zero hedge stocks dropping because clueless algos don't understand an Italian government crisis means ECB will not only be able to hike as much, but it will also have to do more QE sooner. Ah, I could vibe with that. UNG again, bro. And then I honestly, it might be Europe deteriorating right before our eyes because you're getting a move on gas with no news. EWI is down 5%. EWG is selling off now too. But it's just very weird. And then also, yeah, a stronger dollar more or less. But dude, today's weird. Honestly, it's a weird one. I felt bad when I accidentally cursed while I was playing with the kid. Bro, it's wild with kids. I honestly, I feel you now. I feel you now because I never understood how much, like, some of you guys have kids and, like, the kids listen and I was going to cuss again, but I didn't realize because I was in front of my nephew and he's, like, a couple years old. And then I said something. I did it twice. I was like, I was like, hell yeah. And apparently he's never heard hell yeah before. But then the next time we were playing with the monster trucks and then something cool happened. And then this little mother effer was just like, hell yeah. And I was like, oh, and then his mom even looked in. They're like, where did you learn that? And then I was like, oh, shit. And then I didn't know. Like, this one's kind of weird. It's just like slang. But then, like, he showed me, like, a Hot Wheels car. And I was like, oh, that's dope. And then, like, apparently, like, he doesn't know what dope is. So, like, and then now this kid's walking around. He's like, oh, yeah, that's dope. That's dope. And then we were just like, where did he learn that from? And I'm like, oh, my bad. I didn't know. I'm catching myself now. I didn't know you could, like, dude, they hear everything. And then they just say it. And, like, he used it with perfect context, though. That's what I was really impressed at. Yeah, like, he was just on top of it, though. He knew when to say hell yeah. And I was like, that's my guy. But still, I was like, nah, man, that's gonna get me in trouble. Mm-hmm. That's dope, man. That's dope. You know that means he looks up to you. Honestly, not for long, though. This motherfucker... Oh, shit. No. He is so tall. Dude, this kid is like 4 years old, and he's already like half of my size. That's it. I'm so scared. Because, like, bro, by the time he's like 12 years old, he's going to dunk on me. Like, dude, it's actually ridiculous. And I'm like, how are we even in the same bloodline? Well, this kid is huge. This kid is gigantic. Bro, I'm telling you, this kid is gigantic. That's why I'm like, this is bullshit, man. Mm-hmm. Next thing he's going to be saying, I feel you. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Amen. So what was the news? Honestly, there's a lot going on today. Even explaining why we were going up with the dollar up in the morning, it was very, very hard to explain. Today was a wacky day with a lot just in the land of equities doing whatever they wanted. But then this little sell-off here, it correlates with the negative headline on Google hiring. And then all of a sudden a bond auction came in. Rates started going up a little bit. Then UNG had a $1 candle. And then that got a little bit crazier. And then now Europe headlines in Germany, it's starting to deteriorate. And then some people are saying this has to do with now Europe, the dollar, and then what's going to happen with the ECB tomorrow. So honestly, I don't know why I can't put my finger on one thing today, but that's what's been happening in the last hour or so that brought us down. But it's absolutely wild, man. Absolutely wild. Nina, Welcome. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Slow down on the weeklies, roll the monthlies, and be careful after a move like today, though. Everything is going to be up a lot, and now just all the earnings premiums are still jacked. So this one had a weird effect. I mean, this is going to have a hangover for sure. Like, whatever happened today, you're going to there's going to be a hangover on the options going to the end of the week, pretty much. Like, the premiums got jacked today, so now calls are going to be up. How the puts move are going to be a little bit weirder now. So just get ready for the hangover is what is best advice I could give you right now. Would Europe tomorrow and bad Tesla earnings clap the market? Yes, without a doubt. I think single-handedly. Again, if ECB doesn't raise as much, if the dollar somehow finds a way to strengthen, and then if the natural gas situation gets really, really clapped, that's not going to be good. And then on top of it, if Tesla finds a way to add an extra 1% of pressure to the market with the bad earnings, won't be too good. Done buying options for now, going solid cash into stocks. I can't handle it. Defense. Defense. Honestly, I think, I hope that like the aggressiveness of what you're saying keeps you away from it, but it's not that you can't handle it as much as that's a good decision. Where some people right now in this market, if you could just eliminate the losses you're taking from going back and forth with options, you're going to be in a much better position. It's a great, that is your cost-cutting measures. You see what I'm saying? So you see how these companies are like, yeah, we're just trying to free up cash flow, and then we're doing cost-cutting measures. Yeah, like you are handling it, exactly. But that's how you could cut your costs right now. So if whatever is going on, it's just like, listen, get rid of one extra option play, get rid of 2 extra option plays. Just be willing to burn 1 or 2 more, or even a good 50% of them. You're going to be better off. That's what I was saying. Someone said, oh, offense is beating defense now. No, because if you were controlling those budget outlays over the last week and not getting suckered into anything up or down, by just holding your cash in that last 2 weeks, no matter what the market did, you're in a good position. And then your long-term just got to rebound 12% in the last couple of weeks. So keep that in mind. But that's where it's like, I think you're handling it, and just by cutting out 1 or 2 bad plays that cuts into your cash, this is how you're going to increase free cash flow and play some good account defense right now. It's just, yeah, don't get greedy as well. I mean, I sold out some plays. They were weeklies. I played defense by not being greedy, and I was like, damn, I wish I got more, but it's okay on it. But like I'm saying, just control a couple of these plays. You get, by stopping a couple of options, especially when it hasn't been working good for you, call timeout. Eliminate a couple of bad trades out there, be a little bit more patient, and then boom, that's going to cut down some of the expenses you've been taking. You're going to feel the pain a little bit less here. Spartans, what is your profession? It was bound to happen. I stopped playing options altogether, help me lose less. It will definitely help you for a little bit. Again, I don't think you should stay away from it completely. But if it hasn't been treating you right, don't be afraid to call timeout. But even then, though, like I said, I don't know. If you really want to wait, and like you really are getting hit by the options, and you are getting uncertain with the back and forth, I don't know if you want to wait 6 months to 12 months. Just wait till the yield curve, or wait till the next macro move happens, and that's when you should start, throwing out some cheap plays. But cheap plays, once we could get some things moving, I think you're going to be good. And again, just wait till the yield curve gives us a good signal, and I think we're going to be great. So if you could hold off till then and stay alive, you're going to be excited about it. Options can be less risky than the stocks. Depends on the price, but also the market, though. So if you aren't watching the premiums as closely, just be careful. Again, like in the last 4 days, I could confidently and accurately tell you majority of your blue chip stocks all had premiums go up at least 100%, whereas the puts are now back to the level they were at just a couple of days ago, meaning the puts aren't cheaper, and then the calls are now at the most expensive price they've been at in a month. So it's just like we don't want to get cucked by the market makers again. That's what we saw earlier in the year. We saw the market maker was not paying you for a move. That's why we started shifting to a lot of the shares there. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, you could be on the lookout for a play if you could get something good, but just take notice of relative option premium. Because right now, I mean, these moves are wicked, and it's jerking around the chains, and it's not, it's easier said than done to get the right deal and a good deal. But if it drops, you don't. Yes, that's the downside, is that if you're not ending up deep in the money, you're still not walking away with that much money. I mean, even then, that UNG, like, we hit it right on the head, but, I mean, we're up just under 500%. I feel like we should have got paid a little bit more. Last time we caught a move like this, it was 1,000%. Literally from the same price to here, the play was up 1,500%. This time around, we walked away with like 500. I have a put on Tesla that came up in value. That's the one we had from the beginning of the week, really. And that's the only play I have on it. I might sell out at the end of close, but I'm going to see where any of the other premiums are at. We're just hanging out right near the open, man. Connecticut man allegedly arrested for pointing a gun at 2 women for not saying thank you when he held the door open for them. America. Abivai selling off. Maybe that Abivai news we had earlier was true because it's making a move, but then XLV and healthcare is just really down. No, that's crazy. It happened. I mean, I feel, but like not to that extent. You know what I'm saying? Like I've held the door open for some people and they just like acted hella bougie, and like I don't know. I was like, I'd be kind of like offended, but then like I don't know if I would like I don't think I pulled the gat on them. Like, what? That's crazy. You know, what you say to me, punk? You ain't say thank you? Okay. Hey, yo, Saudi, wear that gratitude. Stock market books for beginners. It's a little, I don't know if it's a good, I think it's a good beginner's book, honestly. Read Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. I used to be the asshole who just say you're welcome as they ignore further. Y'all like confrontation. I like to think. So like when people do stuff, I don't react usually in real life, and then I just think. But yeah. Oh, and what's it called? Lending Tips. Lending Tips calls me yesterday. I think he's calling me about a real estate deal. And then this guy, he calls me, bro. Just as we're saying, Lending Tips isn't getting in the tinfoil or any other drama. Benjamin Graham is the author of that book, Intelligent Investor. Benjamin Graham, if you don't know, he is Warren Buffett's mentor, believe it or not. But he calls me, and then he's like, I almost had the police called on me at a grocery store. And I say, oh, no. I said, what happened, LT? And apparently some lady was at the checkout line, like yelling at an employee because like she had like a 30% off coupon for like something, and then like the employee like messed up something, and then she started like yelling at the employee, and then was like, if you spoke English, maybe we wouldn't have this problem. And like she was just going off on this lady about not speaking good English. And then Lending Tips inserted himself into the conversation. And then Lending Tips was like, what's wrong with you? Why are you so mad? Calm down. He just started yelling at this lady across at the other checkout line. And then she was like, you want me to call the police? And then he was like, go ahead. What are you going to tell them? That you're freaking out in a store? He explains the story a lot better, but then then she shut up, and then Lending Tips was like, yeah, did you forget how to speak English now too? And then she got mad again, and then like, oh man, it was crazy. Because then Lending Tips came at her. She was like, ma'am, English is my second language, so what you're saying is very offensive, and you're just being a shitty human being towards somebody trying to help you. that apparently that's it. Then they just walked away. She threatened to call the cops, got roasted. I was like, look at that. I was like, Lending Tips standing up for some people on there. He's like, I've been doing that my whole life. I was like, I feel you, man. There you go. She had no. I was like, just don't get him all riled up. LT, the people's champs. I appreciate him. Yeah, he said the manager thanked him. And he was like, you know what? You're welcome. Said, amen, amen. She was just a bad person. She was tripping about a 30% off coupon on a candy bar. Imagine. That's the part where it just gets crazy. When we read all the news headlines, and then we're just like, it's like all these crazy headlines, but it's like what drove them to that point. It was like, oh, they messed up my coupon. Oh, they didn't say thank you. What? Oh, and then did you hear about the other one? Bro, did you hear what happened in Indiana a couple of days ago? Oh, man. Bro, that one was wild. I didn't know, and then I saw it, and then my rental property guy asked me about it. It happened in Greenwood, Indiana, where we have some of those rental properties. Bro, there was a guy, a guy pulled up to the mall in Greenwood, Indiana. He had like guns and shit and all of he was ready to like clap everybody, like a bunch of ammo, assault rifle, all of that. And then he goes into the mall, lets off like a couple of shots, and then an armed bystander ended up clapping him. He stopped the whole thing. And then that was it. I was like, I didn't hear about that one at all. I was like, damn. I heard it from my property manager because I have a house in that area. And I was like, what? And then I had to look it up, and apparently it's true. Yeah, there was literally a shooting, and then it got stopped by some just random Glock-toting citizen. My uncle sent it to me because we're from Indiana. Yeah, I was like, dude, that's good considering. I was like, that could have been bad. It could have been very bad. That happens more often than most people realize. Actually, I read an article and they said not really. Maybe they said out of the last, since like 2020 or like since 2000 to 2021, out of like 400 mass shootings, only 22 times has a random bystander intervened. And then half of the time, the random bystander was either military, off-duty police, or a trained like authority person. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. Let me see. No, you could talk about it's not talked about a lot, but look, it's on CNN. Like they have it on CNN, but they don't have it like there. It's like, I mean, this is accurate information. This is real. This is true. I don't know. I mean, it's covered. It's not covered as widely, but that's why I was surprised when I heard about it. But yeah, right here, this is the stat they said. It's a CNN stat I'm reading you. Maybe I should have paraphrased with that. But like 22 of the incidents, and 10 of them, the good guy was a security guard or an off-duty police officer. I think it's as long as it's like 2 or 5. They do have an interesting definition on it. Yeah, one of them got shot by the police after too. Yeah, so there was one time an armed bystander intervened, and then the police ended up killing him because they thought he was involved. So, very interesting. But yeah, that was another piece of random news. But that one was at least it stopped a mass tragedy. Crocs pre-earnings. I don't know. Has Crocs been good ever since? Remember Crocs came out with that 6 billion guidance number? Anybody remember that? Was that last year? Because I remember that. And like, dude, they launched on that new. Again, even I was surprised. Like, dude, 6 billion? Maybe it was like towards the end of last year. So that's the only thing. I mean, I feel like they had strong guidance numbers. I don't know when it was from that quarter. I would compare it, but that's the thing. So Tesla, Apple, Google all suspended hiring. Pretty much, yeah, Tesla was the first. Then Google said they're going to slow down. Today, Google said they're stopping for a couple of weeks. And then Apple was the other day. But Apple is yet to confirm the news. So you got to keep that in mind. Apple is yet to come out and actually say that. If anything, the Apple news was just straight up like analyst comments. So I doubled down on the dip. Google is halting. I don't know because of earnings, but again, last week, Google said that they're going to slow down hiring. And then today there was that report from the information that came out that said that they plan to stop hiring completely for 2 weeks. Yeah, Facebook too, actually. You're right. Meta was on that list of companies that froze. Remember that one? It's going to happen. Tesla. Well, we'll see. Tesla's either going to launch or the piggy bank is going to break today. That's it. But maybe not, though, because I feel like the last couple earnings, it's not pricing in a lot. And then I feel like last couple earnings, Tesla only moved, didn't it only move like 2% or something? I could check. One day after. So last time they moved a 3%. Here, I'll get you the whole thing. So this is 1 day after. So last time was 3%, day after move. Next day was 11.8 down. That was the earnings before that. Earnings before that, it moved 3. But pretty much like in the last 8 quarters, there's only been one earnings where it moved more than 5%. The earnings before that, they were all really big, like around that's 10. But these ones right here, nothing above for the last like literally 2 years almost, or I guess full year. No, 2 years, 8 quarters. It hasn't gone more than 5% after an earnings. You got an interview coming up? Good luck, man. Let's go. Let's go. You should ask them if they know about the yield curve. And if you've been paying attention to the yield curve videos, you might be able to find a random topic. And then if you could talk to them about the yield curve and be like, yeah, are you familiar with the yield curve? I don't even know what industry you're applying for, but I just know that you could fascinate people with it. Trust me. If you, I don't know, the right person, and then you're going to be like, oh, okay. They'll be like, wow, he's actually interested in the world and what's going on. Maybe it could, I don't know. Maybe it helps. Maybe it helps. Basically, no Tesla calls. Well, if Tesla does good and surprises, it could be very good. MKL, big pop-up there with big volume. Crocs is ripping. Yeah, UNG is still going. $6.30 to $6.45. His interview is with Wendy's. It might work. Man, you might get straight advanced to management position. That's it. Maybe you could talk about the implications of higher food prices and commodities and everything else. Bro, there's so much going on in the world, and you guys have been exposed to so much economic stuff. I'm telling you, double down on it. It works. I'm speaking from experience, man. That's it. It works. Trust me. They're like, oh, this guy gives a shit about certain things. Oh, that's cool. He's actually involved in some of them. Maybe he's interested in that. It just shows a little, they're going to think you're a little nerdy. And then once they realize you're a little nerdy, they're like, he probably works a little bit harder. I promise you're going to be the only applicant who brought up anything macroeconomic related. That's it. I'm just telling you. And it's going to be accurate. And you can let them know. Be like, I'd love to let you know. I could give you weekly updates if you hire me. That's it. Boom. Oh, you could bring up Marcus Aurelius. That's a good one. Some Epictetus quotes. I did that, and they called me back and said I was overqualified. Be like, that's fine. I'm trying to get more experience at every level. Be like, I accept your compliment, but I would still like the job. And then you make them give you the job. You just said I'm overqualified. Let's go. That's fine. You could start me at a higher position. Do you have room for advancement? Okay, let's make this thing happen. I'm just saying, are you here to win or lose? I'm here to win, clearly. I think we're both aware of that. So let's make it happen. That's it. Why would you accept no? If someone said I was overqualified, if they say, hey, man, I really love you, gave me the best offer yet, and it's really good, but I'm just not going to take it. I'll be like, nah, man, it's fine. It's fine. Shopify. Oh, that one would have been a great hold. Congrats if you did. No way. People don't talk about that. Hold on. Do you have a paid course? No paid course. We have a real estate paid course. No stock one. But please hold. I have a special guest at the door. Please calm down. Please calm down. Let's see if I get you some Bloomberg media. It might go to an ad soon, but let's see.
Opinion polls has repeatedly cast doubt about the integrity of the country's electronic ballots. A judge here in New York has ordered Rudy Giuliani to appear next month before a special grand jury in Atlanta. The panel is investigating whether former President Donald Trump and others illegally tried to interfere in the 2020 general election in Georgia. In his order, New York Supreme Court Justice Thomas Ferber said Giuliani has been summoned to appear in court last week, but he failed to show up for the hearing. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists.
Powered by more than over 27 journalists. Brought to you by Tesla. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about him lately, and you haven't got to hear from him in a while. But ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the lending tips. The lending tips, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, my friends. Hello. I missed you guys.
Hey, man, I just told him your story about
What
almost
story?
getting in a fight yesterday, calling the cops on you. Oh, yeah, and bro, do you know what this guy just pulled up with? Bro,
I'm the modern day.
honestly, this is the best.
I'm the modern day three wise men wrapped in one, bro. Instead of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, what did I get you?
Bro, this guy bro, I didn't even know any of this was arriving. He shows up with a Starbucks, a croissant, a pair of brand new Yeezys at retail price, I assume. I hope. And then, on top of this Yeezy box, he has a 100-ounce bar of silver. I'm like, is this all for me? Like, what? Bro, I just be getting lucky, man. So thank you. That's nice. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
Why all the gifts? What happened? You were just
retail. I don't like Yeezys as much as you do. And then my wife is on like some Yeezy website. I don't know why. Don't even ask. And she won like a raffle. And she's like, they only have a 9.5. And I was like, perfect. I know a small man. I know a small man and a 9.5.
That's me. Okay, what about the 100 ounces of silver?
The 100
bro?
ounces of silver, some guy hit me up like months ago. He was like, hey, man, I got to liquidate. You want some silver? And so I was like, yeah, you're my boy. I'll just take it from you at a good price. And then the Starbucks, I don't know. I didn't even know what a dirty chai was. I texted you about that. You're like, give me a dirty chai. I'm like, who orders that? And a ham and cheese croissant? Like, how do they get the ham and cheese in the croissant? Like, it looks so sealed.
I don't know, but I do know that Starbucks recently launched a chicken sandwich, but then they had to cancel it because there was a bunch of reports of people getting diarrhea.
Well, I could have told you that.
So I don't know how they do
I
it.
pretty much could have told you that.
It works.
Every single time. Oh, I forgot. Before I forget, can I get your autograph? I seen you in the Tupac Times recently.
Tupac Times. No,
I've been saving that one for a week.
Tupac Times. That's pretty funny.
What was it called? I forgot what it was called. Man, this guy's on the street. Tupac Times. He's all over the place. Don't forget the small realtors when you get rich and famous. All right. Next and you got a ring light. What is this? What is this studio upgrade?
Got a lot going on, bro.
I haven't been here in 2 months or something. This guy changed his whole life. He's famous. He's got a little.
Honestly, nothing has changed. I don't
The influencer ring light, bro. What is this?
Yeah.
This thing is like a solar panel. I've never seen one of these. Is it what the influencers do?
Good for lighting, because that's it. I just needed. They were making me look too pale out there. I was like, man, you get me in good lighting. You know what I'm saying, bro? Come on.
Oh man, what's up with the market? I bought some puts today. Didn't really. That's why the market's going up. Is that what happened?
What's up with crypto? We were excited. I don't like. Do you own any crypto anymore?
I have junk crypto. I have a couple pounds left of crypto. Let's see what we got left. I sold all the good stuff. The good stuff it's over. I kept all the bad stuff for some reason. Like the ape coin, that fool went back to work. I told you guys.
Do you still have it?
He's working for bananas right now. Yeah, I still have it, but I still have everything. You can't sell when it's at the low. I mean, you can, but I don't really need the money that bad. I will maybe in a couple weeks. Well, I'll be homeless on the streets. You know what I'm saying?
What else? What about mortgage, real estate?
Real estate's slow. My Carlsbad listing just got canceled yesterday. The buyer ghosted us. He said that he had a request for repair on his house that he was selling, and it was like $50,000, and now he had to cancel. It's a mess, but I got another buyer. So I got ApeCoin, Algorand, Mana, XYO, and then 0.191 of Ethereum.
Wow.
Balling, bro. I got 20 G's.
Well, how do you feel about the world?
The world is the world. It's pretty bad out there, but you got to just ignore it.
Are we going to have a recession?
We are in a recession. What are you talking about?
You think we're in it?
We're in it, bro. We've been in it.
Why?
We've been swimming in it. What do you mean why? Look at everything that's happening.
Bro, but you were alive more during like 08, like so.
I don't know if I was alive. I was there, but I wasn't really alive in terms of.
You were older than me.
I wasn't paying attention in 08.
I know, but like you don't remember. Like, there was just more pain.
There was more pain in certain areas.
It was sad. It was sad, bro.
But that wasn't a recession. That was a collapse. This is a recession. This is what it's supposed to look like. None of you guys know what.
So
you guys have never gone through a recession.
So you're saying this is a light recession?
No, this is a normal.
That's it. You're
normal.
saying it's just the cold. That's all. It's just the cold.
It's normal. Oh, cold. What happened to your cold, bro? You over it? I forgot my mask.
Kinda.
Oh, good.
Oh no, kind of. I guess.
Hopefully.
I just stopped thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then I
just don't give it to me. I totally forgot. I should got to wear a double mask. I got to take a shower too. I just worked out. But we're in a recession right now. I don't care what you guys say. This is it. This is what happens.
It's interesting because I'm the opposite. A lot of people say that now, and I'm saying we're not in a recession. Like
it'll get worse, but this is the beginning of the recession until the media starts paying attention.
I think it's the beginning, but we're not in it.
We're in it. No, we're in it.
I don't think we are.
No, we're in it. It'll just get worse as we go, and it's up to you guys to know how to pivot and make moves. This stock market game though is crazy. Like, how did we run up so fast?
Well, it's funny. Look at today though. Like, bro, people went from should I buy for the long term? I think it's bottom now, and then this came in, and then it kind of poured cold water on it. But last couple days are wicked. 372 to 392. The Nasdaq is up 12% from the bottom in late June, which is crazy. It's a big rally. That's the difference. This has been one of the.
I think the bottom was July 1st or something, right? When I looked, I was like, man, that's crazy. But even I was flipping some QQQ calls the last couple
What?
days.
When the fuck did LT start your way?
Oh, I'm balling right now.
When have you ever traded QQQ calls?
Just, Jesus walks, bro. I don't know what to tell you. But today was the only day I got clapped. But I was on a good streak with QQQ calls. And then today, no good, man.
How'd you get clapped on the QQQ calls?
Today I did puts.
Ah.
That's why I went up. I was like, man, that's it. They're going to pull the rug. They're going to pull the rug, bro. And then they didn't pull the rug. Now it's like a magic carpet. It's like Aladdin. I just need Jasmine.
He's a rug puller, Aladdin.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's true. That's a good. No one's ever brought up the Aladdin. Wow. I like it.
I don't
Now
think
that
you're
I think
allowed
about
to.
it, I feel you. I feel.
Are you allowed to?
LT is Mexican. He sounds like my essay from LA.
Well, hey.
Don't
Whatever,
get,
bro.
tell us about your story yesterday, though.
Which story?
The one with the lady. At the,
Now that I watch TikTok way too much, I got to delete it from my phone. But I feel like everything's like a prank or like someone's watching. And so I was at the cash register at CVS buying some medicine for my daughter, and this lady next to us was mad because they didn't apply the 30% off coupon
for the candy.
It's like a candy bar or something, and she got pissed. She was yelling at this poor little Mexican girl, and the girl spoke English, like it was fine, like she was just tripping, and she's like, maybe if you spoke English this wouldn't happen. And I like looked around, I was like, what? What just happened? I was like, for a candy bar? I was like, so I didn't say anything at first. I thought it was literally a prank. I was like, there's no way. And the manager was like,
Avivi selling off pretty big right now. Watch healthcare. Sorry, continue.
yeah, screw Avivi, bro. And then the lady was like, or the manager came over and he's like, yeah, we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. And then she kept going off on this poor little like cash register girl. And I was like, hey, like, let's stop being a dick. They're going to figure it out. I said that verbatim. And she said, well, maybe if English wasn't her second language, this wouldn't be an issue. And I was like, oh, man, this is for sure one of those what would you do pranks. And John Kyrgios or whatever his name is in the background.
Oh, what's his name?
John
Quinones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quinones was
He's
about to
somewhere,
pop out.
he's somewhere in the back coaching this lady in a mask. She's wearing a mask, by the way. And then I was like, look, let's hold on, okay, here. I was like, just look around. English is the second language for almost everyone around here, like even myself. So that's very insulting for you to say. So how about you just relax and they're going to take care of it? Like, do you want me to give you the 30 cents, like whatever it is? And she's like, I suggest you stop talking. And I was like, what? I was like, or what? And I was like, what are you going to do? She's like, I'm going to call the cops. And I was like, what? You're going to call the cops for me standing up for you abusing someone? I was like, look around. No one is on your side here. Like, you should just be a better person and, like, just calm down. They're going to take care of it. And she stopped talking, and it got quiet for, like, 32 seconds. And I was like, wow, look at that. It looks like you don't speak English anymore. And she looked at me, and I looked at her. I was like, yeah, it hurts, huh? How come you're not talking anymore? And then I was like, I gotta go. They just finished ringing me up, and then the manager was like, oh man, thank you so much for doing that. I was like, hey, no problem, bro. I'm just waiting for my TikTok moment. Any cameras around? No, that's not what I said. But
crazy.
I just left. I was just so pissed. I was like, man, to think that English is my second language, technically, like that's crazy that someone would just say that in public. But it's America, bro. That's the beauty. Pros and cons.
Welcome
to my country.
So what else? What else we got?
That's it, man.
That's it.
You
That's
know,
the Lennon tips
what you
recap.
got? You got any tin theory? Tinfoil?
No, I told him you chilled out on the tinfoil.
I didn't really chill out. It's just all true, so it's nothing to be like tinfoil. Like, we need a new name for it. Like, the theorists are all right at this point. Like, nothing. There's nothing to even argue about anymore.
No, I heard a good joke about like conspiracies. It was just saying how like nowadays like it's not even a real conspiracy. Like when people say stuff like they say we need to go back to the days of like Alex Jones. Like Alex Jones was like going up to people's faces and be like, "You're faking it. You're faking it." Like that was actually more of a conspiracy back then. I feel like.
But now we got that one comedian, Alex Stein, the guy who called AOC Big Booty Latina. That guy's funny, man. He goes up and he just calls everyone out on their BS.
Oh, he's a comedian?
He's a comedian, stand-up comedian, and he just does pranks on politicians now.
I thought it was just a random dude.
No, he's the guy who goes up before the, like, you know, when they have those meetings, the city council meetings.
Yeah.
He dresses up as like a nurse or like a teacher or a trans parent, and he just roasts them, and they don't even know it. He's the best, dude. But you can't even, like... you can't even talk about things anymore. But that's
Oh yeah.
that's it, bro. That's it. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to get you banned again.
I want to talk about it. Draghi Unity Coalition on cusp of collapse. Check EWI. There's breaking news now. Something with Italy and the Draghi thing. So that's good, man. What else? So nothing. And then you already said we're in a recession.
We're in a recession.
Would you buy real estate? So I told them about the deal, and I don't know. I offered it to them. The one deal yesterday where the lady's willing to sell at break even, because like I think it's a good deal, but I do also understand like she can't sell it at 1.5, 1.6 in 30 days now, and then if rates go higher or anything, it might not be good. But like, what do you think about buying like right now? Or what do you think about a deal like that?
You
like
can
on
get
the cusp?
anything in real estate at 30% off. There's not like a sale sign out yet. People
Right
don't
now-
know it, but you could get it right now at 30% off. Any
What do you
house.
mean by you could get it at 30%
You
off?
can purchase a house at 30% off.
But
So
like relative to the last
to their
purchase
listing
or
price.
their list
To their
okay.
listing price.
So you're saying everybody's just listing 30% high, but then
yeah.
even then though, in this case, that would be like we would be getting like a 20% discount, but that price is still like 40% higher for that area since 2019.
Probably 2018, 2019. You're looking at a 15 to 20% increase, but you're back to 2019 level.
UNG popping again. SPY coming down. Another candle again. It could be that Italy news. So we brought that up earlier, how Italy deteriorating could have been factoring into this move, but I mean, all check boxes were hit. Italy's going lower, dollar's going up. You're getting another candle, and then also gas too. So the same sectors are reacting again. So you're saying you could get anything at 30% off. So would you buy that house? Do you think I should go and get that house then? I like the deal. I'm like, okay, it comes with furniture too. I was like, furniture's kind of expensive right now. I was like, if you get it at 1.3, I was like, that's a pretty like.
The problem with that deal specifically is it's in an area where it's still relatively new. So I think homes were sold lower than what she paid for. She had a premium lot. She had a premium upgrade. She had premium a lot of things. So I think the average home price in that area will be $1 million. That's basically from my research is what I'm getting. So if you waited another 6 months to a year, you get that same house for $1 million to $1.1 million.
So my argument, I don't really care about the same neighborhood in 6 months. What I care about is that if that 1.3 million puts me on the fucking water in 6 months. You see what I'm saying? Where your purchasing power skyrockets greatly as rates go up and then demand goes down because, again, it's crazy. I mean, the same mortgage payment on a $300,000 loan today is the same mortgage payment as 50% higher a year ago. So the same right now, the payment on $300,000 is the same payment you would have had if you got $450,000 last year.
Yeah, trust me, I know very well.
Yes,
the mortgage world is over. The mortgage world
over.
Well, I mean, I clocked in the jumbo rate today, 6.25 on this guy's 740 credit score, W-2 employee. He's got everything on the up and up.
SPY back to opening candle, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Did he take the loan or no?
He has to.
What do you mean he has to? Why didn't he just say nah?
What do you mean? He's selling. His wife wants a new house with a horse ranch.
Why didn't you just divorce her? Okay, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just doing what the Chad does to me. That's exactly what happens. You know, you get like into it and you're explaining it, and then this is what you guys do. This is what you guys do. Okay, I'm sorry. So you can't get a divorce.
He can't get a divorce. That's out of the. He might. I could probably coach him on that. But his wife wants to get a new house. They have to sell their house, and now they're buying a new house. And the rate. Guess what the rate I got him 2 years ago on his current house is? 2.125.
Whoa, what?
On a 15-year fixed.
You have him at 2.1?
Yeah, on a.
Is this a 30-year?
The new one's a 30. That was a 15.
So what if you put him on a 15?
He wouldn't qualify, one. And two, because it's a bigger purchase price.
Jesus. 2.1?
Yeah.
So why did he sell then? Why does he want a new house?
Because his wife is making him buy a house with a horse stable because they own 2 horses anyways.
Why don't you rent a horse stable? Come on.
They do. They spend $1,000 a month on a horse stable, I guess. Anyways, at the end of the day, it is what it is. He's like, give me the 6%. I don't care.
So
he has to do it.
So there's some people like that, but not everyone has to.
Everyone who wants to buy a house has to take
I was
those
thinking
rates.
about it the other day. Yesterday, I was laughing at it because I was like, damn, You remember that one deal you gave me, and remember the loan came in, and I was tripping because it was 7.2.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're insane. Why would you spend that much on interest? So
That was a huge purchase, though. I mean, at the end of the day, this one is 1.5 million versus that was like
that was 4
million.
Yeah.
That's big difference.
But even then, though, what would the fucking interest rate be on that today?
Surprisingly, that's only 8.25. It only went up 1%.
No, I guess.
But you're paying extra.
So why? Why would that loan only be up 1% then?
Because that was more hard money. That was more private investors, and they just want a higher return. They just base it on the market. So at the end of the day, those hard money guys just want quick returns. They're charging you a point or two.
So can you get a better rate with hard money right now?
You can get better all-around package, I think. Quicker. You don't have to submit all your paperwork and not go through an appraisal and do all that stuff. Hard money's just a different beast. You got to know how to use it.
Interesting.
Come on, low ticker.
Chris Saeed, welcome. What else you got? Anything you want to leave for the... As you talked, I need to go pee, actually.
You got to go pee? I got to take a shower. Can I use your shower or what?
Sure.
Oh, man.
Take your pick.
All right, take your pick. All right, what else you guys want to talk about? He's gone. He's gone for 32 seconds. We're talking like it was history. 7 months ago. I know. 7 months ago was a long time ago. What else? This guy's got so much going on. So many screens. I see Twitch. What's up, Twitch? I haven't seen the Twitch crowd in a while. Do you guys know who I am? Nope. LT. You know who I am? Hello, it's me. LT. What's good? Blue and yellow. I think that's how you say it. What's up? Dang, Twitch got cool emojicons or whatever they're called. LT, play the Tesla earnings. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Stop, Chad.
Tesla.
No,
we did it with Amazon last time.
Last time you came over, I lost $2,000.
That was Amazon.
I told you, I said, you get longer dated time. You were like, nah. Oh, my gosh, I forgot. No, Chad, don't do it to him.
Let's do Tesla. What do we got? What are some options at least?
Tesla earnings pricing in 5%. Oh, he's on the mouse. Go ahead. Let's see how you. Let's see. This is lending tips
right
on
here?
the platform. No. Bring it up here. Bring it. Let them see what you're doing.
This one right here?
No, bro. Just click this button. Bring up the TD Ameritrade.
Your mouse is so fast.
That one. Yeah.
Dang,
Now
bro.
type in Tesla.
What's the ticker? TSLA?
This guy. What's the ticker?
Tesla Inc.
So which one do you want? Okay. Remember last
Dang,
time we
bro,
had this
what is
debate?
this? Where's Robinhood? Can I get some baby?
Like, this is crazy.
Can I get the intro level? Stock trading? What is this?
So this time, longer dated or shorter dated?
We're going weekly, bro.
Okay, daily or weekly? Next week or at least get an extra week? I think you should just go August 18th.
But why? Why do we
30
want so much
days.
time?
Because look
Time
at the
is not
market
good
lately.
in this.
It is. That
Nah.
last time you did the Amazon one,
Would've
if you
been
went
good.
and got the 30-day contract, you would have made money.
So what's this? This is the weekly.
Okay, well, that's not what we said. Why are you...
I'm just, okay, you wanted August?
Let's go August. It's more expensive. I would love to spend less money, but I think you'll have a better chance of success.
Okay, so how do I read this? This is crazy.
Okay, well, click
Robinhood,
this.
no wonder
Bring this-
Robinhood is more successful.
They're not anymore.
Well, this is hard to read,
So
bro.
scroll down.
Okay.
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Get to, let's see where the stock's at 7. Keep scrolling.
Dang, this is way out of the money.
These are all, and they're expensive.
What?
They're expensive. So there it is. At the money. This is what you're used to. You should probably know this.
Okay. Now,
So okay, calls or puts.
calls for sure.
Why?
Tesla is the best car maker in the world, and every other car I see on the road is a Tesla. Maybe because of where I live, but it's like literally not cool anymore to own a Tesla.
Wait, hold on. Let's check SPY.
That's like Toyota style.
We got enough time.
I remember when I had a Camry, I was like, oh, I got the new Camry. Not anymore. That ain't cool. Just like the Tesla, bro. It's not cool to own the Tesla anymore. It's like a starter kit.
So how much do you want to spend? How much is the silver worth? He's giving me 100 ounces of silver. That's like what, 1,800?
I don't know. Silver price. Oh, 1876.
$1,800 is what you get.
Nice. That's awesome.
So scroll down a little.
Wait a minute. What just happened?
What?
Why are we putting up my silver?
What do you mean? I mean,
Why are you putting up the silver as collateral in this transaction?
Because I told the Chad yesterday, I said I do loans, but the collateral has to be good. That's all. Last time.
Jeez.
So you could afford 845 calls for August.
So what's that? What's it at right now? 739.
Yes. So that would be about $140. which would be
So I'd get
20%.
So I get 1.
You get 1.
What?
Okay. Let's see your fucking weeklies then. Let's see what.
Weeklies.
Now weeklies could get you a 780. Now that one is priced in too, actually. So it's expected to move about, I think, $30.
So I get 1.
You could get 1 at that price if you want it closer, or you could get 3 of the 830s.
830s for tomorrow, basically.
No, for end of next week.
Oh, 29th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's do that.
But why?
Give me more time. Give me a week.
You're not getting more time.
I'm getting a week.
You're getting,
and I'm getting 2 more options.
You're getting more
2
options,
contracts.
but you're further out the money.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna hit, bro.
But here's the deal: if Tesla moves less than $50 after today, then those options are all gonna come down. So then you're still gonna lose at least 20-30%. The less it moves. The less it moves, the more you lose. So that's why closer to the money would be a little bit better. So like if you spent the $1,800 for 780, this shit moves $40, $50 what it's priced in, you'll get dollar for dollar on that, and then if it goes up to 780, you'll make minimum $4,000.
And that's for next week.
All of these are next week. Or you could also just get 1 contract for August and call it a day at 840.
You got nothing. You got nothing on the table here for tomorrow.
All I have is a put. I got 1 put that I bought a couple days ago. I have another put that's already clapped.
Racism,
so I'm down $150, and then I have 1 put I'm up $20 on.
Don't you learn from everyone else never to buy puts on Elon?
No, I don't care.
You don't care?
In my own world. I like the volatility. I just wanted to play the back and forth leading into the earnings. I wasn't going to bet on Tesla earnings. But the premiums are low. That's what I've been saying. At the very least, the premiums are cheaper. UNG's going crazy. Watch if anything in Europe gets clapped on that. They said do in the money verticals. They said do a spread. Would you be interested in a spread?
Bro, y'all talking too complicated right now.
What do you?
This TD Ameritrade is one step too much. My brain's like, what's happening? Robinhood at least is like easy to use. LT brought to you by Tesla. Flip the bar, decide.
Flip the bar.
Heads or tail. That might break your foundation, bro. This old house.
Take your pick.
What?
So we said 1,800.
Why do you like Celsius so much?
I don't. I just have those are the extras.
Bro, this is gonna give you a heart attack. Don't you watch TikTok?
I saw that TikTok.
This is not good for you, bro.
I saw that one.
Anyways. Focus.
So you can do 1,800 is what we agreed on. I will approve 1,800 for August. So you could go further out the money if you want more quantity, or you get the 830, but you have till August on the calls. Or if you want to go for the next week, you could only get 2 contracts instead of 3, and your budget is 1,200 instead of 1,800. That's the way we could balance it.
Can we take a vote? What do you guys think?
You could ask a poll.
Can we do a poll?
They're gonna.
You know what they're gonna say already?
They're gonna push you to the max.
Oh, I'm getting the call. Sack up Ukraine tips, bro. I wish I was Ukraine tips. I'd be getting some money right now. Be getting printed, son. They'd be, Ukraine tips. We're gonna send you another $4 billion. Have fun. What do everyone says? Buy puts. Condor weekly. Buy more puts.
They said puts, bro.
Oh, we forgot about Hunter. We haven't talked about Hunter, man. That guy's awesome.
They said puts.
Puts. They're saying puts.
They said puts. They said go for the puts.
Defense.
I know. Wait, didn't you do Amazon calls last time?
Amazon calls last time, and that stabbed me. Stabbed me in the back.
Went
down big time. Puts, calls, puts.
Or you could do 600 on both sides next week.
I'm not bisexual like that, bro.
Hey man.
She going down. Puts. Everyone is thinking puts. Defense. 1,800 on bank.
Defense.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. What do you got? Walk away. Everyone say walk away. Iron Condor. Straddle. Y'all talking dirty to me now.
The premiums are too low though for any
butterflies.
Spreads. It's not worth it.
Man, what's a SARC? Everyone, was I not supposed to read that one out loud?
No, SARC is short arc.
Oh, short like the arc
Ark, Kathy Wood.
Oh, okay. Did you see that TikTok about like if Noah was building the Ark today?
No.
That was funny.
Did you see that Kathy closed one of her funds?
I'm sure. I think Kathy's a made-up person. I don't think she's
an
real.
industry plant.
Yeah,
it's like when they put rappers like she's like Lil Pump.
Yeah,
for the stock market world.
Yeah, she was literally just
like
a
Gucci
plant.
gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. She like growth gang, growth gang, growth gang, growth gang. Spin a whole ETF on a new chain. Oh, I was like something like that.
Yeah, she's CIA asset for show.
You know, she closed her fund. She closed one of them today.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm shocked by this number though.
And she'll walk away.
Yeah, but she only raised. Are you ready for this?
Little Pump.
She is Lil Pump. Now that I think about it, wow, Lil Pump actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But she only raised $12 million.
What do you mean, total?
Yeah, that's it. So the fund that she shuttered, it was the transparency fund, but that fund only brought in $12 million. Like, to give you context, Sal and Wheat, they raised 10 times that in a fucking weekend from when the wheat stuff went crazy in the beginning of March.
So she is fake.
Not fake, but it's just like she literally, that's like pretty low numbers to be like, it's actually pretty wild to think about that the only 12 million was raised on that.
I just don't like her because one day she was like praising God and using that as her, what's the word I'm looking for? As her motivation and guidance, and this is why I did this. And then the next day, she like, buy some Dogecoin. I don't know. She did something crazy. I was like, bro, you are not one with the people. All right, you're just using us. Lift layoffs. Lift. Go.
Oh, Lending Tips is typing it in.
Go.
Press enter.
You press enter.
What the hell? Lyft, check Uber. What did you?
Let's go.
Uber, enter. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, Lyft reacting to that.
Buy some Lyft puts faster.
Why?
What do you? We don't want to.
We're stream alerting.
We don't want to stream alert. They already know it. What are you laying off at Lyft? Like the drivers? Doesn't that make any sense?
No, yeah, the staff, like corporate staff, which is good for them, probably.
Bro, let's buy some puts real quick, bro. Flip them. Oh, here we go. He's got to do another stream alert.
No, stream alert's already sent. We're looking at the weekly. It's not really worth it.
7 cents?
7 cents on out the money. You could do 29 cents near the money.
Oh, buy me 100.
It's already
bro.
went up 30%.
Let's go. Oh, too late. It's too late.
No,
man.
if it keeps going, but I don't know. Remember, if you could burn one, it'd be good. You already about you trying to spend $1,800 on Tesla.
Focus,
you ain't got time to play it daily on Lyft, bro. You ain't got time for that.
Let's do. Everyone says puts. That was the consensus.
Yes.
60 employees. Come on, that's not even like a scratch.
Car rentals for riders. Yeah, it's not that bad. Wheat.
No, wheat.
There you go. Not too crazy. Get UNG back up there.
Follow your heart, LT. That's what I've been doing my whole life, bro. Works out 50% of the time.
Chad.
Fade the Chad. Nah, I think Tesla calls, but you guys say puts. I don't know. I don't know, man.
So you want the calls?
I want the calls. I'm going calls. Follow my heart.
I'm
going with the heart fall.
Expensive one that's safer, or less for cheaper but less time and closer to the money?
No, I need less time closer to the money.
Okay.
I don't need safety in this world of sin. It's just me and my girlfriend.
Okay, Jay.
Where's Jay-Z? I haven't seen Jay-Z in a while. They leave him at Epstein Island?
Nope.
Okay.
Skirt.
Where's Kanye? They killed Kanye. They killed Kanye and Joe Rogan. How do they do that successfully? Joe Rogan hasn't had a good guest since his whole cancellation. Isn't that crazy? He quietly died. Everyone's like, nah, he's still doing podcasts. I'm like, yeah, I haven't heard of one good podcast. He's over here with Tom Segura. I could hear that any day.
All right.
Tom Segura's biggest hit was his broken leg, and these guys are like,
all right, final?
That. Final answer, bro. Let's do it.
You're a degenerate.
No, I'm not. I do this once a year. Okay?
Right now, you're at once. I almost did 102 contracts.
Let's go!
I'm just trying to get a good.
Stop being cheap, bro.
Why not? 11.
You do that in real estate too. Offer them $1, Bob.
It works. All right, there it is. 2 weekly calls next week. 8:35. You're still far as fuck out the money though. Low key.
8:35?
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought it was 800.
800 is gonna cost you 1,200 for one, but this time you got two. All right. So yeah, you owe me 1,200 if it goes down.
So you owe me 600.
Well, nah. Well,
basically,
I'll hold your
math-wise.
collateral. You
Well,
got
yeah,
like 600, but we'll see. Interest, man. Interest and opening
Yeah,
points.
it's pretty far. I feel like he changed that up on us last minute. Did you guys see that bait and switch? I thought we were getting closer to the money.
It was closer. I mean, at 600. Remember, that was the whole idea.
Oh,
we
get
said,
your curly hair out of my ear. Why are you
What's
so
up, man?
close to me?
What's up, bro? How you
Tickling my ear with this
Not tickling.
curly,
I'm not
with
tickling.
your curly
I'm not
hair.
tickling his ear.
Your
okay?
curly hair was all up in my
Please
ear.
do not misrepresent this one.
Oh, that was awkward.
Oh man,
So close.
Well, 12. You want to
Can
change?
you just get another
we could change.
microphone?
Do you want to change it?
What do you mean change it?
We could just sell out of it, take a $20 loss, and then you could go for one contract at 800.
And then at closer to the money?
At 800. Yeah.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Where's it at?
This guy needs a haircut.
Okay, so we're gonna lose on that then.
When was your last haircut?
Years ago.
Like, do you get like a perm or like how does this work?
Nah.
I have short hair myself.
Okay, we're gonna lose $40 though, if you switch.
Already?
Yeah.
Oh, 35 now.
Maybe we lose $20. We get 590.
That's already a sign.
Okay, we lost $20.
Oh, there goes your macchiato carmelita or whatever you just got.
I don't drink that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you do. Okay. You sure you know what you're doing?
We're working on it. Oh shit! Did I do 10?
Ah!
No. Okay, we good.
Oh, that would have been dope, bro.
Okay, 1250. There it is.
I'm one with the people.
Now you're at 800 on the calls. Hopefully my put hits.
Now we're talking.
So if we make all your money back.
Oh, you hedged me already? I forgot you hedged me. You're win-win. But you're a win-win situation.
Not really. Your play's big. $1,200, bro.
Yeah, but you get a put, you save. If it hits, you
I sold
save.
the shop calls earlier, but if you still have them, you could do anything with those. Those are up a lot.
All right, let me get Elon on the line. I'm going to have him tweet something. Is he still tweeting these days? He stopped tweeting?
No, I mean, he does kind of.
Inverse LT. Go. Run. Everyone. Run. Do it. All right, I'm going to go take a shower in one of this guy's bathrooms. Hopefully he has soap. What are the odds he has soap? Body wash.
Actually, a lot. Yeah, good selection.
Okay. Probably his
Good
girlfriend.
selection.
All right. See you later, guys. Have fun.
It'll be good. Thank you, Lending Tips. We appreciate you. Hopefully he doesn't make us lose. All right, Chad. There it is. There it is. How did you guys miss him? Did you guys miss LT? Is that good? It was good to have LT back, right? We were just saying we haven't heard from him in so long. That was nice. That was nice. Josh doesn't use soap. Chick-fil-A sauce only. Good to hear his voice. Yeah, just a little welfare check. You know, it's good to see he's alive, doing well. He's chilling out there. Every time, though, man. Who is the fucker? Excuse me. But who is the person with the idea that's just like, hey, LT, go buy Tesla? You guys do this every time. You know how close, bro, we were so close to, if I didn't go to the bathroom, LT would have been out of here, and he wouldn't have any bright idea to play an earnings play. You know that? Seriously, that P cost me $1,200 now. I hope it hits. But still, come on, that's BS, bro. You did this every time. You guys did this with the SPY put. I remember that one. You did this with Neo. This is what happened last time with Amazon and Robinhood. Y'all do this every single time, okay? So I'm going to next time I bring him on, y'all ain't allowed to do that, okay? Stop with the peer pressure, okay? This is what happens. Why do you think Wall Street Bets is thriving? This is exactly what occurs, okay? Y'all can't do them like that, man. It's facts. It really is, bro. I shouldn't have gone to the bathroom. That's it. I was like, oh, LT's here. He could talk to you. I could go pee real quick. Right when I start peeing, the first chat, someone's like, hey, LT, you going to play Tesla earnings? And then, look, he didn't even know, bro. He didn't even know. Oh, man. LT's going to expect 1,000%. I see. We'll see. What's he at? 800? So it's pricing in about $50. If he moves 60, he get paid. It might hit. Could work. Could work. Minecraft banned NFTs. LT is the physical embodiment of a YOLO demon. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's hit big though. Like we said yesterday. Like, bro, my man got fucking what's it called? He got AMC. He made like 30 to 50 grand on AMC. He had all the cryptos. My guy even got in the Dogecoin. Even while I was like, Dogecoin is dumb. Why would you buy that? LT's over there in the corner just buying the shit out of it. Like, what? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. He's always willing to take the crazier one. So we'll see. What percent move? It's about 5 or it's about 7%, I believe, which is about like $50 on the earnings. Yeah, UNG's crazy, bro. $27, you're $4 in the money on that one. Yeah, 645. We're about 20 cents away. Or no, we need 750 for 500%. How far out? We grabbed the 800 call for next week. Should have full ported. I know I said it every time. I said all these energy plays I needed. I did go big with it though. I mean, we put what, 1,800 or 1,500 on UNG, and we've already realized $3,000 on it, and we have and we still have another $2,000 left. So it still did good, like pretty much like just under, just above $1,000 into like $5,000, but we haven't taken the last half. Citrix lower on report. Debt sale. Buyout delayed until September. Abivi, I think it was just, it's a mix of healthcare being the weakest on the day. But then I think they might have had bad news there on a drug delay. Because somebody posted it earlier. I didn't see it confirmed, but I mean, in a weird way, I'll take it. It sucks, though, that PDUFA shit was a dud, man. I'm very disappointed in that. Paid for the EWG. Yeah, pretty much. The first contract we went with that we sold out of was the 835s. It was just a little far out the money. So if you got to watch that little lending tips fiasco, again, and I didn't talk to him about, I didn't talk it out as much as we did last time, but hopefully you see I got to lower the budget by 600, so I take that as a win. But we started with here, but the key is like getting close to the money. That's the thing though. Like this is at least closer to the money, but you have to pay for it. But you want to be closer than not. And remember, if Tesla moves less than 6-7% tomorrow, all of these plays are going to go cheaper. So just keep that in mind. Like you might be able to get a really, really fat discount, you know, if you want to play the game of chicken like we talked about. I even tried the 5. Now I'm trying to get that budget there. Again, like we said, by avoiding a play or simply cutting the budget, though, you could eliminate a lot of risk. The problem is, though, he wanted to do short amount of time. So, like, usually I would get more time if you were going to spend this much money. I'd rather have more time because, again, with this volatility, depending on what happens with things, it could be a little bit better off to go there. I'm not holding. I sold the shop calls. So, well, I got like 50%, but they're up about like 200-300% now at this point. Watch, LT wasn't really there, and Josh was just playing both roles. I know, I just did that so I could get the Tesla play. I'm sorry. What does my gut tell me about Tesla? Stay away. That if to be honest with you, just says stay away, don't come back. Come back after earnings, and then you'll find your play. Other than that, that's what my gut says. Other than that, I'm kind of leaning more to the downside, but I see more volatility opportunities than like actually I know what's going to happen with it. Philip Morris has to do a till raise. Someone knows something early. Is going to be heavy in the tree. Could be. I feel like Philip Morris is more Euro related and what's going on. Again, I would even argue the little sell-off we had here today could have been like EWI and some of the Europe situation getting a little bit worse. SAP earnings, that's a big one. the ironic part with it is that it's going to report earnings the day we get the news on the gas pipeline, which I think is kind of wild. Does the heat wave in Europe have any effect on natural gas? Yes. I mean, we're finally starting to watch over the last couple days. Our natural gas is reacting, but if you want to see the impact of that, just go look at the Euro gas futures. But the thing with the Euro heat situation, it's like it doesn't kind of make sense to some people, but it's like, why is a heat wave costing them so much in energy? It's because if they use a lot of the energy now during summer when it's hot, they're expecting to have less reserves for winter. So do you see the problem? So the heat wave, the issue about the heat wave is that if it increases energy consumption leading into winter, it's going to leave all of Europe in a much more worse position. That's why they're all talking about how to balance it out and everything right now. So you are getting some reaction a little bit, but you can remember we have to look at two things. It's European natural gas and then domestic. So how many of you, like if I could ask you, this play 500%, it's a great play. What is the main reason why I bought UNG? Besides it dropping 10% in one day, there was one big factor that explains why I purchased UNG. Does anybody know? You better know. If you don't know, you weren't listening. I'm going to eat you. I'll slap you. What? Nord Stream got here dark winter for 300, Alex. Come on, there's something specific. There it is, Clean Kings. There it is. Whoa, dude. They know. It was the spread between U.S. prices and Europe. So this whole time that we were calling this play out and that we were getting into it, every time I would be like, look at Europe's natural gas. If you saw Europe natural gas, the whole time it stayed elevated up 300-400%, whereas our gas was down. Again, we lost 50% while Europe was still near all-time highs. So I said it very, very, several times, but that's the big issue now. So now, as of late, we're watching the U.S. price start to catch up a little bit, and that could be as this situation develops on right now. Lockheed at a $30 billion contract after slashing guidance. So it's too late for full port UNG, but we did good on it. I'm happy with what we have. And then lending tips.
Yo.
You're up about $50.
Minus the 20?
Oh, now it's like $30. So do you want to take it?
No deal, bro.
Okay, just wondering.
What'd you think I rap for, bro?
I don't know, Camry.
For a $50. I'm not good at flows. Oh, for a $50 flow. Great water pressure, by the way. Great water pressure.
Thank you.
Is it weird? Is it like using, if I use your deodorant, is like using your toothbrush? Is that not good? Like what? What's the rule on that? I haven't really had the opportunity to
Man, you about to make me admit some weird shit right now.
Oh, okay. You use your girlfriend's?
Yeah, I do.
That's even more. I didn't ask that.
I do.
I didn't even ask that, bro.
I will use. How did you know? I guess you knew. I guess that's exactly what I do.
No. No way. Why are you wearing women deodorant?
It's no, because she wears man deodorant.
This is getting weird.
I know exactly. It gets weirder and weirder. She liked the Fiji.
That's like my client I just got. Did I tell you about my client?
Mm-mm.
It's two couples transitioning. It's a couple, a husband and a wife.
What are you talking?
Transitioning into a husband and a wife. And I was like, I didn't want to ask them what the point was, but that's what they were doing.
Wait, what type of transitioning?
So there's a man who's a man now. He's going to transition into a woman, and the woman is transitioning into a man.
Oh, and they're still gonna stay married?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
He's so cool, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
No, it's weird. I guess.
But
and they're young. They're like 25, 26. I'm like, man, this is so weird. But yeah, I'll approve y'all. It's cool. Buy a house right now.
So is that what you're saying is happening to me now?
Well, that's what they're just reminding me of. You're wearing her deodorant and she's wearing your deodorant.
Yeah, well, she just uses
kind of like an intro to transition.
She uses the same brand, but then when we go places, she's smarter than I am, so she'll just take it, and I'll need deodorant, so I just use hers all the time.
Bro,
that's just how we get down, bro.
Let's get back to my original question. Is it weird that I used your deodorant?
Nah, I
now
don't
it's
see.
even
Yeah,
weirder
I
because
don't really see
I
it.
basically used your girlfriend's deodorant. That is what you're telling me.
Not if it's the one down here, but that's
shit.
it. That's usually more of a to-go thing. It's like,
To-go deodorant.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's good, man. I'm gonna go check on this house and then check that house you sent me, and we out, bro.
Oh yeah, you saw that one? Was that nice?
Yeah, I got an
Freestanding.
appointment at 2:30.
Are you gonna make it?
Yeah, bro.
you
You,
got
know
this.
who I am.
All right, all
You
right.
know who I be, son. I'm everywhere at all times. I got people working right now.
All right. I hope. That one's nice. It's just expensive, but it's cheap relatively.
It's not cheap.
It is.
It's pretty expensive.
No.
For a 2-bedroom.
But they're not asking too much of a premium. Rarely been listed on the market. You got views, standalone. Like it's not. I think the price is very compelling. More or less, it's a better listed property than anything we've seen.
No, that's why
recently.
I like it. That's why
it's
I booked
listed
the
good.
appointment. Usually you send me some weird stuff, and I'm like, nah. This one actually looks nice. I can probably move into it too.
It's nice.
2 weeks.
It's good. It's very
I
good.
just remembered a story. My wife fell at home. Is the funniest thing. I was trying so hard not to laugh, but I got her a Chick-fil-A salad, like a Cobb salad, and she was shaking it up, and then she took a step and she tripped over like a kid toy or something, and she fell forward like the movies or the cartoons, and the salad just went everywhere. And she got so mad, and she was yelling at us, me and the kid, and we're just laughing. It was the funniest thing. I was like, why would you fall that hard?
Why
and
would
dramatic?
you fall? So why would you
Save
fall?
the salad. Anyways, I'm going to leave you guys with a
All right. Thank
good
you, sir.
one. All right, later.
You have a good one. Enjoy it. When Josh and LD, you say this keeping up with the Joshes, it'd be a good show. Be a good show. That's it. He just got out. He just did his shower. He stopped by. I asked him if he wanted to take profits on his Tesla play. He did not. So it's good. It's good. It's very good. It's very good. Just like the market. Why would you fall? Keeping up with the answers. A former JP Morgan gold trader said his boss coached him on how to lie about price manipulating orders. That's good. Charge him for using your water. I know, we are in a water crisis. The art of the deal. When LT comes over, you should change it to paper trade mode and let him go crazy. That's funny. We should do that next time, actually. Does your girlfriend steal your clothes? Yeah. That would be a good one, though. That'd be a really good prank. Because I feel like he wouldn't know. And then let's see how far you guys could push him. We should do that and then bet on it. Like, let's see if you could get him to spend, like, let's see if y'all could talk him into spending more than, like, $50K. Just give LT $20K to go nuts? No. Again, I like some of the stuff he does, and, like, he will do this stuff I won't do, but, like, I just know he's going to go buy, like, Dogecoin or something. And it's just so hard. I love it when LT does it, and I don't even know, because then I don't have to see it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just so much like, okay, it's like when you guys ask me, it's like literally when everything's at like a 50% discount, and then people are like, Josh, I just bought a bunch of GameStop. I'm like, okay, man, like I would never do that, but I hope it works for you. You know what I'm saying? Like I really do. But then it's just like I can't. So he'll do the trades that are super risky that I probably wouldn't be willing to do, but it's still it's still risky. It's still risky, you know? Overstock. It could be good. I think their last earnings was good too. Yeah, LT is my real estate agent. And he leads part of the real estate team. Boeing, 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 Boeing. Boeing pop. It's not too big just yet, but it's moving. Boeing prepares to increase 787 production. Boeing to increase 787 production. It might continue. I don't know. It's starting to pop. You got some premiums there. They're decent. They've already moved up that like quick 10, 20%. I just don't know if it'll have follow through. Airlines moving up. I sent out the stream alert and the news is increasing production. That's how you end up with real. If you know, you know. Only the real ones know. Only the real ones know. So there it is. They already popped up 40 cents to $1. Oh, disgusting. 10 cents to 20 cents on the dailies. So they've already made the initial pull on it. But you're early. I mean, we got it early there. It's hitting the wire, though. It is confirmed, but that's the news. Earnings are July 27th, so make sure you get a double whammy. You could go after the dailies, but yeah, I would go after a July 29th, if anything. Because if you could cover, honestly, the ones with earnings, the earnings contracts haven't gone too crazy. They're still up on the day. But Boeing's continuing there. Yep, it's launching. That one was good. The dailies are moving big, dude. Dailies 20 cents to 70 cents, 80 cents to 250, 5 cents to 20 cents. The dailies are all moving, but they're up right now. So you may want to either wait till it comes back down, or if you're in it, good work on that. But let's see. And then SPY's holding up. UNG still at the top. Again, Boeing news on them extending or increasing 787 production. Boeing extends gains on Dow Jones report. So a couple people already reporting on it. Should I buy 100 shares of JP Morgan or Airbnb? So what's the weighting of your portfolio right now? So you got to look at how much you have in the portfolio and how much of it is growth and how much is dividends. So if you have more than 60% or let's say 70% of growth, I would get Airbnb. If you have more than 60, 70% of dividends, I would get, or you have 60, 70% of growth already, I would get the value. Just do the opposite pretty much. Why not 50-50? Because if you're already at 50-50, then it's kind of, it doesn't give you an answer. I'm hoping that your balance will provide you the right answer instead of trying to, pick and choose at the timing, where really, if you focus on managing the broader, you will end up better on the micro. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if you just focus on keeping your balance, like the breakdown in check, you don't need to worry about what to buy, where it's like you're following the balance and you're not necessarily following the market. And that could be a lot better for you. Again, like I said, with like even crypto, the fact that I was already looking for real estate and trying to take the crypto money and put it towards real estate, I used that as my guide and it literally gave me a perfect sell. So it's like the same thing here. Go look at your portfolio, see how it's positioned, and, depending on your breakdown, the smart decision should stick out to you where it's like, okay, well, I don't know if I should get Airbnb or JP Morgan. One's a dividend, one's a growth stock. One has a deep discount. The other one has a deeper discount, but has a dividend. You could go back and forth, but at the end of the day, it's like if you're trying to decide between the two and you're already 70% growth, go with the dividend stock. And then vice versa. It's like if you're already 70% dividends, just go with the growth stock. It's a very easy decision, and you don't got to get caught up with, oh, well, what about this? What about that? I like this. I want that. It's like, no, you're keeping the balance in check, sticking to the plan, sticking to the budget. You're going to be good. Yeah, BA News is hitting the wire. It's confirmed. It's already getting circulated. You already got the pop. Premiums have done as much as 400%. It looks like they're coming back down to 100% though right now. If you like gas, get Airbnb. Tell them. But both of them. But again, just take a look at the balance and you'll be good to go. Yeah, man, they don't feel me. We spitting some good stuff, bro. I feel you. I'm telling you, this line of logic about like making decisions based on a broader factor, I'm telling you, it's so good for you. You have no idea. You have no idea. Like if you react, like, so again, instead of trying to pick the right stock, if you just focused on keeping the right balance, you'll end up finding that you'll pick the better stocks and that you will pick a lot better of plays and have a good balance at the end of the day. But it goes a long, long way. Again, we say it with real estate, a lot of things. It's like if you use outside factors that are more broader and kind of make more sense for your security, then you'll wind up with a good decision. The Boeing, the Tesla. Oh damn, he's up $100. Okay. Biden delivers climate. Ooh. I kind of want to watch it because I want to see what he's going to do with that little BS climate emergency. The summer rally is here. Ironically, it should have happened last week because pretty much after this week, the seasonal bullishness disappears. Appreciate you sending out the news quickly. We got you, baby. We got you. God bless the cult. And feel free too, man. If you guys ever see news, post it in here. You know, it's one thing. I know we got guys like Troy. You got guys like Jesus. A lot of the mods, they really on top of their news game. But also, too, you know, a lot of times Chads could confirm stuff. A couple of Chads brought up some Abivai news earlier today. So it's a team effort, man, and we got a lot going on. So let's get it popping. You can follow my Twitter, Real Cult News. And then if you go on my Twitter, you should see Troy is like he's probably the only account I retweet besides some random ones. I've retweeted a crazy China video today, but that's about it. But then you find real stock news. Let me find one. I'll retweet Troy again. There you go. I just retweeted Troy. So my latest retweet is Troy, and then you can follow that account too. And then, boom, everybody's a winner. You see what I'm talking about? And then you got news, you drop it, and that's the best part. If you ever find any type of news and you don't know what's going on, if you drop it in the chat, we could always confirm it. So we have the tools, we got the experience, we got a ton of people in here, and a lot of people would love to tell you that you're wrong. So don't even worry, so just post anything, and we could confirm it very, very quickly. My Twitter is Real Cult News. So here's the Twitter, and then if you go, you'll see my latest retweet. That's Troy's account, and he also posts news. I don't really post on Twitter. I just follow accounts that post news. And then Troy is like probably one of the best ones that I could actually endorse. So hit it up, man. Hit it up. Run it up, baby. What's up, John? What's up, J-Mac? How you living? I see you. I see you, baby. I see you. Love you. We love you. Confirm you're wrong. I'm telling you, it's like, it's kind of the benefit, though. Like, if you think about it, I think Hits might be on, like, his 18th vacation of the year. No, I think, remember, a couple weeks ago, he said he was heading out. I don't know. He came back from Alaska, and then he went somewhere else. So, he living life, bro. He living life. That early crypto. But it's actually good, though. Like I'm saying, you know, people like to be like, no, you're wrong. This isn't there. But at the end of the day, I mean, you put something through fire, you'll find out what's really gold. And, you know, that's one of the best parts here. So keep sourcing that information, everybody. Keep sourcing that information. Tesla earnings. Well, I just got bullied between Chad and Lending Tips into a call. But I don't know. I really think you should play Tesla afterwards. The premiums are getting jacked up on both sides. My put is still up, and now the calls are kind of going up a little bit. But overall, I would probably wait till afterwards. The problem with Tesla, though, it's not pricing in a lot. So it's only pricing in about 5 to 6%. So depending on what happens, I don't know how the premium crush will look tomorrow because it could move 5%. So like we said, if it moves more than 5%, then you're going to miss out opportunity cost. The play's going to go up. But then if it goes less than 5%, you could buy any play on puts or calls for cheaper tomorrow. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Have a seat. Okay? Listen, if you have one, hello, Massachusetts. It's an honor. It's an honor to be with him. It's an honor to be with your, I'm trying to go off the subtitles, but they're not, with your outstanding members of Congress. Senator Elizabeth Warren, a great guy, girl, lady, ma'am, sorry. She's great, Wisconsin, no, somewhere. You got great former members, our dearest friends, John Kerry. He's doing a great job leading our internation team. Special presidential envoy on the planet. Okay, I can't do this. I'm just over this now at this point. It's too slow. I feel like I'll get stuck talking like this for the rest of the day.
My national climate advisor is leading our climate efforts here at home.
He's speaking
good
today.
It's an honor to be joined by your neighbor from Rhode Island. He's not a bad guy at all. I live in his house, Sheldon Whitehouse, a great champion of the environment. He's been banging away at it. I come here today with a message. As president, I have a responsibility to act with urgency and resolve when our nation faces clear and present dangers. And that's what climate change is about. It is literally, not figuratively, a clear and present danger. The health of our citizens and our communities is literally at stake. The UN's leading international climate scientists call the latest climate report nothing less than, quote, code red for humanity. Let me say it again. Code red for humanity. It's not a group of political officials, elected officials. These are the scientists. We see it here in America, in red states and blue states. Extreme weather events costing $145 billion. $145 billion in damages just last year. More powerful and destructive hurricanes and tornadoes. I've flown over the vast majority of them out west and down in Louisiana, all across America. It's amazing to see. Ravaging 100-year-old droughts occurring every few years instead of every 100 years. Wildfires out west that have burned and destroyed more than 5 million acres, everything in its path. That is more land than the entire state of New Jersey, from New York down to the tip of Delaware. It's amazing. 5 million acres. Our national security is at stake as well. Extreme weather is already damaging our military installations here in the States, and our economy is at risk, so we have to act. Extreme weather disrupts supply chains, causing delays and shortages for consumers and businesses. Climate change is literally an existential threat to our nation and to the world. So my message today is this. Since Congress is not acting as it should, and these guys here are, but we're not getting many Republican votes, this is an emergency. And I will.
Doesn't sound like an emergency.
That way.
Boeing popping
I said
again.
Last week, and I'll say it again loud and clear. As president, I'll use my executive powers to combat the climate crisis in the absence of congressional action, notwithstanding their incredible action. In the coming days, my administration will announce the executive actions we have developed to combat this emergency. We need to act. We just take a look around. Right now, 100 million Americans are under heat alert. 100 million Americans. 90 communities across America set records for high temperatures just this year, including here in New England as we speak. And by the way, records have been set in the Arctic and the Antarctic, temperatures that are just unbelievable, melting the permafrost. It's astounding the damage that's being done. And this crisis impacts every aspect of our everyday life. That's why today I'm making the largest investment ever, $2.3 billion, to help communities across the country build infrastructure that's designed to withstand the full range of disasters we've been seeing up to today. Extreme heat, drought, flooding, hurricanes, tornadoes. Right now, there are millions of people suffering from extreme heat at home. So my team is also working with the states to deploy $385 million right now. For the first time, states will be able to use federal funds to pay for air conditioners in homes, set up community cooling centers in schools where people can get through these extreme heat crises. And I mean people in crises that are 100 to 117 degrees. An infrastructure law that your members of Congress have delivered includes $3.1 billion to weatherize homes and make them more energy efficient, which will lower energy costs while keeping America cool in the summer and warm in the winter and not using too much energy. And my Department of Labor, led by a guy named Marty Walsh, he talks funny, he's a hell of a guy. But all kidding aside, Marty was a great mayor, and I know he knows how to get a job done. And he's doing two things for me. First of all, as Secretary of Labor, he's developing the first ever workplace standards for extreme heat, saying under these conditions that hit this, you cannot do the following. You cannot ask people to do certain things. Second, he's sending folks out from the Labor Department to make sure we hold workplaces and to those standards that are being set. They've already completed over 500 heat-related inspections of workplaces across 43 states. And at the end of the day, it's going to save lives. Now, let me tell you why we're here at Brayton Point. 5 years ago, this towering power plant that once stood with cooling towers 500 feet high closed down. A coal plant at Brayton Point.
Italy news, Draghi is not meeting with President Mattarella on Wednesday. Watch EWI, UNG, and the dollar. Again, that's been a weird effect all day today.
For over 50 years, this plant supported this region's economy through the electricity they supplied, the good jobs they provided, and the local taxes they paid. But the plant, like many others around the country, had another legacy, one of toxins, smog, greenhouse gas emissions, the kind of pollution that contributed to the climate emergency we now face today. Gina McCarthy, a former regulator in Massachusetts, was telling me on the way up how folks used to get a rag out and wipe the gunk off of their car's windshields in the morning just to be able to drive. Not very much unlike where I grew up in a place called Claymont, Delaware, which has more oil refineries than Houston, Texas had in its region just across the line in Pennsylvania. And all the prevailing winds were our way. I just lived up the road. In an apartment complex when we moved to Delaware, and just up the road to a little school I went to, Holy Rosary Grade School. And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer, and why for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation. But that's the past, and we're going to build a different future with one with clean energy, good paying jobs. Just 15 years ago, America generated more than half its electricity from coal-fired plants. Today, that's down to 20%, because there's a big transition happening. Many of these fossil fuel plants are becoming sites for new clean energy construction. Others are switching to new clean technologies. Look at Brayton Point. Today, Brayton is one of the frontiers, on the frontier of clean energy in America. On this site, they'll manufacture 248 miles of high-tech, heavy-duty cables. Those specialized subsea cables are necessary to tie offshore wind farms to the existing grid. Manufacturing these cables will mean good-paying jobs for 250 workers, as many workers as the old power plant had at its peak. And the port here, 34 feet deep, was used to carry coal into the power plant. Now, we're going to use that same port to carry components for wind power into the sea. The converter station here and the substation nearby are the assets that move energy across the power lines. They'll now move clean electricity generated offshore by the wind. Enough power to power hundreds of thousands of homes onto the grid, putting old assets to work, delivering clean energy. This didn't happen by accident. It happened because we believed and invested in America's innovation and ingenuity. One of the companies investing in the factory here joined me at the White House this month, Vineyard Winds, whose CEO told me about the groundbreaking project labor agreements they've negotiated would create good paying union jobs. And I want to compliment Congressman Bill Keating for his work in this area. I'm also proud to point out that my administration approved the first commercial project for offshore wind in America, which is being constructed by Vineyard Winds. Folks, elsewhere in the country, we are propelling retrofits and ensuring that even where fossil fuel plants retires, they still have a role in powering the future. In Illinois, for example, the state has launched a broad effort to invest in converting old power plants to solar farms, led by Governor Pritzker. In California, the IBEW members have helped turn a former oil plant into the world's largest battery storage facility, the world's largest facility. In Wyoming, innovators are chosen to a retiring plant as the next site for the next generation nuclear plant. And my administration is a partner in that progress, driving federal resources and funding to the communities that have powered this country for generations. And that's why they need to be taken care of as well. I want to thank Cecil Roberts, a friend and president of United Mine Workers of America, and so many other labor leaders who worked with on these initiatives. Since I took office, we've invested more than $4 billion in federal funding the 25 hardest hit coal communities in the country, from West Virginia to Kentucky to Wyoming to New Mexico. Through the infrastructure law, we're investing in clean hydrogen, nuclear, and carbon capture with the largest grid investment in American history. We've secured $16 billion to clean up abandoned mines and wells, protecting thousands of communities from toxins and waste, particularly methane. And we're going to seal leaking methane pollution, an incredibly powerful greenhouse gas that's 40 times more dangerous to the environment than carbon dioxide. And folks, with American leadership back on climate, I was able to bring more world leaders together. Than we got 100 nations together to agree that the major conference in Glasgow, England, Scotland, to change the emissions policies we have. We've made real progress, but there's an enormous task ahead. We have to keep retaining and recruiting building trades and union electricians for jobs in wind, solar, hydrogen, and nuclear, creating even more and better jobs. We have to revitalize communities, especially those fence line communities that are smothered by the legacy of pollution. We have to outcompete China and in the world and make these technologies here in the United States, not have to import them. Folks, when I think about climate change, and I've been saying this for 3 years, I think jobs. Climate change, I think jobs. Almost 100 wind turbines going up off the coast of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, with ground broken and work underway. Jobs manufacturing 2,500 ton steel foundations that anchor these offshore wind farms to the sea floor. Jobs manufacturing a Jones Act vessel in Texas to service these offshore wind farms. We're going to make sure that the ocean is open for the clean energy of our future, and everything we can do, give a green light to wind power on the Atlantic coast where my predecessors' actions only created confusion. And today, we began the process to develop wind power in the Gulf of Mexico as well for the first time. A real opportunity to power millions of additional homes from wind. Let's clear the way. Let's clear the way for clean energy and connect these projects to the grid. I've directed my administration to clear every federal hurdle and streamline federal permitting that brings these clean energy projects online right now and right away. And some of you have already come up and talked to me about that. And while so many governors and mayors have been strong partners in this fight to tackle climate change, we need all governors and mayors. We need public utility commissioners and state agency heads. We need electric utilities and developers to stand up and be part of the solution. Don't be a roadblock. We all have a duty right now to our economy, to our competitiveness in the world, to the young people in this nation, and to future generations. That sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. It's real. To act boldly on climate. And so does Congress, which, notwithstanding the leadership of the men and women that are here today, has failed in his duty. Not a single Republican in Congress stepped up to support my climate plan. Not one. So let me be clear. Climate change is an emergency. And in the coming weeks, I'm going to use the power I have as president to turn these words into formal, official government actions through the appropriate proclamations, executive orders, and regulatory power that a president possesses. When it comes to fighting for climate change, I will not take no for an answer. I will do everything in my power to clean our air and water, protect our people's health, to win the clean energy future. This, again, sounds like hyperbole. Our children and grandchildren are counting on us. Not a joke. Not a joke. If we don't keep it below 1.5 degrees centigrade, we lose it all. We don't get to turn it around. And the world is counting on us. This is the United States of America. When we put our hearts and minds to it, there's not a single thing beyond our capacity. I mean it. When we act together, and of all things we should be acting together on, it's climate. It's climate. And by the way, my dear mother, God rest her soul, used to say, Joey, at everything bad, something good will come if you look hard enough. Look what's happening. We're going to be able to create as many or more good-paying jobs.
So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed a play on TAN.
Safer.
I went with the solar
the
ETF to play anything related to this bill coming out in the next day or so. So we'll see. We'll talk about it a little after, but I grabbed 10 August calls. I spent $150.
Manufacturing.
Excuse me, 160.
You go back and ask all the people who grew up in this beautiful place what they'd rather have. They want the plant back with everything it had, or what you're going to have. I will be dumbfounded if you find anybody other than for pure sentimental reasons saying, I'd rather have a coal plant. I'll end by telling you another quick story. When we moved from Scranton, when coal died in Scranton, everything died in Scranton. And my dad wasn't a coal miner. My great-grandfather was a mining engineer. But my dad was in sales, and there was no work. So we left to go down to Delaware. I told you where those oil plants were. But I remember driving home when you take the trolley in Scranton, going out North Washington and Adams Avenues. Within 15 blocks, we didn't live in the neighborhood, the most prestigious neighborhood in the region, in the town where the Scrantons and other good, decent people live. There was you'd go by a wall that my recollection is was somewhere between 15 and 18 feet tall. And it went for essentially a city block. And you could see the coal piled up to the very top of the wall from inside. It was a coal-fired plant. A coal-fired plant. And all of the negative impacts of breathing that coal, the dust, were affecting everybody. But at the time, people didn't know it, and there wasn't any alternative. Folks, we have no excuse now. We know it. There are answers for it. We can make things better in terms of jobs. We can make things better in terms of the environment. We can make things better for families overall. So I'm looking forward to this movement. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, Joe Biden, ladies and gentlemen. So I made a play on the solar ETF. Again, we've been talking about this since yesterday. People are expecting them to do a climate emergency executive order. So again, a lot of people accurately pointed this out. They're like, well, this doesn't matter because even if he does an executive bill, it goes to Congress and then they're not going to approve it. But here's the thing. If you guys don't remember, for the last 12 to 18 months, the administration has done this before where they could do an executive order. It allows them to do stuff, and until they are able to take it to court and then until it gets shut down, they're pretty much able to act, more or less. Does that make sense? So keep that in mind. So they're just going to play this little game. It at least buys it there. But I think it could help the solar ETF. Remember what we heard with uranium and solar? That was a couple weeks ago. So that's why I decided to go with TAN. But pretty much just be on the lookout. By tomorrow, we'll see. I mean, he pretty much clearly said they're going to be coming out with a, what's it called? A bill for an emergency climate bill, pretty much. So we'll see excuse me, not a bill, executive order. It's so dumb it works like that. Yeah, well, remember, there was a certain situation earlier last year where they did an executive order and then they mandated certain things, and then it wasn't until 6 months later where the Supreme Court said, nah, that's unconstitutional, you can't do it. And then, but it could open up a window. That's just the American legal process. Welcome to the gang. Emergencies, yeah. I think it's a really good quote. It's an unknown quote. I don't know who said it, but the quote is, if you let the government break the law during emergencies, they will make emergencies so they could break the law. I do remember that one. This came true. Semi's getting some steam. Let's see, where's that quali? That thing's been killing it, even with the strong dollar. And then Tesla, baby. 55 minutes remaining. He said, pretty sure that's a Mike Tyson quote. He said, if you don't trust the government, if you let the government... What's the quote? He said, if you let the government break the law during emergencies, then they're going to make emergencies to break the law. So Mike Tyson, what's up? Hey, man, ripping. I love Mike Tyson. I don't know why. Have you ever listened to him talk? Not like how he talks, but like, my guy just says some crazy shit all the time. Yeah, Mike ain't dumb. Mike ain't dumb. I like him. He's a good guy, man. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. I was really excited to be here. Don't come too close or I'm going to knock you out. Thank you. You sound like 50 Tyson. I'm kind of playing Tesla, so Lending Tips made a big call play. I still got the puts. The puts are holding up their value here. Not as much anymore, but still up, which is good. He's dumb for sure, but wise. He's changed his life around. He's made a lot of positive, from spending like $200 million to like now like being more stable. I'm proud of him. Meta 4.2, bro. Meta's actually killing it. Vivo on the low. Big reds on Vivo. Vivo Meridian Bioscience. Excuse me. Vivo, what's the news, Meridian Bio? Not seeing anything. I'm under contract and they're giving me the option to buy down the rates. What are your thoughts? So what's the rate at now? And then is the seller willing to give you credit? So if you could get the seller to come down a little bit, use that money to buy down the rate. Otherwise, if you come out of pocket to buy out the rate, it really just depends on how much it's going to save you on a monthly payment and then how much you would value having the cash up front. So it really just depends. If you have different quotes, you could let me know, but depends on, how important is a lower monthly payment to you versus having a little bit extra cash on hand. But if you could get the home seller, Vivo is still dropping, another red on there. If you could get the home seller to give you money off the purchase price, you could ask to apply that towards buying down the rate. And that would be the most beneficial because then you could walk away with a rate that's lower without you ever spending any cash up front. Yeah, and how long do you plan on staying there? Our live streaming, the monthly membership. You talking about the stream alerts? The stream alert just sends you a text anytime news or anything important happens. So if you can't watch all 7 hours of the day and then something big happens, it'll make sure you never miss it. Otherwise, you can hang out here. Everything we offer is freemium. So if you have the time to be here and you're very attentive, you could get the full value just by attending. China ambassador to U.S. Quinn Gang speaks at Aspen Forum. 6.1. They're letting me buy down to 4.3 for 10K. You're using your VA loan. So how much are they charging you for that? Is it 10 grand, 15 grand? That's on GME. I would just be careful with GME. I mean, honestly, it's sad that, like, in a weird way, like GME, if you bought that 2 years ago, you would probably be better off holding it than now. But I'm just not a big fan of it in the sense that I don't believe in it. I don't believe what everybody says GameStop is gonna do. So I don't think it's the right moment for it at this point. I mean, I've said that at many different times, even when it was lower and I was wrong about it. But at the end of the day, it's like, looking at the market now, I would just take a lot better quality that's lower. So everything's low right now. Like, why would you want to pay a premium on anything? So GameStop is still at a premium. So you mean to tell me the stock market drops 30% on the NASDAQ and you're going to go buy the one stock that is up from $20 to $150? You see what I'm saying? It's like go fucking buy a bank stock. Go buy Netflix. I would even buy Tesla over GameStop, to be honest with you. But pretty much it's like that one's at a premium, and I don't really see it as anything more than a stock that people are holding. Realistically, I think JPM is a lot better of anything. I could bring you a lot of names that I would, even if they're not up, even if they go down, I would still stand by them over GameStop, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because I know some people don't like hearing this, and I'm not trying to knock anybody who owns it. Again, I wish you guys the best of luck, but right now it's just like I'm worried about a lot of things. I see the impact of the dollar. I see how our dollar could get us a lot more in terms of financial assets. I'm not going to put that money at this time frame towards something like that. You know what I'm saying? How can one compare GameStop or AMC to JP Morgan? Well, there you go. I still own it at 10. That's great. You see what I'm saying? It's like that. There's no problem. It's just like me and Snapchat. Like, I bought Snapchat at $6, $10, $15. We ride it up. It goes up to 80. It's like, if you get a good position, you ride that shit out, man. You don't have to worry about it. But I'm not throwing any fucking new money in this marketplace at something that is not a blue chip name, that or just is not going to give me something like really, really, just there's a discount right now. There's discounts in the market. Last thing I want to do is buy something with a premium. And there's a lot of premium on GameStop. There's no way around that. Don't get GME, get AMC. I think all of them are in the same category. It's just that, again, they might be able to move, and on trading days they offer these opportunities where they get hype, but just, there's like, 3,000 stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. I'm telling you, you could find a way better value on something with $100, $1,000. You could do so many things with it now. You think LNG is going to rip again? It might. I mean, it's already ripping right now. The question is if it continues or not. I still have that share of GameStop at 400 when we tried to buy it that day. I have one share of GameStop, and the reason was it was like January 28th, 29th when they said it was halted. I tried to put in an order to see if it would go through because everybody was like, wow, and then I still have it. So I'm down like $300 a share, roughly. Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. UOWMC can't come back. This earnings is going to be pivotal. I've been saying that for a while. So that's why you don't like it. No. I'm telling you. Does this make sense to you? The stock market, everyone's flipping out about recession, all of this stuff. Every name is down. Like, you have names down 60, 70% that people were dying over last year, 2 years ago, right? And you want to go buy the stock that is still up over 10 times from, or just about 10 times from one of the lows. And it has already been a year and 7 months, and they have not executed on any future business plan that they laid out forward. So it just doesn't make sense to me. They said winner's gonna win. Hey, Matt. Question is, why is it still up that high? Because people are holding it. At the end of the day, I think you lost a lot of it, but that whole retail effect, supply and demand with the shares and everything else, it could still stay. Again, I think you had less people. You had people already scared to even short this thing after the first time, and then ever since then, people have held. But I mean, I get shocked every time it's still up there, like even at this point. So like I'm saying, it's good if it's up there, and if you bought in early, I'm not talking to you. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, if you really want to throw new money at it right now, again, maybe wait until like the market gets more desperate, where it's like, okay, everything's going up, I can't get a good deal anywhere. Okay, then I'll take the high growth type names. But at this point, as long as there's a bunch of discounts in every single industry that we can name, it's just a different time to be allocating that fresh money. Retail owns the stock. They have since last year. The short squeeze coming. I don't even think anybody's shorting it, though. That's the problem. Bro, people are terrified of it. And again, we've seen it how many times this year, and even last year, are we watching, even if it goes bankrupt, the shit is getting squeezed, because right when people know it's going to get shorted, it goes up. So there's a lot of distortion still, is the best way to put it. Where was the other one? I want to see Airbnb. And the video of Biden saying, did he say that? Everyone in the chat was saying. I thought he said everybody in the nation, but that's crazy. Tesla has deep value, though. See, so here's the difference between GameStop and Tesla. They both have that community effect where people hold it and people believe in it. And literally, again, where people are saying, well, Tesla, you know what I'm saying? It's just like Tesla's real deep value. Again, the difference is that Tesla is actually, it has executed on some of the stuff they were saying. So it's not like every time Tesla would pop, it's not as if they like came up with a story and a lot of people thought Elon was, and people really thought that Elon was like bullshitting because he's done it before, where he's like, or kind of over exaggerating and was like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, but then Tesla actually did it. Like, then Tesla really actually, like, that car is everywhere. They actually came out with the Model Y. They actually did hit 50% growth on a consecutive year-over-year basis. Like, they started to do stuff. They actually went cash flow positive at one point. They started to produce positive earnings. So in the last year and a half, 2 years, how many billions of dollars did GameStop get? And now, did they make any money off that? The question is, if I gave you $2 billion last year, 2 years ago, what did you do with that money? And were you able to actually turn all of that hype, all of that funding, were you able to actually bring something about from it? And all that came from it is now GameStop has an NFT platform and NFTs are dead, right? So it's like, what is the real like execution factor? That's the next level. That's where GameStop can actually become very successful. You know, they got that dream team, they hired all these people, but if they could actually turn that into a business that grows like Tesla, it'll be a whole different story. But until then, it just seems like something Wall Street has seen many, many times. You know, there's a lot of hype. The price goes up. People believe, people invest. But if the company never executes on the plan, you're in trouble. Again, it's just management is a big, big risk. And that's even the same thing I've seen with like UWMC, where it's like you could have great opportunity, you could have great market, you could have great funding, the investment community loves you, or people are willing to put up money. But then if you don't take that money and you don't take that hype and you don't take that momentum and do anything with it, then you just come right back down eventually, or it ends up turning into a dud. Russia will not supply oil to the world market if a price cap is imposed, says Deputy Minister. You hear that, Yellen? NG came down after hitting 8. You have no ideas or entities are going. Well, Drew, listen, you were already throwing shots at me before. I'm not trying to argue with you. If you disagree, you disagree. That's all. Again, I've shorted, in my life, I've done hundreds of millions of dollars of transactions. I own some of the biggest NFTs. I bought Bitcoin before anybody knew about it. So it's like, I'm not going to play this game with you. You know what I'm saying? It's just if you disagree, you disagree. That's all it is. All I'm trying to say is throwing new money at fucking damn GameStop right now. It's just, I wouldn't do that when and NASDAQ is down 30% and you could get anything at a discount. No one's hopeless. I think everybody has their opinion, and that's all it is. But like I even said the other day, it's like I'm not going to, I know when I talk about these topics, this is what happened last time, and I gave a lot of good advice a year ago, and people got mad. And people like get really like, I'm not trying to attack anybody's personal belief, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm really breaking it down and saying, hey, if just like I said with the Bitcoin stuff, man, if people don't earn your trust and they have not done anything to earn your trust, why are you going to keep giving it to them? It's very, very simple. So that's where I'm saying we're 2 years in on the GameStop story. They raised a bunch of money. They have a bunch of stuff. They've done nothing with it just yet. So let's see what happens. But until that occurs, it's like there's a big difference between Tesla and GameStop. At least Elon did something like it. You know what I'm saying? God forbid you want to make sound investments. Well, listen, nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Have you not learned that from the last year or two? Nobody gave a shit when that's it. Your shit goes down, your shit goes up. Nobody cares. That's all. It's your life. It's your money. You do what you want to do with it. If you believe, you believe. Just make sure you got a good budget with it. And then just, look around the room right now. You got a lot of opportunity in so many asset classes and so many different things. Ford plans to cut 8,000 jobs. Another job cut news, Ford. Little candle right there. We're getting that early. Primary cut primarily in unit-making gas-powered vehicles. So they're targeting salary jobs. And then going after anything related to gas-powered vehicles. 4 job cuts, another one today. You're thinking about gas powering all increased demand on the grid for EV? Yeah, I thought, well, that's what we've always said. We're like, electricity come from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It don't just show up. Mary Ibarra, she didn't lay off anybody. She's a pioneer, empire, builder. Oh, she's great. I don't think Tesla could convince. Netflix is at 215 after that report. So we'll see what happens. 8K. It's a lot of jobs. I mean, it's better. It's bigger than fucking, what did Lyft say? 80? Mike, they're all still kind of, dude, the premiums are still jacked. Everything's still there. Tesla implied move. Did you used to rock tall tees? I was just short, so everything was a tall tee. You know what I'm saying? Oh, is this on the A&R? 4.2? 6.7. Yeah, that's what we got already. I don't know if it's still on. Yeah, here's the average moves too. So in the last 8 quarters, Tesla has only had 1 quarter or earnings move more than 5%. So it's pricing in about 6 to 7 today, but it's been a while since it's moved actually more than that, believe it or not. So we're going to see. There it is. Tesla coming out. Everything's starting to move a little bit. HCP on the high. The hell is this? HashiCorp. Tesla's going to surprise and rip. Lending tips will be happy. AMD limit order. Yeah, dude, chips are on fire today. So let's see. And again, Tesla might have strong dollar impact. So we'll see how that one, I think that's going to be very interesting. Whatever we see how the dollar impacted Tesla, I would love to find out. Tesla will rip. I don't know. Again, the last 2 years of earnings, it's only moved more than 5% once. So believe it or not, you haven't really had, like Tesla's not like your big earnings mover. You know what I'm saying? Usually it'll move after earnings and other stuff, but in a weird way, it's not there. I think it is. I think most of their revenue does come from overseas. But yeah, but the earnings aren't really that big on Tesla. Like, it's a cuck. So I wish the premiums were higher, because then if the premiums were pricing in 10%, I would have done the premium sell like yesterday, but it's just like it's not even pricing in too much. Let me see segments. Yeah, Tesla, 44% of revenue from overseas, 29% from other, and it doesn't explain what other is, and then it's 25% from China. So about slightly more than 50%, like 54% comes from overseas. So it's not that bad. I mean, in the sense that we've, most of the companies we've seen already, IBM was 50%, Netflix was 60%. So it's not like it's too crazy. You see what I'm saying? But like Qualcomm is like 95%. But China's currency didn't weaken too much. So that's the key. You got to realize that. So it's like if 25% of those earnings come in from China, or 25% of their dollars, it's not like China is not weakened the same way that everybody else has. So like China's weakened, this chart going up is weakening, right? But, they're back here to like 2020 levels, but it's like it's a little different than like Japan. You see what I'm saying? Or if you go to the euro, like the euro, again, this is a 1-year chart. Let me go to the 10-year. You'll see it's just breaking out from lower levels. At 2020, it was up 10, 12% more. So at least the China one, although they're getting their currency, 25% comes from China, at least the Chinese currency has not weakened as much as everyone else. Because if anything, it strengthened a lot earlier leading into it. What do you compare? You could just look at it, because this right here, the USD China, this is the Chinese currency against the dollar. That's so, again, we're comparing everything to the dollar. That's why some currencies, so like pretty much if your earnings come from Europe and you collect in the euro and then Japan, I would be more worried. So if Tesla had 40% of revenue coming from Japan, I would be worried because the dollar against the yen has weakened like at least 15% or something like that, or like 10%, something wild. And then again, the euro, it's down like almost 20% against the dollar from like 2020 or like year over year. So that's a big deal. That would have a bigger impact than the yuan, which even though it has weakened, it's not as much. Dollar effect. Most of the revenue comes from overseas, so that's what we're going to find out. I don't know. They have some dollar risk, but it's bearable in the sense that we've seen a couple companies with 50, 60% of revenue outside the States end up doing good. Why the dollar, though? Because not every, but I'm pretty sure like a big majority of all of your companies on the stock market, unless it's a China name or something, they recognize their revenue in dollars. So if you make money in China, you have to convert that to dollars, or if you need the capital for operating costs, all of that. But if essentially the conversion is going to have to hit for your balance sheet. So if your whole balance sheet is in dollars, that money in China, you have to convert it into dollars, and then there's a conversion rate. So if that conversion rate, aka the currency weakening or strengthening, moved a lot, your profits will reflect that. So it's simple. Like pretty much, let's say the euro, right now, let's say the euro is at just a flat dollar. So if you made $1 million in the euro and convert it to the dollar, thankfully the conversion rate is 1-to-1, right? But let's say when the currency there was stronger and it was at 1.2, you would have been converting back to 1.2 million. Do you see the difference? So like, let's say the euro bounced up to 1.2 and then you made that same $1 million in Europe, and then you have to go and convert it back. Now you have a $1.2 million in profit versus $1 million in profit. And then vice versa. If the euro weakened by 20 more cents and you made €1 million and had to convert it lower and it was at 0.8, it would convert to $800,000. So do you see the problem with the dollar moving? And then if you have currency in other countries, your balance sheet is in dollars. And then again, if you need to use that money and you make that conversion, you're either making or losing money depending on how the currency is moved. How do people still not understand this concept? It's just a little people don't think about this, and you don't really need to in your daily life. And if you don't necessarily engage in foreign currency transactions, most people don't realize how often they do it. But it's just like stuff that this is just deeper level economics when it's all said and done. So it's like, it makes sense why people don't understand it. I remember right until I did it, until I understood it, it's like you don't look at this stuff, and it just, it's kind of confusing at first, but this is why I've always focused on the value of currencies. This is why we've always looked at it, because it's like, wow, if there's a 20% move on currencies, that could affect a lot of things. Like it's affecting a lot of companies, everything. So the final reflects the conversion based on the moment they did it. So they might even have a cutoff period. That's what Netflix said. So Netflix, they took a new spot price on the dollar, and that's why they said they had such big changes, because last time they looked at the dollar, or the last report they had, the dollar was based off of the January level. So it depends where they spot it, or where the spot price is at the time of doing the report and all that. MCD has the highest Europe UK exposure, so they could get clapped again, especially with that euro move. Dollar impact should be reflected. It should be, and I'll add to this though, there is savvy corporate leaders who will specifically and purposefully, they'll state it in the earnings, they will not convert their currency because they want to do so at a later date. So let's say with McDonald's, they might be one of the people to do it. Why? Because like you just said, they have a lot of their business in Europe and UK, but it's like if you collect a bunch of euros and you know you're operating in that country, why would you exchange the euros now? So again, it could affect your balance sheet, but depending on just like Netflix yesterday, they said our growth rate is 4.4, but if it's constant currency, it's 12%. So they may say, hey, we have a 5% impact on our balance sheet based on the currency translation, but we don't plan to exchange those for dollars, and we're going to keep them in offshore accounts because we plan to use those dollars or the euros anyway, so it won't affect us as much. Exactly. You could strategically convert the currency later. Again, it could still hit your balance sheet, but this is where the explanation comes into play, and that could change things. So like Apple has done that a couple of times too. Like Apple has billions of dollars in euro accounts that they've never repatriated because because of taxes and conversion. But now this time they probably lost money on it because the values have dropped, but they didn't want to pay taxes. And then they said, hey, we're going to have to spend billions of dollars in Europe anyway. There's no point to transfer our currency to dollars and then go back to euros at a later date. That's why a lot of people hold the dollar now. So if you've ever wanted to know why is the dollar a reserve currency? It's because everybody does business with us and they're willing to, but people know it's like, hey, if I'm going to end up spending these dollars anyway, why would I convert it? So people in Malaysia, people in Europe, people in France, it doesn't matter where, anytime they collect money, if they collect it in dollars but they live in another country, they may convert a little bit, but they're saying, hey, well, I plan to buy more from America anyways. They don't convert their dollar, and they just hold the dollar. That's why the dollar is held by mostly every single nation. Booking as Europe exposure, 78%. Ooh. BWV, study other conditions like influenza. EL is second for exposure. Estee Lauder. Booking makes sense. That one could be interesting, actually. So Booking will get clobbered more than Airbnb. Airbnb still has like 30%, I believe, outside of the United States. But Bookings is a different story if theirs is that high. Yeah, 86% of Booking is outside the United States. 79% is in Netherlands. And then only 13% is in dollars. But Booking is foreign. I think that's why it's in Netherlands currency. So it says I think they're a Netherlands company. And then Airbnb's 50-50. These are publicly traded companies with large foreign real estate exposure. Yeah, I mean, even it depends how they recognize it, though. So, like, there's, like, some companies, like multinational corporations, like I'm sure Johnson & Johnson, they have real estate everywhere, right? There's again, I'm trying to think, like, even Qualcomm, Intel, they got real estate everywhere, but it's not necessarily, it doesn't really factor into earnings, if that makes sense. So, like, because, again, they're pretty much, it would actually benefit them. If you could depreciate your real estate on your balance sheet, it might lower your tax rate or at least give you a better net profit on some stuff. But pretty much, unless they deal with real estate, the real estate prices fluctuating won't affect them, if that makes sense. So unless they're like a REIT, a core business that actually recognizes profit and loss through like those values or what the real estate generates, it doesn't normally have an effect too large, unless it's like it leads to a big write-off or impairment. Yeah, Canada Goose dropping. Bro, didn't this used to be $100 stock? 50? No, yeah, bro, back in the day. I remember 2018, 2019, bro, Canada Goose was popping. Even Drake was talking. He's like, we had K's Kitchen in a Canada Goose. Famous as fuck, but I'm still in the cut when they round up the troops. No? Summer 16. Bang dirty, not clean. That's a good song, bro. I want to go listen to that song today. Summer 16. It's a great workout song. I don't think business is about making a better place for people. It's about making money. Oh, yeah. That's why. Usually they're just lying to you. That's what I was thinking about the other day, because I was like, I feel like if the economy like starts turning down, I think citizens are going to start reacting to like how they used to react. Like, I don't know if you guys remember 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, everybody hated Uber. Everybody hated corporations. Like, they still do now, but it's not what it used to be. So I feel like because we've have prosperity for the most part and things are doing good and people are focused on other stuff. But I remember like corporate hatred was like in the media. Like, bro, you don't remember when they used to like just talk shit on Google every single day? And then they were like, oh, Facebook is the worst place, and like big tech, bro. And like, bro, I'm telling you, it was wild. This was like 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. And it's just like, everybody was just like, they knew. They were like, bro, Uber's so bad. Everybody acts like this. And now it's like, I don't know why everyone's so friendly with everybody now. And then, yeah, it's like, it's kind of more just like attack the government now instead. So it's pretty wild. It's not like people like, no, but like if Facebook went through everything it went through already, and this was like 2016, Facebook would go bankrupt. Y'all would have went crazy. Bro, people were like very anti-corporations, like, and rightfully so. Again, like, it was weird. I was more of like, oh, well, like, I invest, and like, no, I like it. And people, like, again, even in the media, like, that's what you saw. Like, you would read articles every day about how bad Google is. You would read articles every day on how Uber is such a violation, how, like, it was like capitalism. It was like capitalism hate, but they were more so targeting the corporations, and literally that just doesn't exist anymore. It's like all of a sudden it's like these corporations just started putting up, they change their logos once a month, they say what you want to hear, and then everyone's like, yeah, oh, it's chill. Oh no, like, I forgot these corporations robbed us forever. It's wild. Well, yeah. But yeah, welcome. So yeah, I don't know. But pretty much, I mean, that's just to say, don't ever get it twisted. If it is on the fucking stock market, they are here to make money. And they don't care. Even if sounding good is part of making money. Getting you to view them favorably is making money. It's goodwill. It's literally, it shows up on the damn balance sheet. So it's just, in general, that's always the focus. That's why right now people are like, why isn't the stock market crashing? Why is this? Because guess what? Corporate profits are still one of the highest points they've ever been. It's like that money is still there. Every single company, the main goal is always, even if it's not the company's goal, the bigger dogs who own it, that's their goal as well too. The board members, the people with majority stakes, BlackRock, all of them, they are not your savior. Facebook died with mafia wars. But boomers kept it alive. Oh, man. Oh, we're doing a little bounce around. We're still near highs. I mean, are we at 395.50? Not too bad. Hey, hold on. It's going to get hot in here. Earnings. Tesla. Dude, there's only 17 minutes left. Oh, my goodness. Chad, that's crazy. He said, remember when no one wanted to buy your clothing brand? Now it's cool to shop small business. That's funny. That's funny. Amazon, everything's running. Let's see if Tesla. I would be on the lookout to see if the Tesla puts came down, but watch if the premiums start to jack up. But I mean, only 20 minutes later, it doesn't seem like you're getting that effect. Those UNGs are fire. That plays up. Can we see 3,500 on the Dow next week? No. The Dow didn't play along with this. If anything, the Dow has actually been somewhat more stable than not. So it's like if anybody has room to run up, it's the NASDAQ and then the S&P. This day is it's already done. That's it. It's already done, and it's on the Tesla. That's it. It's on the Tesla. 401 in 15 minutes. Now, I think we're going to deal with 397, but depending on how big of a break. Tomorrow, though, it really depends. I mean, how do you guys feel now? You're up near the highs. You had that little freak out right here. Today was just a wonky, wild day. Again, today's one of the real days where it just doesn't make sense, or at least we watched the dollar go up by a big margin, and then we are just still continuing the rally. So equities really did their own thing today. But how do y'all feel now? Are you feeling hopeful? You warming up? Remember, we had a lot of emotions. It went from bye, 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 bye to bye, bye. And then now it's like we're right in the middle. So I don't know. Tesla earnings. It's here. Appreciate optimism. Bearish AF. It's going to blow up tonight. Okay. Loaded up on puts. Jinxed it when we close at the day's lows. When the market is euphoric is when you go puts. F probably going to be a nice sympathy to Tesla. Feeling bullish for the short term. If earnings do not come in disappointing, I feel. Down money. Tomorrow brings another opportunity. Amen. Till Sleepy J gets out, I'm bearish. Tesla's acting bearish. Bears be ready. Jamar certification. Bear. Love it. Raising cash in this rally. Be ready for whatever's next. I'm here to hang out with the cult. LT is down 3.5. Is he? I thought LT should be up. Nah, he's at break even now. He was up. He had $100 earlier. I still have the Tesla puts. I think I'm going to hold it now. That, what's his name, bought that play. But I think it's going to be good. Either or. But I'm really banking on tomorrow being a better price than not. But we'll find out. Lucid can react from Tesla. A lot of things could. Even just legacy automakers too. Yeah, we're going to stream the earnings. We're going to be there. Don't forget about Tesla's short ETF as a sympathy. Yeah, TSLQ. And you bring Nigel. It depends on how fast the report comes out. Because, again, when it comes out quick. And lately, honestly, it's like I'd want to do Nigel, but it's hard to explain a lot of the other stuff. Like, again, just going over the dollar impact. And then not Nigel comes in. It gets a little crazy. Abivi, Health Canada approves Abivi's Rinavoc for treatment with adults. And then ankylosing spondylitis is lifelong progressive inflammatory disease. So Abivi news on approval in Canada on Rinvoq. Maybe that's what we were waiting for. But no reaction. They're just coming out now. But that's, again, Rinvoq is good. And then with Canada, I mean, hopefully they don't say anything about a black box warning. Oh, your long term is down 3.5. Okay, that's good. That's what we were saying. If the earnings isn't bad and we get one more move after this coming into next week and Powell doesn't upset the market, we should start to see a lot of long terms come back. Buy puts on Tesla. If you buy puts on Tesla Q, you think it's going to go up. But you might be better off just getting a what's it called? it might be better off to just do it at just to play the actual Tesla itself. Because remember, if you don't know how how these single stock ETFs work, I mean, they're going to operate a little differently. Just keep that in mind. Dude, 10-minute rigged. My Tesla play is a put. If you saw the lending tips fiasco, he ended up buying a call, so I have it. He paid me in 100 ounces of silver to make the play. That's how I'm viewing it. So there's a call for next week and a put for next week, I believe, as well. Options on Tesla Q very sparse. 10-minute rigged. Let's see. And then watch the premiums. You might get one final juice in, especially if they have earnings, a.k.a. Tesla. Twitter could get a sympathy. We'll see. URI, they have earnings, I believe, tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, but they just pop big. Good luck for all playing Tesla. Hope you succeed. Amen. What's a good ROI if you're moving stocks, not options? 3 to 7%. That's adequate. If you could be okay with that and comfortable and even target that, you're going to be in a nice little world. It's a nice place to be in. Sounds extremely low if you're used to trading options. Market on close, 86 million sell side. Honestly, that 10-minute rigged is not moving stuff. A lot of individual names, like Verizon's down 2 right now. Let's see. Healthcare still clapped. Tesla, UAL, Alcoa, STLD, Biogen, Las Vegas stands, Kinder Morgan, CCI, and DFS after hours. Yeah, bro, 10-minute rigged was very, very flat. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. Gold getting wrecked. Oh, my gold. No. At least gold didn't move. Like, in the midst of all of this, it really did prove to be a stable value. ETFs for the long terms for 20 years. It's not a bad strategy, but it's going to, I would mix in a little bit of a la carte. So it's a good strategy. It just takes a little longer. I mean, I personally don't think you need all of that diversification. So, like, if you could pretty much take a ETF and just take the top 10 things that they hold or 5, I think you might be a little better off with that than not. Sympathy for Tesla will be automakers, depending on what they say, any companies related to the dollar, chips. You could find a lot of supply chain stuff that connects with it. Again, like chip makers could somehow affect it, but easy sympathy is going to be automakers. And really the question is if Tesla moves big, and then the factors. Like yesterday, you saw how the strong dollar was talked about a lot with Netflix, but Netflix impacted Disney, Roku, all of that. So it's definitely going to create some sympathies, but hard to say exactly where. And then it all really depends on the move. If it's not big of a move, then it might not be crazy. God bless America. Tell them, baby. Or shout out the Americans. You know what I'm saying? We love you, America. Up, lose it back. America. He said, oh, that's me. If Tesla was at 780 tomorrow, would the 800 call for next week get clapped? Let me see. So the 760s are at 2600. It might be break even. So if you spent $1,200 and then the earnings premium dies, it might be break even at that point. So you'll be excited, but then when you wake up in the morning, you'll be confused. And then however it moves in the next 10 minutes after tomorrow morning, that'll probably either dagger it or get it running. 6 minutes left. 10-minute rig did not lead into anything. Neil can move it, Cam. Free access to the real estate course. So we have a call tonight, free to join. Usually I would say just go there and talk to people. Talk to the guys running the real estate thing, and they'll let you know if you're serious or not. They could hook you up. We hook up anybody who's serious, man. Ooh, I'm nervous. Are you nervous? Ah! Is it exit liquidity? It might be, but not. Again, I think the concept that has not been discussed today that is definitely in play is buybacks. So that could be a big part of it too. Yeah, we're staying for the Tesla earnings. I mean, when does it come out? Does anybody know? It comes out right after the bell? Or 4:10, 4:20? Email corealestate@gmail.com and they'll email you the code. It starts at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Always within 15. Let's go, Chad. Onions, are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, man, speak now or forever hold your peace. You got Snapchat and a couple of others tomorrow, too, and a couple in the morning. But you better start wrapping it up. The Tesla puts are dropping. They're right back to break even, but the spread's a little wider. You are not getting the call push. The calls are, honestly, there was no premium run today. Tesla was a difficult one. Elon was just on vacation. I think he's relaxed about earnings. We got to get Elon into the gym, bro. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. Like, he's like such a great thinker and like one of our great minds. And like, bro, if he gets clapped early because he didn't want to take a run, it's so disappointing. You have no idea. Like, that's what I don't get it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I was in that position. Like, seriously, though, for real. Like, think about it. Like, imagine, bro, like 10 years from now, just like, bro, he gets like diabetes or something. And then, like, what? And like, this guy's supposed to like put a brain chip in you, man. Like, this is nuts. This is nuts. Yeah, and then Bezos is in the gym. Bro, like, what? Like, Bezos is doing steroids. He got himself a Latina. Like, I don't know. Like, Bezos just, like, I don't know what happened to Bezos. But, like, I don't know. At least I think we're going to hear from Bezos, like, damn Charlie Munger in, like, 100 years. Bezos going to have 18,000 children, and he's still going to be kicking, like, I bought 15 boats now. I'm just kidding. 25. So, I don't know, man. It's wild. It's wild. But, hey, let's land this plane, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 82 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day. We'll find out here after Tesla earnings, and some people were looking to buy the dip today, so that's a good little attitude shift. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Earnings. right around the corner, the big one, Tesla. Is the piggy bank gonna break, or is all of the buy the dip activities gonna get steroids tomorrow morning if Tesla is above $800? The world doesn't know, but we're gonna find out here in about 20 minutes, Chad. So I hope you're ready. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Bring it home. Again, you got earnings in the morning, couple transportation plays, Snapchat, and a couple of others after hours. We have big ECB, Europe, Italy, Germany, all that news, oil, natural gas, and then, of course, Tesla earnings. But you got to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. The day is over. You have 15 seconds left on the clock. What are you going to do with it, baby? Uh-oh, Philip Morris dropping. Again, the euro might go crazy. Bring it home, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Yes, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, laggers, lurkers, lovers alike, you made it to the bell. Tesla earnings is about to come out. We're going to get you any updates, so please hold. But in the meantime, I need a GG, and I need y'all to bring some of that good sportsmanship back. Can you do that for me? Let's get the GGs, baby. 7 hours. Let's go. God bless the cult, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something. At least you are in the game. You are working on your craft. Let's go. I need to see the GGs. It's good sportsmanship. If you don't believe in good sportsmanship or you're trading with fake money, you are exempt from GG. Otherwise, I need one. We were in the heat of the battle, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Good morning. Good evening. It's earnings, baby. Good game. God bless the cult, Barry. There you go. There you go. There you go. Where you at, Twitch? I see you too. I see you too. Good game, baby. Let's go. Let's go. The real one. Welcome to the stock market. Welcome to 12% since the bottom in June. Get ready. Tomorrow, ECB. Powell on the way. We got Elon on the way. Good game, bro. Good game. Good game. Whether you got clapped or not, it's good. It's love, baby. It's love. We did it. We made it. Amen. Amen. God bless the cult. Look at the GGs. Wow. Fast news and good sportsmanship. Wow. Wow. Where do they do that at? Amen. 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 God bless. God bless. Amen. Cut that. Cut that. Chattadonia. All right, boys and girls, that's the day right there, okay? That's the day. We're waiting on the earnings. Before that comes in, I just want to tell you how thankful I am for all of you, members, non-members, stream alerts, every single one of you guys. Again, if you come in here and make this all happen through your participation, sharing the stream, making sure you get free stock market news out there and information, and making sure people are getting information that doesn't tell them to buy GameStop when everything else is really, really cheap. But hey, let's not go there. I'm just saying you're supporting something great. Thank you for your support. Without your guys' great community and people contributing, it just wouldn't be what it is. But guess what? We got a lot of people who hold it down, and that's why we got what we got, baby. So God bless the cult, and thank you. If you fall in that category of good attitude, good contribution, just God bless you, and thank you for being a part of the cult. Big shout out to the members, baby. Those membership badges look good, okay? They help me on my mission. They've been helping me. They've been riding with me for years, bro. They've saw every single yield curve video. They know what we're talking. They've seen everything. It don't matter if it was Bitcoin. It don't matter if it was a yield curve, TLT. It don't matter what it was, bro. It don't matter what it was. They've been there, and they supported, win or loss. They've been here. Oh, come on. So God bless you, members. Thank you for your time, your love, your support, everything, and especially if you've used that membership badge to just keep the love up and make it look good. You know what I'm saying? Because $4.99 don't give you a good attitude, baby boy. So thank you, baby. God bless the cult. Amen. Amen. And shout out to the stream alerts. Again, everything is freemium because you guys support. Exactly. You guys support it, so everything is free. Y'all share the video. Y'all like the video. Y'all get memberships when you don't need to. Y'all get stream alerts when you don't need to. But we have the stream alerts. It's freemium. Everything is free. If you're going to miss anything on stream, you could get the stream alerts, but I'm not here to advertise it. I'm just here to say thank you to all the people on the stream alerts. Hopefully you haven't missed anything, especially as the market's been going crazy. Teslonian. No earnings, no earnings, no earnings, no earnings. Don't jump the gun, no earnings, but it got a big pop. Got a big pop, but stream alerts, we love you. Shout out to the cult. and God bless America, baby. But there it is, okay? So check out the link, second link, nightly watch this main channel. Thank you for liking the video. 1.6 horn, hit it with it. Hit it with it. Oh, yeah, get hype, baby. Look, that's you guys supporting the channel. That's you holding it down. That's just y'all showing love. Amen. That's how you got active, real people ready to go, baby. Amen. No earnings leaked yet. No earnings leaked yet. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. I got it on me, bro. I got it on me. I'm just staring at the wire. I got it all. I got it all. We ready to go. No, it's moving. It's going to be exciting. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Tesla revenue 16.9, estimate 16.8. They meet. I'm not seeing any other headline come out yet, though. Hold on. No, I'm just seeing the revenue number. This is weird. Maybe is this old? Here's the update letter. Q2 2022. Are we in Q2 or no? This should be Q3, right? 14 automotive revenues. Is it there? No, hold on. They still see 50% average annual growth. EPS 227, estimate was 183. Adjusted EPS 227, estimate was 183. Again, there's not too many numbers coming out, but it looks like they beat. Yeah, so second quarter, then that's real. That's official. That's official. The letter came out. Surprisingly, you're not getting too big of a reaction here. So you're up 2%, but it's not much. Hold on. They beat on revenue and they beat on EPS. We don't see anything with guidance except for they still see 50% average annual growth in vehicle deliveries. So it's rocketing, but again, it's only up about 3% right now. Remember, it was pricing in about 6 or 7. Sales miss. How come, dude, the numbers are not coming in? So, yeah, bro, there's only 3 official numbers that have came out. You could read through the letter here, but it's still just a little awkward. Let me see. I got to read this shit. They're going to make me read this. How come the algos aren't going with it? They just got a bunch of charts. They got pictures. Tesla said that's the only headline that came out. All that came out was just the revenue, the EPS, and then the statement that says above 50% annual growth in vehicle deliveries. So it's very simple. Now it's at 4%. Let's see if it could get above there. If it can, then you might have a little bit more activity. Better hold. Tesla shares rise 3. Tesla sticks to delivery growth outlook. That's it. Tesla shares are jumping on the profit beat, but expect shares to be volatile for a little bit. Sounds musky. It's where I have the, there it is. So they converted 75% of Bitcoin purchases into fiat. Watch out for crypto. Tesla has already backed out. They converted 75% of their Bitcoin into fiat, and then conversions in second quarter added $936 million to balance sheet. So pretty much they sold off $1 billion of Bitcoin. 936 million sold out, turned it into the dollar or other fiat. It doesn't really state it. So that's good for them. They might go up a little bit on that, but that added 936 million of free cash to the balance sheet. EPS numbers, that's the only other thing we're getting. They say there was Bitcoin impairment to second quarter profitability. So they had an impairment on that, and then they were able to still get the free cash flow. So that's going to be interesting. So now it's up 4. It's getting up to where it was pricing. So let's see if this continues. They're continuing to experience import delays for solar equipment, but they say it's expanded supplier base. They had best solar quarter in a long time, 106 megawatts deployed. And that's it for now. Coin clapped. Is it? I mean, I would watch Beto. Netflix is even going up on that. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, Beto's dropping on that Bitcoin. Damn, Elon. Elon sold out of the Bitcoin. How come he didn't tweet about it? Are you fucking me? This time you don't tweet on the exit? What? That's crazy. So here are the main updates. Tesla converted 75% of Bitcoin into fiat. Conversions in second quarter added 936 million cash, and they said there was Bitcoin impairment in second quarter profitability, and then they still expect 50% average vehicle growth. Wow. Why would he, though? Because listen to what I said. Why would he? What other big action has he not tweeted about prior? Dang, bro. Dang, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? When was the last time he did anything over $100 million and didn't tweet about it? Oh, it's good though. It's good for the company, man. It's good for Tesla because now as Bitcoin's dropping, they pretty much were able to get an impairment. They could write that off a little bit. It hurts profitability somewhat, but then now they have 936 million on the balance sheet. Tesla says it made more than 1,000 cars in a week while achieving positive gross margin during the quarter. Its new factory outside Berlin. It doesn't say if and how long if sustained. It looks like Tesla really finished the quarter with a bang in terms of production. It says June was the highest vehicle production month in history. So that's another good one. Again, we're right below what it was pricing in. So watch out. This hasn't held the move, and it's not going any higher. I mean, it was at 777 on last Monday. Or 2 Mondays ago, so it's still pricing in that 5. Let's find out what happened. I don't think Tesla never owned Dogecoin. I think Tesla only had Bitcoin. Elon paper hands. Bro, Elon. That was a surpriser. I don't know. Is anybody else surprised by that? I'm pretty surprised that he sold out. Again, Beto, it dropped and popped a little bit. I'm not looking at what crypto's doing, but I feel like that's surprising. That one's actually like crazy. That's like actually crazy right now. So Tesla says the pace of production ramps at Austin and Berlin factories will be influenced by successful introduction of many new products and manufacturing technologies in new locations and ongoing supply. In other words, at the very least, that sounds that they're still working through how to ramp up Model Y production. It's all about second half of the year. Quote, with each of the Fremont and Shanghai factories achieving their highest production ever and new factory growth, we are focused on a record-breaking second half of 2022. Man, oh man, not really surprised. I'm pretty surprised. You know something? We don't. I don't know. Meta's going up. Alcoa earnings. Oh, they're going up. They got clapped, I think, on the last one. So if they could continue, that's great. Sounds like they're playing D, holding the cash, right? It does. And, I mean, remember, we talked about it this morning. Remember I said you're going to hear a lot of companies try to say we're cutting costs and increasing free cash flow. That's kind of defense for them. So, I mean, that did help for free cash flow. But here's the problem. Free cash flow, $621 million, but estimate was $625. But that's after getting $900 million in Bitcoin. That's not looking good. And then second quarter automotive gross margin, 27.9. Estimate was 26.8. They saw continuation of manufacturing challenges on shutdown. Tesla expects to further increase Shanghai production rate. They're in the process of ramping production at Megapack factory, and they see opportunities for further production rate of improvements. So again, automotive gross margins, 27.9, were slightly above consensus forecasts. There was a lot of speculation about how much they'd be hurt with the Shanghai shutdowns. As of the end of Q2, we have converted approximately 75% of our Bitcoin purchases into fiat. Conversions in Q2 added $936 million of cash. Okay, not free cash. So maybe it's a little. If their free cash barely hit estimates after that, that's a problem. So we'll see. And then Alcoa, I don't have the numbers on that, but that thing's ripping. Big candle. Okay, it came back up, but Snapchat's running. And a lot of things after hours are doing pretty good. Is it cash flow negative without the Bitcoin? Because if not, that's not good. They sold 75% of their Bitcoin. Tesla has sold 75% of their Bitcoin. So the Bitcoin he bought in January, February 2021, they have now sold 75% of it. That was a big candle down. We're starting to come down. Again, we didn't get up more than 4%, so that's it. It's just this is gonna be weird for premiums until the conference call. They make profit. They did. On the Bitcoin, I'm not too sure. That doesn't. I think no. They said they have an impairment, so they're gonna take a loss on there. So we realized like a 70% loss. I don't know what price it is, but they did say there was an impairment. So let me see the number. He says there was a Bitcoin impairment to second. It doesn't say that. I could probably look it up if I find it on the balance sheet. But they definitely, by them saying there was an impairment, that means they lost value on it. CNBC has the wrong numbers? Yeah, wait, what? Why did Tesla's CNBC saying they missed? But they beat. The estimate wasn't 17.1. They barely beat though, but it wasn't a miss. If he took a loss and sold out because they needed cash. Well, that's the thing. The question now is that 950 added to cash, or is it added to free cash flow? So I want to see kind of how this is going to apply. But if that's the case, then that means they did a negative, and that's actually that doesn't look as good. But otherwise, having $935 million is good in cash. But if they spent more this quarter and kind of needed it, it would make sense. CCL offering. Revenue didn't miss, though. They beat on that. CNBC's wrong. Again, the estimate was, let me find, what was it? Hold on. Estimate was 16.8, and they did 16.9. So I think unless they're using the highest estimate they could find, then that's it. Well, here it is. I'll show you. This is the headline from Bloomberg. Adjusted EPS. Oh, that's EPS. Excuse me. Here's revenue. 16.9. Estimate 16.8. The CNBC one's just showing a different number. So it's either there's top line estimates and bottom line, but usually most people use consensus. But again, I don't know. That there doesn't mean there wasn't an estimate at 17.1, but it's just on whichever one they're looking at. But Bloomberg is not updated. Bloomberg says 16.9. CNBC says 17.1. So take that as you please. Sales miss, not revenue. Let's see. I see automotive sales at 13.7. Tesla, what else we got? Our colleague David Baker makes an interesting observation about Tesla's recent struggle with battery storage. It may suggest Tesla is able to get more cells easier than semiconductors. Regulatory credit revenue fell $344 million from $677 million last quarter. That's always lumpy. It's a huge bump in Q1. 4% gains hold regular trading. The stock would touch levels it traded at in early June. Okay, so we're coming right back down. Only 2.6. Starting to look like a cuck now. Earnings is always fun to watch. Welcome to earnings season. Amen. And a lot's going on. I mean, this is going to be very, very weird on the premiums tomorrow. And then Alcoa popped up. A couple of other sympathies. I think crypto reacted as well, too. But does anybody know when the conference call is? I'm confused. Surprisingly, Tesla didn't mention anything about the dollar, which I think is very interesting. I have not heard one mention of the dollar in Tesla today. So that's kind of interesting. $5 p.m. Central, so 2:30. Yeah, Elon, I don't know if he stopped doing the calls as of late. February 18th, he bought 1.5. It was trading at 37. Now he sold 75 at 23. I think it just depends when he sold, because we don't know. That could have been all quarter. So in the last 3 months, he could have sold out at 3 different times or way more. So we'll see. But if you could look at the balance sheet and just look at the impairment, see what they impaired, like what's the valuation, that would tell us a lot. What makes you say, I don't know, but if you assume and look at the price, I don't know. All I know is that they got $930 million back on 75% of it. So do the math, relatively speaking. What instance can you get $936 million selling 75%? I don't know what price that would be. off of initially 1.5 billion. MSN says impairment of 460. So then that means so far he lost 460 million. So that's about 45%, give or take. So shares are giving back gains. They're talking about ramping production. That's about, the headlines are coming out a little slower now. Everybody, I'm just waiting for analysts to pick this apart, see if we get any early upgrades or downgrades. But it's still only 20 minutes, and getting volatile, you're well below pricing in. It's moving in half of what market was pricing in, so who knew? Free cash flow, $625 million, of which Tesla proceeds from sales assets $936. So then they were negative. So then that means it was negative. So then that means their free cash flow is negative without Bitcoin, and that the only way they were able to do positive free cash flow was to sell off $1 billion of Bitcoin otherwise for this quarter. So I really wonder when they did that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm just surprised he didn't tweet about it. Yeah, so that's confirmed then, I guess. We'll double check, but that's not really, now that's where the story, the plot thickens right there. Because now free cash flow is at like 600 million, but if 900 million of that came from Bitcoin, you lost, that means you burned 300 million in cash and the 100 million a month. Feels reckless. Elon? No. Elon? Are we talking about the same Elon Musk? No. He wouldn't do that. He got squeezed out and it should have went small. But still, at least they have a little bit. They kept a little bit. Maybe they should have started with that amount, but I don't even know how much left that is then. So that means they have what, like 200 million of Bitcoin left? The fact he didn't tweet tells you all you need to know. I really think it does. I don't know. Again, in the last 24 months, when was the last time Elon did anything worth over 100 million and not tweet about it? He tweeted about selling stock. He tweeted about buying Twitter. He tweeted right before he bought the fucking thing. He tweeted when he said, oh, the environmental impact. Like, what? like every single thing. Dogecoin, everything. He's on vacation. I don't know. That part, everyone's going to pick that one apart. We're going to have to see how that plays out. Just the free cash flow, the Bitcoin sell. A lack of tweeting on it. He tweeted only after he sold or bought. Yeah, this time, but we didn't hear shit. Bro, you didn't hear anything about this till 20 minutes ago. Not one person in this room had evidence to say, yeah, Elon sold out at some of the lows of Bitcoin. No, not one person was expecting that. Or at least there was no real viable evidence of that. And literally the report, that only comes out right when we get the earnings. It wasn't even on the radar. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't think I was not expecting that. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me that that's the only way they went cash flow positive this quarter? I mean, again, it's Tesla, so I don't have a high standard for them for free cash flow, but still. Not tweeting. I don't know. The Bitcoin impairment not released. So we might not even know. That's the thing. Once we find that out, we'll have an idea. They might talk about it. I'd wait for the CFO on the conference call. But damn. That is scary. It's interesting. It's just like a lot. Burry tweet clapping Pelosi. She made a bundle on semiconductor stocks bought recently because she knew this was coming. Should be illegal. Hey, man. Dude, I don't even know now. Elon, bro. The Elon conspiracies are about to get nuts. Tomorrow it'll be... It might. I mean, this move right now, unless it goes up, it's going to get clapped. Imagine he dollar cost averaged at the bottom and sold the bounce. I don't know. I would expect the tweet, but I don't... Dude, this is weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like this is It's actually there. It's like, why did he sell? Does Elon selling at a loss? Does it say that they need money? Does it mean that he's being reckless? Again, the lack of communication when he communicated every single Bitcoin move he has ever made. Again, no exaggeration. I could bring up every single Twitter thread of every communication on Bitcoin, literally, whether it was pulling Bitcoin sales from the website, environmental impact, all the way down to he's going to go buy it, all the way down to even tweeting Novogratz prior to announcing the purchase. He was all in it. He isn't allowed to tweet about Tesla. Well, he tweeted about it when he bought. Again, I mean, this is Elon we're talking about. You're saying Elon isn't allowed to do something, and you think he's going to, like, come on. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's Elon. I don't know. It's a little weird. That was before the SEC called him out. Maybe he's just trying to be a compliant person all of a sudden. Man, that's wild. Tesla was the only thing Elon was clapping this quarter. Literally can't because it's in earnings. I don't know though. He's tweeted about a lot. It's just a lot of head scratching right now. Dang. Yes, sir. Call real estate, baby. Get it popping tonight. Email call real estate. That's it. That's it, baby. Oh man, Doge looking good. Sold Bitcoin early in the quarter, showing impairment on remaining. Are you sure? But even then, if you sold Bitcoin early in the quarter, I mean, I don't, like, let's see pretty much in the last 3 months, let's see what his potential exit price could have been. Hold on, I'm loading up my rave. Yeah, Bitcoin even sold off after that. So, like, what? April? So he could have got, I guess. Oof. Yeah. He could have walked away with 40,000. So he could have, there's some parts during the quarter where he was either at break even. Honestly, this probably was him. When you look at it. I know there was like the Terra Luna and all of that other stuff, but I don't know. He could have walked away with a profit in the last 3 months. Maybe. It's definitely impossible if they're recording the impairment on the other one. So Elon liquidated 3AC. Probably, honestly, this could have been hit. I mean, what? I mean, do you not remember when he bought? Dude, $1 billion of Bitcoin is a fuck ton. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, it's not a small amount. Tesla is still holding. So there's like a couple. If he sold after May, he was down on it. And then if he sold anytime in June, it was a stupid decision. Those Tesla numbers are pretty weak considering valuation. Yes and no. I mean, at the end of the day, if they're still factoring 50% growth, 29% margin, I mean, some of those things are looking good. It's definitely not, I mean, it's not what you're paying for at that price, but still. I'm more worried about free cash flow. I'm more worried about that. And they didn't mention anything about the dollar, but I'm curious as to why. Well, I wonder what this report would look like if it was negative cash flow and if they still had the Bitcoin. I'm curious because what could this imply about anything else? Balance sheet showing $218 million remaining in digital assets, sold $936. So that put him at 1.2, meaning he lost $300 million off $1.5 billion. So, and he bought at like 30 something. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to say what price he may have sold out at. I think he dropped it that Sunday night move. He could have been part of the first one where pretty much he was going to break even and then just sold out at break even, and then that caused the waterfall. Honestly, I would what happened with Bitcoin on May 4th? I know the market was hitting a new low too, but this could have been Elon. And if that was the case, it's a lot better. They guided much lower cash flow after Q1 due to factory ramp-ups. Yeah, that makes sense. But again, just as of late, ever since then, Dollar's done a lot, and this whole free cash flow talk has been very important. One of those big candles is him. But the market was declining too, though. So that's the problem. It's kind of hard to say. Cybertruck spotting. Not much detail, but a mention to let us know they're working on it. And the pressure with Rivian, Ford, and GM. Tesla earnings says we're making progress on the industrialization of Cybertruck, which is currently planned for Austin production subsequent to Model Y ramp. Supply chain headaches. They continue to see 50% average vehicle growth. Tesla lists Bitcoin impairment as one of the things that impacted its operating income, which was still up from last year. And then some people are saying big win for Tesla to be able to keep profit and margins up during a down quarter. Company sounds confident it'll have a strong second half, though it's making sure to warn that there are challenges ahead in Austin and Berlin with respect to ramping vehicle production, which of course seems like the gigantic money furnaces are not going to be burning anytime soon. 340 from regulatory, but that was down 50%. Looking forward to Ford. Did they move a little bit? So now Tesla's only up 2, man. So Tesla's literally at the high point it hit in the morning, or pre-market and in the morning, but it's chilled out now. Premiums are clapped. Thanks, Lending Tips. So after tomorrow's a bounce play again, just like the Netflix. But even Netflix was a little struggling today, but there's something there. No move on Ford. Is lit. Coinbase crypto stocks sink after Tesla reports Bitcoin sales. LT sacrifice. LT got a call. The move on Lucid. Ford didn't move either. I mean, the move's now small. This went from looking really exciting to now it's like, oh. So we're going to see. And now I have 2 silver bars. Yeah, this one looks ugly, though. It's a Canada one. I don't know. Canadians, like, I like y'all. Even, like, Canadian girls are usually cute. But, like, I don't know why your silver bars look so weird, man. He gave me one of the maple leaf ones. And it just looked hella awkward, bro. Should I show you this thing? You guys want to see this one? You guys might need to see this one. Here, let me get the camera. Where's this camera? You guys got to see this shit. This thing's crazy. This thing is crazy, bro. Probably the ugliest thing I've seen come out of Canada in my whole life. Where's my camera? My Canadian camera. Hold on, we got busted out. Please hold. Unfortunately, Twitch, you're not going to be able to see it because I'm going to put it on the YouTube so they don't love you no more. Maple leaves are good. Yeah, I'm just used to that JM bullion. You know what I'm saying? That Johnson and Matthey, bro. Give me that Johnson and Matthey. Not this Canadian maple. I don't even play hockey, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool if you play hockey and all, but, like, I don't play hockey. Tesla red now? Uh-oh. All right. Here it is. Look at this thing. He gave me Yeezys too, but still. Bro, look at how awkward this thing is. Bro, do you see this? Like, what? This thing's... Bro, that looks... Doesn't that look a lot worse than this? Come on, that don't look as cool. This does not look as cool as this. You see what I'm saying? That's a real silver ball right there, bro. This looks like you moving bricks. You see what I'm saying? Like, look, compare the two. This one looked like a textbook, bro. Like, this one looked like a bar of gold. You know what I'm saying? Like, this one looked good. I don't know if you can hear it through the mic. Yeah, bro, it's ugly. It's ugly as hell. That's good. You saw my reflection, so you know how beautiful I am. Exactly. Say what's up. Exactly. You got to see. You got a glimpse. You got a glimpse. I hope you enjoyed it. You save it in your memory logs. You know what I'm saying? Save it. It's good for you. It's good for you. Like, damn, Josh beautiful as hell. How the hell he get that beautiful, man? Oh, my gosh. You be like, Josh is really 6'10"? Oh, my gosh. He got Shrek feet. Yeah, I know. That's what your mom called me, Shrek, bro. What's up? She love it. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Stop. I don't want Yash to come out, man. Y'all get too funny, and then y'all know I could be funny, but then when I be funny, y'all just get your feelings hurt sometimes. And I'm like, what? This ain't even. Come on, man. It's okay. It's okay, bro. What? Anyways. So Bitcoin fell for the first time in 3 sessions, erasing earlier gains after Tesla disclosed they sold 75%. You think you funny? Yeah, that's it, man. Carnival slides postmarked on 1 billion offering. I think that's about it, man. Tesla might go negative on the day now, too. What a wild ride. What a wild ride. Oh, we're yeah, sorry, Twitch. I already put everything away. Do I invest in any currency? Not like foreign currency. I'm a big fan of the dollar. AAL, UAL dropping right now, too. Yeah, crypto got clapped off of that. Bro, that's a big deal, man. I don't know. I feel like I'm tripping, but it's like, dude. So this is crypto went from 23.7 to 23 flat after that announcement. And then Coinbase Pro is lagging like crazy. UAL getting pummeled right now. UAL Airlines down 4% right now. They didn't report, did they? Yeah, they did. Adjusted EPS 143, estimate 1.8, and then revenue 12.1, estimate was 12.0, and then passenger revenue 10.8, estimate 10.6. And then third quarter, they expecting to increase operating revenue by 11 versus 2019. And then second quarter EPS is missed by a big margin. So revenue was decent, but UAL missed on that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything on fuel costs. Yeah, I'm not looking into it too deep. But they're getting clapped off of that. You said Lucid. Lucid kind of looked like Tesla. Again, Ford, GM. What's the other one? NIO. Toyota. Might be. Yeah, you should. I mean, if Tesla stays at this price, you're going to be able to get cheap puts and calls tomorrow. They're all going to get clapped. It'll be just like Netflix. Again, you're moving. Not only was Tesla not pricing in a lot, just like imagine all of that hype to be up only 1.5%. To be at the same price you were at most of the day today, that premium is flying out the window. He's gone. He's gone. He already flew out. Have you ever tried to chase a bird? You know, one time when I was little, I had a bird, and my bird ran away. It didn't run away. It flew away. But then I remember I had to get my mom in the car, and I said, Mom, we got to chase this bird. And I remember I was chasing this bird down, bro, and I almost caught him. I chased him down to, like, the shopping center, and then I like, followed him down, and then he finally just, like, sat on, like, a ledge, and I was so close to getting him, and then guess what happens, bro? This was such a core memory of mine. You have no idea. I was so sad. I was so sad. You have no idea, bro. Like, right when we get so close to catching this damn bird, right? A bunch of, like, birds flew overhead, right? Like, it was a bunch of birds. Like, they were, like, flying away because, like, the weather. It was a, what do they call it? Like a crowd of birds, a gang, a set. I don't know the gang reference for birds, but, like, you know, a flock, that's the word. A flock of birds just started flying the other direction, and this motherfucker thought he was in the gang. Yeah, and he just flew, and then he just dipped out with all of them, and I've never seen him fly that high in my life. This guy, I've never seen him do that literally, this guy, he would, like, even, I was able to chase this bird flying, and then all of a sudden, this little flock comes through, bro, and he was just like, that's it, I'm out. He spread his wings. He ain't even look like them. He was a green bird. These were all, like, pigeons and shit. I was like, oh, my gosh, bro. I was like, that's crazy. I was so sad. So that's what happened to your Tesla earnings premium. That's the story. So, right here, we were sitting on the ledge, and we thought we got it, and then it just went, that's it. The flock came in, and then it's gone. So calls, puts tomorrow, They're going to be massacred. Massacred unless it drops 10% right now. Other than that, it's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a wild one. I just got off the phone with Gene Munster of Loop Ventures, one of the few analysts who could talk before publishing. The bottom line is, it wasn't pretty, but it was a lot better than what a lot of investors were expecting, said Munster. They're doing a good job navigating the environment. They're maintaining their 50% growth rate, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought they might back off from that. And then the stock just goes negative. But apparently, that some of you are going to get bothered. Like they're saying, it was a lot better. It wasn't pretty, but it was a lot better than what a lot of investors were expecting. So some of you guys, you're gonna have to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to listen to that a couple times, where it's like literally, it wasn't pretty, wasn't pretty, but it was a lot better than what investors were expecting. You heard that. You heard that yesterday. They said, I would hate to call losing 1 million subscribers a success, but it's better than what most people were expecting. It might very well be the earnings of this season. Again, that's the way. If unless they really do bad, really do bad, I think everyone's going to say it wasn't pretty, but it was better than what we were expecting. Elon bought Bitcoin, but he is not your savior. Elon tweeted about everything except for selling, but he is not your savior. Man. Tesla's red now, about to be 737. How'd you go from 774? Man, that's crazy. I'm just happy to be here. I am too, man. I am too. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, Chad, let's call it a day. That's good enough for earnings. It's negative now. So this is all going to come down to where it's at by the time we get the watch list and where we wake up in the morning. Again, you saw a little bit of craziness. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, very good one. So, Chad, I hope you know we love you. I hope you know you're a blessing and you got a future and there's a lot of things going on. And God bless you if you've been staying alive, finding a way to get excited about the market, thinking about your future self, being wise with what the market in this world is presenting you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to some of y'all taking advantage of it. We still got a couple more earnings on the way. This is just the pregame, bro. This is just the pregame. You know that? Oh, next week gets crazier. Powell gets crazier. Oh, yeah. So what you need to do is not be a watch hole. Okay, look at it. It's funny. There you go. I have to wake you up. Look at this. Is the watch list. Look at the watch list. Stay humble, man. Stay humble, man. Look at this. Look at it. You got keys. You got Optimate. You got everything you need, bro. Oh, look, you got balance sheets. They got balance sheets on the watch list. Oh, what? They got plays, bro? No way. You got play. You got Iron Condors, bro. Oh my God, bro. This is crazy. Those are the main.
There you go. You got everything you need to be flying these streets, bro. So check it out, okay? We love you. Okay, it's recommending me Joe Rogan and then House Judiciary Committee. This is my recommendation. So they're like, maybe Josh will like Joe Rogan or fucking PBS. That's just how you know. That's how they just confused with me. They don't know what to do with me, man. They don't know what to do with me. We're going to see what happens. But anyways, Chad, check out the watch list. I love you all. Thank you for liking the video. Okay, go check out the other links. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Fill out that prayer request wall so we can pray for y'all. We praying for you regardless, Chad. Pray for your brothers and sisters too, baby. Remember, if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. Okay? Amen? Amen. Look what I can do. So, Chad, we love you. Shout out all my prayer warriors, and thank you for praying for me. We praying for all of you. But have a blessed, wonderful day. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, just don't forget. Actually, before, I don't want you to forget, so I'll tell you in a little bit. Let's end the day with some very good uncle. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some uncle. Get the Wheaties, man. Harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. Making meals before meals made, baby. Eating with the king. Appetite. Watch out. The appetite might kill you, though. You know what I'm saying? This is a great one. You can get it there. We love you, baby. God bless you, bro. He said, can't kill me. I'm back again. Got the spirit from Nazareth. Oh, my God. Say don't. So, Chad, let's go, baby. It's game time. Don't worry. It's just the pregame to some of the earnings right here, Chad. So I hope you're locked and loaded.
We made it through another day, and it's just getting excited. I'm telling you, the next couple weeks about to be wild, okay? So let's have some fun, Chad. We had a fun day today. Again, I appreciate all of you, especially if you held it down. Good conversation, good information, everything. Maybe in a good attitude, we love it. But before you head out, man, just don't forget why we're here. And actually, before, go to corealestate@gmail.com, okay, tonight. Okay, don't be scared. Why are you so scared? Why have you been delaying? Don't procrastinate. Again, a plan and a mission is good. Everybody needs a goal. You will become what you think about, but you could think about the goal all day, but I just need to make sure you don't procrastinate on it too much, okay? Let's go. This is an opportunity for the people who work, because again, real estate kind of difficult now. It's getting a little bit more difficult, but the ones who are really trained and ready to go, oh man, it's going to be a feast. Some would say the harvest is plenty and that the workers are few. I'm just saying. But Chad, don't let me get too crazy. We love you all. And don't ever forget why we here, man. Why we keep going. Why we in the game. Why we stay excited. Why we got the love in our hearts. And why we ready no matter what is thrown at us. But we know only good will come our way. Because that's the plan, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. But Chad, I'll see you tonight. I'll see you in the morning. And get ready. It's already Friday Junior, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. Earnings premium is clapped. But I want a pony. Okay, love you. Bye. I tell you, the pony, Tesla. This guy, Elon, he's a scammer. He's a schmuck. This guy doesn't know anything. What do you mean, electric vehicles? That's a golf cart. Huh? When I was president, you see what has happened? His stock was up there. I made his stock go up without me. He begged me. He said, can I get an EV credit? I gave it to him. Now what does he do? He says I'm too old. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a schmuck. Come on. I know everybody in the industry. I talk to him. I tell him all the time. I say I'm great. They know it. They know it's how amazing. He's begging. Don't be a beggar. Okay, that's Elon. Elon who? Musk? He's musky in here. Go make another baby. Okay. I tell you, you should make something and never come back. Huh? Because I made the insulin go down. This guy's a clown. He's an absolute clown. Clown. He like to get the it. You see that movie? We were at the table in Scranton. I grew up in Scranton in Denmark. I grew up in Denmark after I grew up in Scranton. And I'm just telling you, the planet's hot. Huh? I'm not joking here. Come on. I'm not joking. The planet's hot. What are you going to do when the planet gets hot? Nothing. You're dead. We can't have that happen. Save lives. It's an emergency. Okay, happy Kwanzaa. I'm out. God bless you. Did you sneeze now? God bless you. Scranton, Denmark. Okay, good morning. I'm arriving. Leave.